Tony is a bike rider and has raced at the street meets, and he used to race in a modified vehicle as well. But I'll tell you what, I bet you if you gave him a crack at one of those things, he'd probably jump on it in an instant.
I think he would.
He'd say, "Give me your helmet, Nev. I'm on it. I'm more than happy to get on that thing." Pretty cool looking bike.
It is. As you said, that's a stand on its own, isn't it? That rear.
It does. So there's no. You don't have to do anything there.
No.
So let's hope whatever it was, the pop and the bang is okay, and we get to see the bike back again for the next test round, hopefully, because I really want to see that thing head down the track. Nothing. It's pretty exciting hearing a full tilt Harley coming down the track at Willowbank. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I can just see if you're down on the start line, you can see our IHRA officials down there chatting with Cooper Lay. I hope he's not trying to influence him into letting him go better in the real street than he is, because there's could be a bit of something going on down there. Don't know what's going on, but
Just keep an eye on the hands there, Terry.
Well, I'm thinking there's a little white envelope there.
Yeah.
Do you want some money just to get me a better? Can I pick this lane?
Yeah.
Cooper's going to go back over the live feed and going to go, "What were you going on about, Terry?" But you know what, I like that. But anyway, we bring our next test vehicle, which will be number 83.
Ash Dawson.
So it is Ash back again. So Ash back in the modified vehicle style, rear engine dragster. As I said, it's all about mental health.
Yes.
So it's always a good platform at the Winter Nationals. You have a lot of people here, and it's always good to do that, is to just make people aware of what's going on.
I think we're more aware now than we ever used to be, I think, Terry.
I think a lot of people used to just push it down.
They did.
Used to say nothing.
Yep.
But that's not the way it should be these days.
No.
Yeah, so I just got some information before. We were talking about Kelly Kidd. She is driving the Steve Thorect blown small block dragster today. So well done, Kel. I don't think. Can I be honest? I hope she doesn't get too comfortable behind the wheel of it. I don't want to see the twin turbo dragster back.
0.466 reaction for Ash. 777 at 169 mile an hour.
Gone quicker than the previous run, which was 783. So a 777 with a 1. So nice work there to Ash. Look forward to catching up and seeing you at the Winter Nationals, my young man. So competitor 2584 is now coming up for our testing.
Reese Northfield.
So yeah, always interesting. So with the Ballot Camp, with Kelly racing the twin turbo modified dragster, and Tony, of course, I haven't seen him back out here in the Barra-powered rear engine dragster. Did you ever see that thing
Yes,
run?
I did.
He eventually got it to 6.0.
Wow.
So that thing was absolutely firing.
So
I
it
think
hasn't been back.
No, he hasn't had it back, and which is a little bit disappointing. I'd love to see Tony bring the Barra-powered rear engine dragster out and just give that 5 second a big big heave ho, and they can. There we go. Now we talk about wild. Here's something wild again. Ran a 7.05. A lazy one, I reckon, too. Is that 202 mile an hour previous?
Not about effort. Real street to the lanes, real street.
And the junior dragsters should be there. They should be ready for their first round. And, of course, we've got...
junior bike.
Yeah, junior bike, junior dragster, real street. You guys should all know that that's your first round. So, look, they've shut the mighty front engine car down. I'm not too sure what happened there. I know it's not the Outlaw, the Outlaw's fault. There's something obviously going on down the end.
Yeah, something's wrong.
Maybe, see. Pushing it back. Oh, there's a little bit of fluid there. You can just see on the start line there. It looks like, or is it? No, is that chalk mark
No,
from
that's
the
a
wheelie
chalk
bars?
from the bars.
From the bars.
Yep. Yep.
So not too sure who's coming now, Lou. We're still waiting here patiently.
Yeah. Well, shout out to the grandstand here, doing well.
Look, they've all. You know, you guys can spread out. You don't all have to be in the one little bay. Look at it. It's like everybody knows each other's name by now when you see them.
Well,
up
they
there.
should.
That's
Oh, we've
quite
got the ones down the front there giving us the thumbs up. Yeah.
We're waiting for because we know we might have a top fuel testing at 3:00 or whatever. So who knows?
We'll see if they change their positions.
Everyone will be at the back. No one will want to be here. It'll be too loud. So you never know. I don't even know if they're here in the house. So we don't know. But there's been plenty of quick cars, quick bikes today. So all ready, and we are just about to go into our first round of racing. So that's going to be exciting.
It is.
So we might go and we might chuck to a little bit of advertising to let our guys give them a bit of a breather. Yeah, just a public service announcement. We do have a pair of ladies' glasses that were handed in. So if you want to come to the tower, we have a pair of ladies' pink glasses, and they are corrective glasses. So, if you can come up and have a look at them and you can read through them, they're probably yours. So, otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we've just started to get a little bit of precipitation that has sadly come across the track. So we'll be back as soon as we possibly can. And thank you.
start a cult with me. I'm not vibrating like I ought to be. I need a purpose, I can't keep surfing through this existential misery. Now we're gonna need some real estate, but if I choose my words carefully, think I could fool you that I'm the guru. Wait, how do you spell epiphany? Before the truth will set you free, it'll piss you off before you find a place to be. You're gonna lose the plot, too late to tell you now. One ear right out the other one, 'cause all you ever do is chant the same old mantra. Could I have your attention, please? It's time to tap into your tragedy. Think you could use a new abuser? Close your eyes and listen carefully. Imagine you're stood on a beach, water gently lapping at your feet, but now you're sinking. What were you thinking? That's all the time we have this week. Before the truth will set you free, it'll piss you off before you find a place to be. Gonna lose the plot, too late to tell you now. One ear right out the other one, 'cause all you ever do is chant the same old. And I know this doesn't make a lot of sense, but do you really wanna think of I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new.
dragsters to the lane, junior dragsters.
And just like that, it got loud.
And sunny.
Loud and sunny. So we need real street, junior bike, junior dragster, super street to the lanes. If you really get your act together, we'll try and get you quickly through your first round.
That's the plan.
So always good to see. Look, I'm just loving this car.
And how good is it? Some of the testing cars are absolutely insane. So we've got 2584, which is Reese Northfield testing. In the Alton.
We do love. Look, he's got some brains trust there. He's got Mr. Morton. He's got Cooper Lay. He's got lots of people down there just assisting him, which is really cool. But that car, that is just a tidy bit of gear. Look at it. It's tough. I don't think it needs the flames. It's quick enough without the flames. Let's have a little look. Just about to hit the go pedal.
Headed towards the centre line for a little bit there. But
pull it back in. There you go. 675 at 209 mile an hour. They look happy with that. I think they look pretty chuffed with that run because that was effortless. Seriously, that was almost like a soft launch, Chris, and that looked easy, didn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It didn't have to get out of it at all when it started moving around at half track. But yeah, nice easy run there for 675.
There's a thing for the long front end on an altered like that is maybe it's a little bit more controllable coming back in because we know the shorter ones are kind of like you'd have to get off it.
Yeah.
Because, well, for reasons knowing only to the racer that's what they should do. But 675 at 209 mile an hour. If you want to know a couple of the other increments, it was at the 8th, it was 435 at 164 mile an hour. For everyone who's sitting at home, crunching the numbers with their abacus or calculator, who are drag racing aficionados, who'll go, what was the increments, Terry? Well, wait till we get a couple of the other. We'll get Farnell's increments later on too, so you can know how quick they go over the half track as well. And that's just like throwing shade at the juniors, really. Mate, you think you're good? What about, hang on, what about a 4.3 at 164 at 200 metres? It's a bit mean, isn't it? But anyway. So who we got next, Chris? We got Shane Atkinson. Oh, so that means we are in. Hope you got the new live stream going because we are just about to go racing in QDRC Outlaws here at Donnelly Blasting Services. This is round 1.
Yeah, Shane Atkinson in the LJ Tirana. I can't see anyone in beside him, so
no, it might be a buy. If it's a buy, I tell you what, Shane will take that every day of the week. And look, that car, seriously, I know we talk about it every single time it comes to the lane, but it is a beautiful piece of car. Look at it, it is just stunning. The LJ Tirana that they should have made. Tough two-door, big wing, 2 parachutes, supercharged.
Airbrushed.
Oh, look at it, it's
got everything.
So this will be good to see Shane. He's got what he will run. So he gets it down there nicely.
Great opportunity to get some extra incrementals ready for the following rounds.
Wonder how much of the track he can see.
146 reaction time. Runs a 3 for a
Nice.
749, 186 mile an hour. So nice clean run there for Shane Atkinson.
I'd like to see some in-car audio of that just to see how much vision Shane has around the top hat and the blower on that thing, because there wouldn't be much, like most of the guys who are driving those sort of, whether it be a front-engine supercharged Outlaw or a door slammer or anything like that, and your vision is a lot of the guys use different points on the track.
Also, seating on the right-hand side of that engine probably helped him in that lane as well.
Yeah.
I know some of the cars, they try and avoid going in the right-hand lane just so they can actually see the staging beams.
So now we're going to bring Gary Cameron and Michael Vaughan for the first round up. So it'll be the Garbutt Property Management Altered, and of course the American Direct Parts Funny Car. So as we'll try and get a bit of a hustle on, because we can see it a little bit dark out the back of the track
Over Ipswich?
Yeah, looking over towards the back of our corporate boxes. which I do believe. I don't know if they're sold out for the Winter Nationals, but you'd think they might be close.
You would expect it to be sold out by now. But you never know. You can always ring the Willowbank track office if you're trying to grab some tickets or...
Mate, what we've got to do is find out what corporate boxes are in, and we need to go and scrounge, go in there with our passes and scrounge and go in and say, "How you going, guys?" And I walked in there one time and
Did you get a Hayman's one?
No, but we've walked in the boxes a couple of times there, and they've gone, "Oh, Terry, you're here. Would you like some cake?" And it's like, you know what?
I need cake.
I'm always up for free cake at the Winter Nationals. But yeah, the Winter Nationals, it's one of those things that'll be, I think, how many times have you called, Chris, the Winter National? Can you recall?
Couple.
I know that I've called, this will be my 11th. 11 Winter Nationals. I've called it with a lot of different commentators over the years.
We had a couple of years where it was high precipitation.
Yeah, we've had a couple where it's rained on the Sunday.
But then we've had some crackers before that.
Yeah.
And after that, so...
We had,
I think the 50th anniversary one, that was a rain out.
Yeah, and we had the other one, but it was like, there was something like some unbelievable amount of national records was set, something like 16 or something, I can't remember straight off the top of my head, but it was pretty impressive. And yeah, you never know what the Winter Nationals will bring. It'll bring heartache, bring tears, it'll bring jubilation for some people, and everyone's got a cool story to tell for the Winter Nationals.
Or injuries.
Yes. Yeah, we got all sorts of stupid things happen. It's like...
Can't even make it to a... presentation at the end of the day. You've got to be in an ambulance.
Are you talking about Mark on the whistle? Mark Allen on the whistle, getting taken in the ambulance. Going, I can't even get my Christmas tree because I've got to go to the hospital. You know what? But that's
the stories you get for a Winter Nationals.
That is what you get. That is what you get. Oh, we've seen some stuff go on over the years at the Winters, though. But it's kind of funny. But it's good to. It really is, and we talk about it a bit flippantly, but we're not, because it is the largest drag racing event outside the USA. And to say that mightn't sound much, but if you're into that sport, it most certainly is a phenomenal event. And it can be very intense.
It's not just the racing, though, that you're seeing at the Winter Nationals. It's also the people that you've met through drag racing. You're like looking at Kerry's mic in front of me right now, and it's just the memories that you have from...
Well, that's something I will miss, because it was Kerry and Terry used to be on in the mornings. They'd always chuck us on in the morning together, and it was always good. Kerry and I'd always have a good laugh and a joke, and we never really we take our commentary serious, but we didn't take our commentary serious, if you know what I mean, because I think that the world is too small and too serious not to laugh at things at different times. So it's always good, but we've got our serious side, of course, and we are here, and everybody wants to win. Don't tell me that the person who's come here said, "Oh, no, I'm just here to have a good time." No, you're not. You're here to win. Yeah. Don't you ever tell me that you've rocked up to the Winter Nationals and you haven't got in the back of your mind that you would like to be there at the end of at Sunday night getting handed a gold Christmas tree.
And they come from all across the world to try and get these gold Christmas trees too. Yeah. So it's it always brings the A game out in people.
Many have tried, many have failed, and that's the thing. It's like you just don't know. There's always a story to tell, and the Winter Nationals do kind of roll those stories out. You go, well, you're not going to believe it. And the amount of times that it'll be at the end of the night, it'll be like, if there's points involved, whether it's one of the series as well, you can guarantee that it'll come down to the last race, and you might have been racing all year, and you go, "Are you kidding me? You couldn't have just finished this up, two rounds ago, so we don't have to worry about all this stress." But no, it's exciting, and drag racing is, look, for what is theoretically an uncomplicated sport, it is a very complex sport. So look, you can see on the overtaking lane feed, it looks like we've got like. I don't know. Look how dark that looks when you're looking out there. That looks pretty ominous. So I don't know what's going on, but so they're just clearing the guys out the other end there. Look, when we look down the track, it's just
totally different.
Clouds, blue sky. But when you look out the back end of the over the corporate box as well, that's a whole different story. So hopefully we might get to see these. At least see if we can even squeeze the Outlaws. The Outlaw group in, because you got the Fletchers are out there in their convertible rear engine supercharged cars, pure open window racing. So, but here we come.
Gary Cameron and Michael Vaughan about to go through their burnout routine. American Direct Parts Pontiac Funny Car up against Gary Cameron in the Garbutt Property Management 23 Altered. Off the roof hatch open just to get some airflow underneath the body shell.
And Outlaws brings such an interesting mob of cars too, doesn't it, Chris? You can have everything from rear engine to front engine to funny cars to like the steel body car of Shane Atkinson's. Everything is here, everything, as long as it's a supercharged car or even more, and that's what you get, and it's a great category. I think there'll be a ton of them at the Winter Nationals.
Yeah, so QDRC Outlaw, we had the one on top last time.
We most certainly did.
So a different fuel, different way of charging the car.
Just a power adder, and you can bang a big spoolie boy on it if you're really keen as well. When visor down.
So a 673 dial into Cameron and a 694 for Vaughan.
Oh, nothing in it in the 3, a 159 to a 174. But yeah, the funny car's gone lean, and Gary will get the win with a 678 on a 673. So pretty tidy, 205 miles an hour, but Michael in the funny car, it just didn't want to play the game in that round and leaned off at about 3/4 track.
Yeah, and Cameron saw it early on and popped the chutes early as well, so yeah, you can see that in the altered.
The altered stayed nice and straight too, it looked quick. So the Carbrook bound altered of Gary Cameron. Not a bad light, a 159. 4.3 to the 8th at 162 with a 6.78 at the top end with 205 miles an hour in the back end. So nice work. So Michael Cameron in the Emerald Cars Plus Dragster up against Bill Fletcher, the Styromax Composite Panels Dragster.
Before these guys go into their burnout, can I get Real Street, Junior Dragster, Junior Bike and Super Street to the lanes, please? Real Street, Junior Dragster, Junior Bike and Super Street.
So a 679 dial in for Bill. 690 dial in for Michael. So Bill will be doing the chasing by the slimmest of margins. So really this is, I know I say it quite often, but it is almost heads up, and it's a blink and you'll miss it on the tree. Not much in this cab at all. So Bill Fletcher, multi-award winning racer. Bill is one of our, what would you call it, our, what did we thought of a name for Bill. It was, I just love the way that Michael always brings that car back on the lope. It just, it just brings it back on. It's quite cool.
Gotta love the supercharger for that.
But this will be a tight race. No one will want to give anybody anything on the tree. As I said, this is first round of Outlaws. Visor down.
So these guys all the way from Emerald, Queensland.
Oh,
He's
deep.
gone deep.
Oh, deep is dangerous because deep gives you a red. Bill Fletcher, on the other hand, a 192, a 690 on a 679, and Michael with a 723 on a 690. But that thing just nudged through, it staged itself deep. The car said, "No, this is what I'm staging it at," and Michael just had to try and deal with it. And 190 mile an hour in the back end for Michael, but the win will go to Billy Fletcher.
Yeah, unfortunately, the lope.
It did. It did. It just nudged in. That would have been good vision on the overtaking lane, seeing that thing come through.
Yeah, especially
but
when your deep stage lights flickering. It's like, oh my God, hold in.
And there's not much there to go to. You need to probably err on the side of caution and maybe leave a little bit late. But so Josh Fletcher will be the next racer. I think that might be the last of our Outlaws, I think, Chris. Could quite possibly be.
Yeah, it could be. I can see a lot of bikes in junior dragsters, and I see an RX3 sedan down there. The red one.
Oh, you mean Ben's?
Ben's.
Got me excited for them. What's going on there? What's he racing in? He's still testing, isn't it? So here we go. Here we go. Young Josh. So Bill's had the run. Now Josh gets that. Oh, look, and he knows. No burnout, no nothing. He's going to save that thing.
He's just going to take the beam and then roll back.
Yep. He most certainly will. And so Josh is going to make his crew work by pushing him back. Oh, no.
He's going to get out.
Josh is going to help hop out and walk. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Josh has gone, I'm just walking away. It's like he's just destroyed everything, and Josh is just, gloves off. They can push my car back. I love that.
Just wave like the Queen.
Well done, Josh Fletcher. Like, we're thinking, he's hopping out to help. No, he's not.
What a gentleman.
I wonder if Josh will go back to the Styromax marquee and go, "Where's my latte?" Or I don't know. It's funny, but Josh, a good racer. He done the right thing there because he knew that no need to waste any effort on the vehicle by running on your own. Josh is a seasoned campaigner, very successful racer. He knows exactly what that car can do, as you and I know, Chris.
He's been out here non-stop for the last couple of years.
He knows exactly what the car can do, so it's no need to run it down there for giggles and giggles. So anyway,
save the mileage of the engine for the winter nats.
Yeah, true. Well, save it for round 2. It's getting a little bit dark here. I'm not saying that on a
So we can see the
anything.
Styromax Ute
So seeing as though
towing Josh's car down the side in the.
Well done, Josh. Well done. Look, thumbs up. He says, no. Mate, how's that latte going, young man? You just go and do your thing. Let everyone else do the work. It's all good. So so what we might do is, folks, I'm going to do a commentary change. So I'm going to get Lou jump on for a bit, and he can take the main seat, and he can have a little bit of a stab at all these juniors.
Yeah, so we're into round one of junior bike.
Junior bikes.
So we got Nevaeh McDougall on the A junior drag bike.
With a 920.
Yeah, dialing in a 920.
As Terry was saying, the great category to be running. The newies. 0.34. One reaction.
Nice clean run there for a 966 at 75 mile an hour for Nevaeh McDougall on the A junior drag bike. Nice easy solo pass.
Very.
We can hear one of the junior drag races, junior drag bike races, just going through the burnout.
With Vans Pirano and Kyle.
Yeah, so Vans on the just having a crack at one of the skids. Trying to heat that rear tyre. Bit of fun for the young riders.
Yeah. Van's got a dial in of 11.2 and a 1020 for Kyle.
Yeah, Kai Badcock. With the Badcock name synonymous with Pro Cycle Tuning. 070 light for Vans Pirano, 031 for Kai Badcock. Sharp on the tree for both riders. We see Vans get there first with a 11.28 on a 58 mile an hour. And Kai Badcock, red light, break out with a 10.19 on a 10.22 at 63 mile an hour.
Jonathan Fulton and Jaden Bangkok. Pro Cycle Dyno again.
Yeah, so Jaden Badcock, Pro Cycle Dyno in the rocket lane, dialing in a 950. Speed flow lane with Jonathan Fulton. And he's dialed in a 1075, so a bit of a chase here for Jaden Badcock.
0.09 for Jonathan and 0.13 for Jaden.
Yeah, so a bit more work here for Jaden Badcock to try and get the win.
Chasing.
Yeah, Jonathan Fulton gets the win at 1075 on a 1075. Great run there with that 090 reaction time as well. Jaden Badcock, 955 on a 950.
Wow. Great dial in, great time. Wow.
There we go, we got Matty Coates on track. Must mean we're into some real street.
Paul Nielsen. Matty Coates. Coates Racing Commodore.
Yeah, up against Paul Nielsen in the Ford.
Maybe a big burnout here. He's got sponsored tyres yet, hasn't he?
He used to have Bridgestone Albany Creek on the side, but I think that stick has been removed.
Holding. There we go. There we go.
So we've swapped from racing 8th mile to the quarter.
Yeah, man. Bit of smoke there. Paul's got 11.1 dial in and Matt's got a 12.08 dial in.
Yeah, so Paul Nielsen in the 6-cylinder Ford going up against Matty Coates in the V8 Commodore. .08
for Matty, 0.07 for Paul. Paul's got a bit of chasing.
Yeah, the top end is there for the Falcon, and he runs an 11.24 at 132 for the win. And Matty Coates breaks out with
Just
a 12.07 on a 12.08. Close racing. So we've got Dale Samuelson up next in the Caprice, up against Ian Nielsen in the VZ Commodore.
What'd you say about this one, Chris? He's got his air conditioning on.
Oh,
Heated
no,
seats.
the heated seats.
Heated
Caprice.
seats.
Yeah, 11.53 for Ian Nielsen's dial-in. Doing the chasing on this occasion, Dale Samuelson with a 12.52 dial-in.
Oh, triple
light.
0 for Dale.
So the second perfect light of the day.
Perfect light. And Dale takes the win at a 12.5 at 104. And Ian comes in 11.6 at a 119. Perfect 000. Great work there by Dale. Got Nathan Minter and Craig Bank. BA Falcon versus the Commodore. Oh, BA.
Red light there
red
for
light.
Craig Back. Giving the win to Nathan Minter in the Commodore.
The 358 reaction. Nathan takes it.
Yeah, so Nathan Minter goes at 13.66 on a 12.80 for the win. Tony Rogers up next in the WHP Ultra Streetcars Ford Ute, going up against Gary Green in the Lockyer Automotive Commodore. And Gary Green will do the chasing, almost a second and a half to Tony Rogers. And 2-2 light for Tony Rogers, a 138 for Gary Green. So half the work's done for Gary Green. Can he get that nose in front? And he does. At 10.14 on a 10.08 for the win. And Tony Rogers breaks out with a 11.46 on 11.52.
Cooper Lee and Stacey Gouldy.
So Cooper Lay and the Peter Lay Customs Import Ford with a dial-in of 10.89, going up against Stacey Gouldy in the quick 60 Bardas race cars in the Pontiac GDO. Or Holden GDO, dialing in a 12.00. So a bit of a chase here for Cooper Lay. Good reaction time there for Stacey Gouldy, 0.97 to 151 from Cooper Lay. Cooper Lay's already got the mile an hour and gets the win at 11.05 on a 10.89 at 120 mile an hour. Stacey ends up going at 12.27 at 112 in the GDO.
Cameron and Shane. Shane in the BF and Cameron in the BA. BF and BA.
Can I get Super Sedan to the lanes, please? Super Sedan, you need to be in the lanes.
Cameron with an 11.7 dial in. Shane with a 0.112 reaction for Cameron and a 0.215 for Shane. Cameron's getting it.
He's on the brakes, gets
Cameron
the win.
takes the win. 11.813 at 107 compared to 13.06 at 103 for Shane.
Can I get Super Street to the lanes, please? Super Street and Super Sedan, you need to be in the lanes. So yeah, good racecraft there from Cameron Goldie, just acknowledging that he's a bit too far ahead and has a chance to get onto the brakes just so he can guarantee that win.
Sometimes you get carried away with that dial in, don't you, Chris? Get to three-quarter track and you think, whoa, I'm going too fast.
So Superfloor Junior Dragster next. So first up we'll have Chase Castlake and the Scully Refrigerated Vehicles Junior Dragster going up against Lexi Lancaster.
Now we're getting pulled back there, Chris. Okay. Just saying, Chris, these little junior dragsters have got some really good colour schemes.
Now looks like we're getting fired up again.
Chase and Lexi. Chase has got an 809 dial in and Lexi's got an 800.
So we can see Lexi Lancaster on the live screen. Supported by Kits and Freighters. Red light there for Chase Castlake, 033 red. Lexi Lancaster with an 089 reaction time. Runs it through for an 800 at 80 mile an hour. Chase Castlake breaks out as well with an 808 on an 809.
Jasmine and Nixon up next. With Jasmine dialing in with an 8-1. Nixon with a 7-9-4. Just a public service announcement. Can you please move tow car 504 with Rego FWP01? Can you please move your car ASAP? Can we get Super Sedan and Super Street to the lanes, please? All right, looks like we're back underway with Jasmine and Nixon. Jasmine with an 8-1 dial in and Nixon with a 7-9-4 dial in.
So Nixon King there, supported by Mick King Transport. Jasmine Kidd with, in the kid's toy. Let's see, Nixon King just having a couple of test hits before going into stage.
Yeah, we're good to go.
So not much in it between these two A Junior Dragster drivers. An 810 for Kidd, Nixon King chasing with a 794 dial in.
Wow, 0.061 for Nixon and a 0.324 for Jasmine. 8.1 for Jasmine with a 78 mile an hour and an 808 with a 78 mile an hour for Nixon. Not bad mile an hour then.
Yeah, that's it. And you could hear Nixon King was a bit further ahead, and he had to just had a bit of lifting off the throttle in the end of the track.
Yep.
So he could retain that lead without breaking out. So up next we got Bronte Janusz dialing in a 12.10 in the speedflow lane, going up against Tyler Bellett with a dial in of 770.
Yeah.
Be a big chase for the double A Junior Dragster driver, chasing down the C Junior of Bronte.
A little bit of a chase. Just went a bit deep.
.715 reaction for Bronte. 169 for Tyler Bellett.
Tyler takes the win.
Yeah, 779 at 82 mile an hour. Bronte Janusz with a 12.26 on a 12.10.
Go.
Yeah, Cody Sedmak in the rocket lane, dialing in an 860. The JTS Racing Junior Dragster taking on Sophia Lode in the A Junior Dragster with a dial in of 802.
A and a B.
About half a second between them.
Sophia chasing. Not by much.
Can be evened up very quickly if you get a dud reaction time.
Yep.
Good reaction time there for Cody Sedmak, an 079 light, 117 to Sophia Lode. It's neck and neck. So you can see Cody Sedmak just lifting the throttle just to get the win, an 865 on an 860. Sophia Lode with an 806 on an 802. Just too far away with that reaction time.
Got Dakota and Tamika. Tamika in the Scully refrigeration vehicle. Just saying, Chris. to Terry earlier, the work and the paintwork on these little junior dragsters is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do with a wrap these days.
Yep.
And,
Imagine being the kid owning one of them, eh?
yeah, telling all your mates at school what you're doing for the weekend.
Yeah.
Dakota Braid in the AA Junior Dragster, dialing in a 789 in the Smith Transport Junior Dragster, going up against Tamika Castlake with that 891 dial in. So a little bit of a chase. Just over a second.
Oh, 0.07 for Tamika and a 0.082 for Dakota. And the win goes to Tamika with an 8.94 at 72 mile an hour, and Dakota with a 7.94 at 82 mile an hour. Not bad reaction time for both. The 0.0 is always good, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. Ashley Pinkstone up next in the AA Junior Dragster, supported by JTS, up against Jacob Schultz in the SCG Racing Parts Junior Dragster. It's going to be a bit of a chase here for Ashley Pinkstone.
.06 for Jacob, 0.16 for Ashley.
Ashley Pinkstone breaks out with a 776 on a 778, giving Jacob Schultz the win, an 865 on an 857.
Wow, pretty close break out there. 776, and dial in a 778.
Neela Paul up next in the AA Junior Dragster, dialing in a 778, going up against Charlie Usher in the MRE Electoral Junior Dragster. Red light there for Charlie Usher. 025 red, 345 reaction time for Neela Paul. She'll just coast out with the and get the win. A 10.15 on a 778 dial in for the win, and Charlie Usher with an 8.52 on a 78 mile an hour. So we'll take a quick break here while we clear the track of the Junior Dragster that's stuck at half track.
Might give a shout out to Brisbane Industrial Supplies, Styromax, Webbies, Max ECU and Priority Roadworthies Queensland. Great sponsors here for today's event.
Which is the QDRC Round 3, the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championship.
How are we all going in the grandstand there? Yeah. Yep. Very good. Cool.
Yeah, we've got plenty of action coming up. We've got Super Sedan and Super Street in the lanes. See some dragsters there as well.
We've got Xavier and Paige waiting patiently in the lanes there. Xavier with an 897 dial in and Page with an 864 dial in. Looks like we're ready to go. It's Xavier and Page.
Yeah, Xavier Paul in the B Junior Dragster dialing in an 897 in the JD Racecars Junior Dragster, going up against Page King on an 864 in the AUB Services Junior Dragster. Both in the pre-stage. One, 3, 4 reaction for Xavier Paul. 1, 2, 3 for Page King. Nothing in it. Looks like Xavier Paul's got the slight advantage, but he doesn't. 872 on an 864 for Page King with the win. At 73 mile an hour. And a 904 on an 897 for Xavier Paul.
We've got Carl Schultz and Cody Robinson. Cody Robinson, the C Junior Dragster, and Carl with the double A. With a 765, Carl dial in, and Cody with a 1219 dial in. Carl with his SCG Racing Parts.
Yeah, so
bit of chasing there, Chris.
bit of chasing. 767 chasing, 765 to chase down a 1219. So a few seconds head start for Cody Robertson. .071 light for Cody Robertson. 125 for Carl Schultz. Breakout for Cody Robertson gives Carl Schultz the win. A 766 on a 765 for the win.
Got Kenna Glasson and Amelia Wright with Mighty Mouse Tools. And Kenna with the Royal Precision Lubricants. 796 dial in for Kenna. 810 for Amelia. Both A Junior drags.
Yeah, not much in it off the start line.
Nope. All come down to reaction there, Chris.
.013 light for Kenna Glasson. Great light there.
Wow, great
Up
light.
against Amelia Wright's 080.
Both got an O in front.
And a breakout for Amelia Wright, an 804 and an 810.
Got to be proud with that.
Gift the win to Kenna Glasson with a 799 on a 796. Bayer McDougall up next, dialing in a 793. And taking on Max Rolling with a 770 dial in.
Oh, we've come to a stop. Something might be at the other end of the track there, Chris. Yeah, we've got some people out there.
Got some track walkers down there, so hopefully we can come to see what's happening down there. But we should be back underway very soon.
All right, back underway.
Yeah, Super Floor Junior Dragster. It's getting the cars out while it's all sun shining. Nevaeh McDougall,
Yeah.
SVO Transport and Towing, Junior Dragster dialing in a 793, up against Max Rolling with a 770 in the Rolling Repairs Junior Dragster.
Nothing in it, Chris. 7.9 to 7.7.
So you see Nevaeh McDougall into pre-stage.
Oh.
That's as deep as you want to. You probably gone just past it. 4:24 reaction time for Mia Grace Hopkins. There's Morano, 860 and just red light.
880 at 75 mile an hour. Pulling them back out. Go. No.
This is the one we thought we were watching. Yeah, so after Junior Dragster, we'll have top fuel run. So if you're up the back of the pits and you want to see the top fuel run, you might have to try and get to the side of the track.
191. Dave, and a 1-2-3 for Max reaction, and Max takes the win at 7.76 at 80 mile an hour, compared to a 7.97 at 79 mile an hour. Nave. We've got Nixon at 769 dial in.
And he must have a solo run because I
Solo
can't see
run.
anyone in the rocket lane.
Yeah, Chris, solo run.
So Nixon Cannoli in the AA Junior Dragster, 769 dial in the A Civil Motorsport Junior Dragster. Pre-stage. .55 live for Nixon Cannoli. Nice clean run here. He runs it through for a 770 on a 769 dial in at 84 mile an hour.
Good times there, Chris. 769 or 770.
Yeah, good clean run and perfect going into the next round of racing. But looks like we've got the top fuel are about to start up. So yeah, in the background we'll have our timing system switch over from 8th mile to 1,000 foot, and then get the call up, I guess.
Here we go, guys.
As you can hear, the top fueler has started up. So Steve Reed in the top fueler.
Kids block, yeah. See mum blocking kids' ears.
I'm surprised they're not lining the fence.
No, that's right. There we go. Oh, yeah.
See that magic cloud coming out the top of the Dragster.
I think we all felt that one, Chris.
Don't want to be the crew chief running back.
No.
He's stinging the eyes, that's for sure.
Yeah, big sting in the eyes there.
Being testing with that much, so the full track pass, we might need to get the half track. I'm unsure. It'd be great to see a full track.
Would be great. Still, it's great that we even have it here. Here we go. Free state. Oh! How was that for a run?
Yeah, a bit of colour on the left bank. Looked like a couple of gaskets gone.
Wow.
But it runs through for a 5:57 at 122, so a
Wow.
nice easy coast down
That
the
was
corner.
spectacular from up here, Chris. Wow. How'd you like that, kids? Yeah.
Can I get top sportsman and modified bike to the lanes, please? Modified bike and top sportsman, you need to be in the lanes. Welcome back, Jerry.
Thank you, Chris. Well, that was interesting. Always interesting when you see some top fuel in the house.
Yeah, plenty of colour coming from the top of the engine on the way down the quarter.
I didn't realise we were getting fireworks in the afternoon, but that was exciting. We'll accept that. So here we go. We are into our round one of Super Street. Travis Greaves and John Riley. John Riley dialing in an 11.75. He will be chased down by Travis with a 10.56 dial-in. It's a pretty quick XD Falcon, that Tuner Racing Ford. So let's see if he's got enough to catch John Riley, because John Riley is a good competitor. Not easy to beat. Gets out with a 114. 191 for Greaves.
Makes it a bit tougher. Has to drive all the way around him.
He might be a little bit too quick, maybe. Nope.
John Riley gets the win, an 11.82 on an 11.75 for the win. And Travis Greaves with a 10.61 on a 10.56.
So Sean Taskus and Tanisha Marshall. Tanisha with an 11.62 in that Holden. Sean Taskus in the Mighty Capri with a 10.88 will do the chasing.
069 light for Sean Taskus, 186 for Tanisha Marshall.
Don't think you're going to catch that. We know Taskus is a tough competitor. Sean's probably got it out in front there. Will he back out of it? And he most certainly will. An 11.00 on a 10.88 is good for the win for Sean. 11.68 on 11.62 is good, but the 186 light, Chris.
Yeah, had a bit of room for being able to back off in the deep end for the win. And good to see the Capri with the W. Mark Rosso up next, 11.42 dial in, going up against William Keogh in the XE Falcon with a 12.70 dial in.
So Keogh gets out with a 0.86, a 0.27 for Rosso. Here comes Mark. Will he have the mojo for the Camaro? He's going to do some chasing. I'm not too sure. And no, not enough. Mark a little bit off the dialing with a 12.02 on a 11.42, but a 12.80 on a 12.70 for Will Keogh is good for the win.
Tim Barron in the SWC Automotive Red Tirana going up against Barry Ashton in the Gold Commodore. So 0.61 of a second between the dial-ins.
So Tim Barron in the Unicorn, the Tirana. We don't see this car out here too much. Good to see it. 11.61 to an 11.00. Barry, he's a tough customer. He'll be doing the chasing, but Tim's just as equally tough. Oh, gets out with a 1.67. Barry says, I will give you the win, Tim, because I will just throw up the red light in the Commodore and it doesn't matter. So let's have a look and see how close Tim can go to that dial-in. He can go close, all right. An 11.66 on an 11.61 is good for the win. Even though Barry got an 11.08, he got the red light.
We got Troy Hutton, one of our finalists from the last QDRC, going up against Mike Cross. So Mike Cross, 11.07 dial in. Troy Hutton with a 10.84.
That's a couple of quick super streeters there. So Hutton with a 10.84. Let's have a look. 1.36 for Hutton, 2.37 for Cross. The boys are going to need to sharpen their lights if they want to go further. But let's have a look. Oh, and Mike Cross has gone too quick with an 11.04 on 11.07 to break out. Troy Hutton is safe, 10.91 on a 10.84. Troy will get the win.
Jay Allen in the bright yellow Tirana on track, dialing in an 11.01, going up against Samantha Yulton, 11.45 dial in. So you were saying earlier, Samantha Yulton, no slouch at the...
No, 2 times powder puff champion at the street meet. Has had her name up on the wall up here. So she's done the hard yards. So let's see how she goes. That'll tell you how she goes. A 0.75%, a 1.98 for Jay. I don't know if you're going to be able to catch Sam if she's right on the money. Well, she's on the brakes already, and she's safe as houses. 11.51 on 11.45 with that really tidy 0.75. And Jay Allen, 11.06 on 11.01.
Matt Francis up next, dialing in a 10.69 in the red panel van, taking on Carl Grading in the Fairmont with a 10.70. So not much in it.
No, there's not much. This is pretty well a heads-up race like we always do. It's a fair dinkum drag race between the Ford and the Holden panel van.
Would have seen this on the streets in the 70s.
Not with a nitrous purge from Carl. Without it would, unless it was opening a Coke bottle or something like that. That's all it would have been. There we go. Have a look at that. Oh, Carl Grading's cut a red, but 1.10 for Matt. Matt won't care in the van, in the tuner racing van. Let's see how close he goes to that dial-in. A 10.60. Oh, how close does Matty go? 10.69 on a 10.69. Give yourself an uppercut. That is awesome. 11.48 on a 10.70 with a red for Carl. But Matt, nice work.
Next up, Darryl Angel in the black Chevelle, dialing in 11.20, going up against John McKnight in the KPM Performance Tirana. That 11.74 dial in.
So half a second chase. But it won't seem much.
We've seen the Chevelle pick up the front tyres.
Oh, it's been a tidy thing to watch, hasn't it? Look at that.
A little hop from the Chevelle.
I don't think you can give that much away to John McKnight, though. A 106 to a 197 light for Darryl. And there it is. He knew he had to pull one out of the hat, but John McKnight will get the win with 11.75 on an 11.74. 11.81, 11.18 and 11.20 is a breakout.
Gotta love a whole shot win. Andrew McClellan dialing in 11.90 in the Commodore wagon, taking on Steve Cowan in the red Holden Ute with a 10.50 dial in.
That 11-second Commodore really looks like it's just come straight from Aldi at Ipswich. But here we go, 0.82 for Andrew. It is such a good looking car.
Even roof racks and everything.
It is. I love it. Steve Cowan got the red, but I think he's testing his dial in. a 10.44 and a 10.50, so I'll have to come back and have a rethink of that dial-in. But more importantly, Andrew, 12.06 and 11.90 with a 0.82 light, and the Drop Bear Motorsport Mackay Commodore gets the win.
So I need Top Sportsman and Mod Bike. You need to be in the lanes. Top Sportsman and Mod Bike to the lanes, please. So we've got Kevin Toy up next, going up against Nicole Goldie.
So Nicole, and we're just waiting to see what Nicole's dial in. So always remembering people who are sitting at home and sitting in the crowd here, that if you come up here and you have a look at your time that is on the boards down the deep end, and the time is not what you've nominated, you should never, ever
stage.
You should stay. You should talk to the official and just say, my dial-in is incorrect. Because if you accept it, and we have seen it over times where people have strutted up and it's been a second off their dial-in and they've gone, but that wasn't my dial-in. Well, mate, you saw it. You shouldn't have accepted it. So anyway, Nicole goes with an 11.79 and 11.95 for Kevin. And this is almost a heads-up race. Nicole gets out with a 1.09 and a lazy 6.82 for Kev. But Nicole, she's a good racer. She'll just know that she just needs to go close to that dial-in, back it out, and she will win, and that is exactly what she does. 11.83 on 11.79, and 11.99 and 11.95 is good, but a 6.82 light will hurt you every day of the week.
Sure will. Now we got
well, this will be
the Styromax.
The Styromax, the world. Hang on, these guys are holding up. I still, every time I look at that Commodore though, I look at that Commodore over on the in the far lane, in the grassy lane. Look at that. It is just looks like it's come off the showroom floor. I just absolutely love it.
John Massey in the...
John, one of the owners of Styromax.
In the Hornet?
Yeah, John is one of the owners of Styromax, and Murray Flay is not. So Murray's there in 11.95. Imagine having an 11-second Commodore that honestly just looks like it's come off the showroom floor.
Oh, it's 12.80.
They have to. There's the discussion. There's the discussion. They've looked and Murray's gone, mate, I can't run that. Oh, that's gold. 11.16 for John, 12.80 for Murray. Murray to leave. Cuts a 1.20. John cuts a 0.48. Let's see if he can make the most of it. You would think he should. That's a good stretch on that tree. Oh, yeah, he's already on the break. He learnt that from Brianna. So 11.52 and 11.16, John will get the win. I hope Brianna's laughing at that. She'll listen back and she'll go, Terry, you're a comic. And that's not all you are. But anyway, here we go. Craig Layton and the Aussie Deaf Statesman up against Tom Ryan. Tom Ryan dialed in at 11.44 and 11.53 for Craig Layton. Now this, once again, is almost a Fat Income drag race. Not much in the dial-ins. You won't be able to see it on the tree, hardly at all. So... But Tommy will do the chasing by just the slimmest. It'll be a bumblebee's wing. It's almost like a little bit of tension out there, like Craig's just pulling the big beast in.
Yeah, just 1.44 reaction for Leighton. 0.90 for Tom Ryan.
Tom learning the trade well. He's going okay. Let's see if he can make the most of it. Craig's a good season campaigner if he beats him, and he has. 11.56 on 11.44 for Tom, 11.60 on 11.53 with a 1.44. But yeah, Tom Ryan, welcome to the show.
By 0.0077 of a second.
Yeah, look at that. Mate, Craig's got to feel hard up. Craig is a very good drag racer. So Super Comp, Top Sportsman, Modified and Modified Bike to the lanes.
And
of course,
bike.
Performance Bike. That's the one we want to see. And we want to see them all.
So the TE Cortina on track. The one and only Barry Moday. So solo run. We'll see how close he can go to that 11.14.
I want to see how close he goes to this, Chris, because he's a good racer. I'll tell you how close he goes to it. How about you go under it, 11.09 and 11.14. So he's done what we call testing the dial-in, and he tested it and said, look, I'm just going to drive through it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Barry.
Maybe next time I might lower it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can guarantee if he doesn't. If he doesn't, he'll be asked. Well, maybe you might want to keep a little bit in the back pocket. I mean, you know.
Oh, sandbag.
Sandbagging is not really appropriate, but hey, you know, it's drag racing.
Oh, one that's never last.
No, always first up to the plate. Damien Morris. We are moving into Super Sedan. So Damien Morris and Rudy Wyatt. Rudy with a 936 dial in, 986 for Damo.
Yeah, so Morris, the Morris Painting Solutions, Holden Monaro, taking on Rudy Wyatt and the VS Commodore. Wheels up in 027, reaction time 070 for Rudy Wyatt.
Here comes the Commodore. Can he catch the Monaro?
No. 992 on a 986 for the win for Damien Morris, and Rudy Wyatt a 940 on a 936.
So Parry Georges and Jaden Plant. Jaden in the Dakota. Parry in the Gemini. The Jackson Transport 13B Turbo Rotary up against the 383 cubed Dakota. 998 to a 980. Once again, pretty close drag race for these two customers. So this will be good.
Yeah, it's good to see some consistency out of Parry George's little rotor jam.
I think Jaden's new to the party. He's going well though. Let's see how he goes with this. We hope to get a win.
Red light for Jaden Plant.
A little bit too itchy.
Parry Georges with the win with the 091 light.
Let's see how he goes on the... There you go.
988 on a 980.
That's well done there for Parry, but yeah, sadly. And Jaden's gone under his dial-in as well, just to make everything evil. We've gone red light, under the dial-in. What else can you do? So Ashley Thompson, what a different combination of cars. We've got a supercharged Valiant and a turbocharged Ford Ute. So Ashley Thompson with a 950 to a 960 of Judy Bucas. Yeah, not, she might be having...
Staging with the rear wheels?
Yeah, and well, I reckon it might be also the
Sun?
The vision, yeah, or the vision with the... So the Coyote Racing, so Judy will nudge this back in, the mighty supercharged Valiant.
So not much in it with the reaction times, with the dial-in, sorry?
No, not much at all, Chris.
336 reaction for Judy Bucas, 121 for Ashley Thompson. He's long gone.
Thompson is absolutely out of there. You can see the big late charge from the supercharged car, but no. A 10.15 and a 950 is easily a nice easy win. A 10.23 and a 960, but that 121, Ashley got out quick and was gone. Talking about gone, have a look at this. I feel like I'm in a radial event here. I feel like I need to be Chris Stiggles here. Where is it? A bit of Bump City coming here from Chris. So Connor Webb with a 920 and Darren McDonald in the 2J Corolla with a 910. This is a good pairing. Couple of tough races.
It's always good to see a K55 Corolla out on track.
How good do they both look, these cars? Oh, I'll tell you what, Connor's gone on out of here, 0.32. Will he make the most of it? Try not to go under that 920, Connor. Ah, nice work there, mate. 9.43 on a 920 and a 9.26 on a 9.10 for Darren McDonald. And Connor Webb will get the win. Oh, have a look at this bloke.
Palmer all crossed up in the burnout.
What is that about? Ben.
How good are RX3 sedans?
Well, I haven't owned one for 20 odd years. So, I don't know. They probably still feel the same. Fast and dangerous. So, Wayne Hyatt, he does not care about Ben Palmer and the big skid. He's in the mighty Toyota Celica with a 427 under the bonnet. Whereas Ben Palmer, it's all about the rotor.
So, this is similar to what we would see in August at the
Most
Jamboree
certainly.
event?
Celica versus Mazda. Toyota versus Mazda. Feels like I should be. Well, we've just gone from the other boys thinking it was like a radial event, and now we've gone into a Jamboree event. I feel like I should do a Pierre Rumper, like, we are here with the Rotary. The Rotaries. Ben Palmer, he's going to run in the SSB.
But just
National record, 720.
The flames out the side of Ben Palmer's car, usually. Oh, we saw that last
The right-hand side. We won't get to see it. It'll be on the other side. 0 and 8 for Hyde. Oh, Ben absolutely just launched like a Just
a double
was
wheel
savaged. I don't know what that was, but it was a look. And look, Wayne Hyatt, he's gone through on the Boss Hoses Toyota, and he says, how about a 918 on a 905 with a 018? But Ben Palmer has said, I'm just going to have a look at the chatter marks. That thing was, that RX3 was aggressive.
I think he was spraying our cameraman with his fuel out the side as he lifted off.
Our cameraman didn't even flinch, so kudos to him, just having the braveness. And he probably won't be able to go for a number 2 for 3 days because he's all bound up, but that's okay. But away we go. So Ben Palmer, that was impressive, Ben. We loved that. It was most certainly exciting.
So yeah, it might take a bit of time to get Benny Palmer off the track. He's just down in the deep end at the moment, just coasting down the hill. But
I'll tell you what,
always lively, aren't they?
It was a brutal. It was a brutal launch. And Ben, as typical, just said, "Well, I'm just not going to back out of that thing. I'm just going to pull another gear."
Have a second stab at a wheel stand.
Pull another gear. Here he goes.
But that's what the Jambo's all about when you go and watch that. So it's.
So don't forget, guys. As I said, it takes a community to to do these things. And look, big shout out to all of our sponsors, of course, to Brisbane Industrial Supplies, to Styromax, Webby's cabling, Webby's the cabling specialist, of course. We just saw Connor Webb just run there. Max ECU, Priority Roadworthy Queensland, and of course Donnelly Blasting Services for jumping on board as they always do and supporting such a great event. And we love it because look, with Brisbane Industrial Supplies jumping on board as well as a major sponsor, it's really good. And look,
and overtaking lane as well for.
Oh well, we know the boys. We know what they are doing, and yeah, look, they're doing a great job. So let's have a little look. If they, I know we're waiting for Ben to clear the track in that mighty little RX3 after a launch and a half. You can actually see from where we're up on the box, we can actually see the marks where Ben has launched and gone to the right-hand side of the track, but then hit second and launched again and pulled it back into the groove. So it's like, you go, oh, well, anyway, that's just what you do when you're in an RX3 with all that power. So if you like that sort of action, you got a ton of that coming in August.
And before then, we've got a couple of big rotary events too around southeast Queensland. So yeah, should be pretty good for the rotary action around town.
The rotary action, well done. So here comes Linda Kratt and Hamish Strachan. Hamish in the Complete Property Commodore, dialing in at 970, a 1035 for Linda Kratt in the very tough Chevelle. The skullduggery. I have used that word many a time. I love that word. I will walk in and they'll say, what have you done? I said, I've just been up to a bit of skullduggery. And they'll go, yes, we can tell, because you've got a smirk on your face, Terry. So I like that. Mate, if you're not keeping people guessing, what are you doing?
So Hamish Strachan doing the chasing on this occasion. 6/10. 009 line for Strachan. 357 for Linda Kratt. See, Hamish has already passed in the Commodore. Pops the shoots early. Runs a 983 on his 970. Getting the win. Linda Kratt there with a 1068 on a 1035. Sean Doblin up next in the total cover. Earthworks XY Falcon taking on Jojo Nicholson in the A-grade anodizing Corona.
Yeah, 990 for Jojo. We'll do the chasing to the 1027 of Doblin. I'll tell you what, seriously, you've got to try and chase down Sean Doblin. That's not an easy feat. He'll cut a light. He'll cut a light with a 0. He'll start with a 0. If he's lucky, it might even have a second 0. There's a 0, 023 and a 513 for Jojo.
It's not wise to leave half a second for Sean Doblin.
No, because he'll hurt you. Unless he goes under, but I doubt it. So 1030 on a 1027 for Sean, and Jojo a 998 on a 990. Nice and close to the dial-in, but the 513 light's going to hurt.
Mitchell Bauer up next, a 1010 dial-in the forward fair lane. Taking on Brendan Shaw in the Tirana with the 938 dial-in.
Yeah, we did watch Mitchell Bauer before with that final qualifier, He actually did have a bit of an issue with the car, and the car coughed and spluttered down the track. Now let's hope that Mitch has got that sorted, because he's up against a tough customer in Brendan Shaw. So the Downs Automotive car will be doing the chasing. But if Mitch gets this right, I think he'll be all over it. Oh,
005 red for
Mitchell Bauer.
So close to being a trip zip, but Brendan Shaw, a 096 light for the win. Runs it through, 954 on a 938.
So can we have modified and modified bike to the lanes? Modified and modified bike to the lanes, please.
So
Well, that was...
up next, we got Rob Price up against Adam White. Battle of the Holdens.
I've got to be honest, I'm a big fan of that BL of Adams. I always have been, ever since he started racing it. It looks like it's... it just needs a twin turbo RB in it, and running sixes.
I'm more of a fan of the LH Hatchie.
Oh, I do. The hatchback is beautiful. Let's be serious. Pricey hasn't got enough tyre into that thing. Look at it. That dish is like it's just unbelievable when you see it from our size. It's pretty cool.
093 light for Rob Price. 102 for Adam White. Not much in it. Rob Price has the advantage. Gets the win, a 955 on a 944. Adam White with a 963 on a 945.
Who's winning, who's losing? So there we go. So that maybe, what have we got? Looks like we might be moving into, is it Top Sportsman? I do believe. Yeah, Top Sportsman. Because I can see Kayleen Gurley's beautiful supercharged Tirana, her and Wayne there. And I'm welcome back on the microphone to Lou. How are you, buddy?
Good.
How are you enjoying your
Lovely.
your first day stint
Fantastic.
as a I don't know what we call you. We call you an apprentice or what? Mate, I don't know what we call you.
A rook?
A rookie? So you're a rookie? Yeah.
Rookie? Do my staging license?
Mate, you'll just be glad it's not 1970 or we don't have a we don't have a what's his name though, you have to do something really stupid on the first day of work. An initiation. So because that's frowned upon these days. But
It
Neil
is.
Grayson in the Hilux and Kayleen Gurley in the Tirana. An 815 dial in for Kayleen, and 810 for Neil Grayson.
I'd call this a heads up.
So let's have a little look. As Lou mentioned, almost a heads-up race. You can see Wayne just lining Kayleen up there into the beams. The little Tirana ready to go. The little Hilux. This Hilux is tiny. Oh, look at that. Red light for Kayleen, but a 101 for Grayson. Both of them launched out of the hole impressively. So an 818 on an 810 for Grayson, an 821 on an 815 for Kayleen with a red.
Great race there by the two. But Noel Green and Daniel Morris with a dial in. Noel with an 863 and Daniel with an 814.
Now we're not going to call him Daniel Morris. We're just going to call him 000 Morris today
000.
after he first run of the day. 000.
Can't even call him 007, can we?
No, he's not even. He's gone past that. He's so good. He's better than 7 James Bonds. But Noel Green, this will be a good race, Lou. A couple of good competitors.
Half a second diff.
But Dan, as I said, small block mafia. Noel Green in the nitrous packing Tirana.
Both stunning looking cars.
So all eyes will be on the tree to see when Noel heads off. Just about to come into full stage. and we'll be good to go.
We're good to go. Oh, Noel Green with a .03 and a .02 for Daniel reaction time. Oh. Daniel takes the win at 8.22 at 1:59. Noel coming 8.76 at 1:56. Those reaction times.
Pretty good, those guys are getting down there. When you think it can't get any better though, Lou, then you got these two.
There we go.
Tony White, fresh from Sydney's success, 7.72 dial in. Simon Isherwood, 6.93 in the Evolution Water Cutlass. This will be tough because I can tell you now, between these two, with Wyatt and Isherwood, it will be one on who gets the best reaction time. I know that sounds really like just like you can't be right, Terry, but I reckon I'll be right. I reckon whoever gets the best reaction time out of these two will win this race. So Simon's got a ton of power in that thing, as I said, to run a 6.93. Probably close to a second, not far off a second, slower in a sense, and it's not slow in the Pine Mountain Performance Calibra, is Tony White. So Tony will get the advantage. He'll be able to cut a light, give Simon something to think about, and he will know. He will know when that big 200 mile an hour comes charging, will he have enough? So here it comes, folks.
We get testing to the lanes, testing.
Oh, 0.58 for White, a 0.38 for Isherwood. Here comes the Cutlass, drives round him, and 6.93 on a 6.93.
Wow.
And a 7.73 on a 7.72. Tony's got to feel hard done by, but Simon Isherwood, he's bought the A+ game, Lou.
Has, and you're right. 0.3 to 0.5. Fifth.
Oh,
Dennis Ryan and Stephen Sini.
what a pairing. How good is that on the track?
Look at that 8.54 with an 8.61. How good does that look?
That is my favourite pairing of the day, those two. I am absolutely, that is fantastic. I wish I could get a good shot of that.
Call this a heads up.
Cini and Ryan, the Tirana, the Ford, that is tough. Be a wheels up affair too.
Wheels up. 0.27 Dennis. 0.47 for Stephen. Stephen takes a win at 8.622 at 1:56. And Dennis at an 8.58 at 1:57. That's not a light car.
No, that is not either of them. Don't worry about that. Go an 8.62 and on an 8.61 dialing. Is that where they know the difference to what they've done? Cool. So here we go. So that was an awesome race from Cini and that. But now we get to see Neil Maxwell, the man, the moment, the 667 cubes of V8. Do you need any more than that? No. Do you need any more?
No.
I think, well, I don't know. I think a lot of them would probably say, yeah, but that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no.
And Neil has dialed in at a 7.33. And that'll be the probably the second quickest car in the field up against Isherwood. So we want to get those two up against each other at some point in time. You just see our official Tony there just checking that it's clear down the deep end.
Plenty of tyre on the back of that one there, Terry.
Mate, how we talk about race cars, Lou, and that if that is a design, if that is not a slippery design of a car that would cut through the air, if you had a if you had it in a wind tunnel, yeah, it'd be pretty impressive, wouldn't it?
Would. Definitely.
So just wait until they're clear. Yep. So, and I know that knowing Neil, he will just test this dial in. So he will. Don't be too surprised. They will treat it like racing. He'll cut a light, which he will. 0.61. But have a look how close he goes to that 7.33. I reckon he'll go with 7.34. I reckon. 7.38. A little bit off, but that's still a 7.3 with an 8 at 187 mile an hour out of that mighty Pontiac. Tough
Very
racing.
Very smooth too, wasn't it?
Mate, it's almost like these guys were born to do this, isn't it? It's like quite impressive.
Yes.
Does it get you itchy to race?
Does it what?
You're sitting up here going, I don't want to commentate anymore. I just want to go home and
No,
get my car ready.
Yeah.
So here we go. We are now moving into the guys and girls in modified bikes. So Scott Much, Mitchell Woodford, 981 for Mitch, a 905 for Scott. Little bit of a chase for Scotty, but he won't mind at all. Been around for quite a little bit of time, Scott. He's been a good racer, races in the street meet as well. Let's see what he can do. You've got to try and chase down Mitchell Woodford. Oh, Mitch gets out with a 156, a 346 for Scott. A little bit lazy on the tree, but he's ridden around Mitch. Not too sure whether Mitch has had a few issues. But yeah, a 935 and a 905 for Scott Much is good for the win. And Mitch, a 1026 on a 981 is a little bit off the dial in. And that's just the way of the world for the first round.
Took the win. Mark Gordon and Rebecca. Mark on a 972 dial in and Rebecca on a 987 dial in. There's not much in it.
Yeah, not almost a heads up there, Lou.
Oh, Rebecca red. Mark on a 199 reaction.
Mark won't be happy with that light either, Lou. He will not. Oh, he's gone under his dial in but he's done it on purpose because he's tested the dial in and he knew the red light, the wind light was up.
Yeah.
So Mark Ashworth and Jason White. Jason with an 1100 dial in to a 905 of Mark Ashworth. So almost a full second chase for Mark to try and chase down. Look, chasing down Jason White is no mean feat. Jason will cut a good light here. And Mark will just have to do what he can to try and reel him in. Yep, there you go. 0.45 to a 119. You're going to have to work that GSX pretty hard to catch that booster. And the win will go to Jason White, 11.18 and 11.00, a 9.23 and a 9.05. But yeah, that 0.45 for Jason White, that put him in the box seat.
Johnny Lewis and Rochelle Strike. Johnny at an 810 and Rochelle at 999 dial in. A little bit of a chase.
I don't know if I'd like to be like Johnny, just dangling on that bike, Lou.
Yep, no. His toes just creeping it in.
I just like the way you just said no.
Oh no, red let. 006 reaction from Johnny.
And a red too, though, mind you. But he got the win.
Got the win from an 810 to an 82. Very good. Wow.
So here he is, the man, the moment. Mr. Brian Alvizio with an 894 in the BMA Gas and Water Quacker. Jeff Marshall in the on-site panel and paint Suzuki 856 dial in. So Jeff to chase down Brian Alvizio. I've got to be honest, that is one of the hardest feats to do in racing, is to try and chase down Brian, because Brian is a good racer. Let's see how we get there. The pressure, put the pressure on. So for Jeff, it was an 0.43 for Brian. Brian will get the win, and Brian will go an 8.98 on an 8.94. But Jeff Marshall, 8.59 and an 8.56 with a red. Alvizio Brian just treated it like it was a race and just went through the motion and still did very well. So
got Dale Marshall on the 851 dial in and Jason Clark on a 915. Looks like it might be there.
Just waiting for Dale to come through, so maybe
it's no. It's Jason.
Mate, I'm going to tell you this now. I know Jason. I can tell you now, mate. He does not deserve to just get a free rein. He should be made to work.
Did an 013 reaction. Dial in of a 91 and a 914 win.
Yeah, that was a bit of a lazy Saturday afternoon ride, that one, actually. They give him a gift. That's a gift.
Sometimes you like taking those gifts.
Yeah, They're a gift that you will definitely take those gifts.
Got testing.
Mate, it does. I just had some work. I just had a text.
Oh, Andrew Sell.
Yes, nice work. Once Andrew is on his reverse, I've got to tell you, I had Pete Farnell actually message me. His bike, it was a 451 at 169 to half track on that bike. How sensational is that? But Surly won't mind. He's here. We're going to get this. Let's get this funny car down there. Let's see it. What a tough looking car.
Oh, absolutely. Testing to the lane. Testing. It is, isn't it?
It is one tough, funny car, isn't it?
I keep saying it, but that carbon work is amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, now the car didn't do as it's told before, but let's hope this time. Let's hope this time it actually will. I'd love to see this thing get a full passing. No, I don't think so. Just trying to whether we just see
with some hand.
Andrew's there, like hands on, trying to. We're going to run it through. Go. He's now on the. He's going to have those. No, I'm coming in. Coming in hot. Royce there at the starter. Yeah, try not. Look, hang on. Give it a squirt. She's freezing up. The butterflies are saying, mate, come on.
Give me some.
What are they saying? They're saying, see our IHRA officials. They're saying no. Or they're saying yes.
Good to go.
I don't know what they're saying. There's a lot. I don't know Auslan that well to know what the language is down there. There's a lot of hand gesturing going on down there, but we will get to see it run, and maybe not.
Maybe not.
Oh.
This is all part of the testing.
Everybody in the crowd breathes a sigh of disappointment, and we've even no more kids are rolling down the grass anymore.
No,
we so wanted to see for Andrew's sake. We wanted to see that car get down there, and Andrew would have more than us. I can tell you that, Lou. But that's the way it goes.
But that's the way it goes, Terry.
I'd rather have some issues on the line and have the car come back round, because we've got more testing. So
correct.
I mean, we've already seen some pretty cool runs already today, but you know,
seen some good.
I just realised Dave Reed's down there. If you can, Dave Reed from dragphotos.com.au, of course. He's down there with his he's got his little rotor hand. We love the little rotors.
We love the rotors.
But I'll tell you what, he's down there with his puffer jacket on. I mean, is it that cold down there? I didn't think so. I mean, we're up here in this controlled environment. Mate, I used to propagate the rumour when I called the Street Series that we used to get a seafood platter sent to us, and had people actually said, "What time do they send the seafood platter up to you?" I said, "No, I have to go get a Dagwood dog like everyone else. I'm only joking." People actually believed. I felt like I was one of the newspapers just lying about something, and people were believing me. Like social media.
You're getting me excited then.
Yeah.
Seafood plate. I'm thinking, when's that
seafood.
coming?
Lou will go. I can imagine you'll be calling the Willowbank office during the week. Yeah, look, I went and had a go at commentary on the weekend, and the seafood platter did not arrive.
Wasn't here. All right.
What was that about?
Who have we got now?
I think we're moving into
We are.
super comp, and we most certainly are. Once you see these complex categories, of course. So we've got Dave Tucker in B modified production altered, and Chris Sankey in CAA altered automatic. So all these guys are running off these indexes that they're given. So the 826. So that means he will be able to go as close as he wants to. He can go on it, he can go under it, but you will be penalised depending on how far under it you go as it comes through racing. So it'll be interesting because this is the category, these categories, this and comp bike, are the most complex categories we will have at the Winter Nationals, but they are the most exciting because someone in that car and someone in that Alters has said, I want to race as quick as I possibly can in that class. We go back to the old super stock days where there were so many super stock categories, and they will race in a category that they believe they can be exceptional at. And this category gives them that opportunity. So you're going to see Chris Sankey. He'll be running off that 826. That's not a dial in. That's what he needs to go. He needs to be hitting towards. Now, some of these guys are picking a category they mightn't be able to meet, but some of them are picking categories that they now race in that they can go well and truly under because they probably own that record, Lou. So it's exciting. So Tucker will be on a 929 and Sankey will be off that 826 in that.
Wheels up.
Tucker just picks the front wheels up, just wild.
Oh,
And he will put it through for an 868 off that 929. Chris Sankey, he might have gone red, but he's still gone 809 on that 826 in C altered automatic. How good is that?
that was good.
That is a wild bit of kit, isn't it?
Yeah,
Lou?
that was wild. Yeah.
Just when you think it might calm down a bit, how about we bring a couple of sedans out
Back in.
that are running in E modified street automatic and A modified production automatic. Wow, this is tough. Tough.
Holding forward.
Mate, and one's got wheelie bars and one doesn't. We saw
Chicken.
Maddox before. He's just like, he's off that 990. He's already gone close to it. And you've got Alan Abeni. He's gone about half a second on that 872.
Yeah.
So this is probably a fair call, these two. But you know that Maddox in the Commodore has definitely got the distinct advantage because he is close to that 990.
Yeah.
Mate, this is the only place you can kind of come, unless you go to an old style car show to see like a GT Ford like that or a Commodore of that quality.
Yep.
Wheels up a fair again, it'll be. All with the eye on the prize. And that'll be a first round win.
Here we go. Yeah. Oh. Well, 046 for Maddox and a 298.
Whoa, into the other lane.
Wow.
Goes
Oh,
Alan. He says, whoop, got it loose. I'll take that lane as well. I'll dodge the cones or the timing blocks.
yeah, Rob's time.
It's not a slalom.
No. Rob's
Yeah,
time.
Rob, a 9999 at 100.99 miles an hour and a 990 dial in, or not a 990 off the EMSA. So, wow, Alan just got that. I wonder if I know the overtaking lane guys can't put a replay up, but I'm sure if you go back and have a look at that on the replay when the lads post it up on the YouTube channel, you'll see that because gee, I tell you what, he got it loose and over she went.
Yep.
I
That's never fun.
I didn't see him indicate. It's like,
Yeah.
no, Alan's gone, I'm coming over. Maddox is gone, so it doesn't matter.
That's never fun, Terry.
No, and Maddox was gone too. He was out of there. Like that thing, that Commodore just got out and just shot out and was gone. So not to be, we might all calm down a little bit after that. And we might go into a little bit of modified. So who we got first up? Phil Bellett and Matthew McKnight.
Yeah,
What
Matthew
a
with a
pairing.
9. Yeah, sorry. Matthew with a 937 dial in and Phil with a 769.
How much of a chase is that? That way, that's a good 2.5 plus chase. So, but Phil Bellett, I mean, you know, like Phil, you know, he's been racing since the. I don't want to say this because Phil has raced back in the old Surfers days as well. He used to race a modified car as well, which was, you know, different back then. But yeah, but he's just a great racer, and the whole family. I always remember the story that Phil told me about when the kids, and that was of course Tony and Kelly, they decided to take up archery. And they walked away from racing. He walked away from racing for 10 years, and both the kids became exceptional at archery. But then he decided, well, if he had enough of this, we're going back into racing. And both of them, both Tony and Kelly, successful drag racers in their own right. And Dad still races. And I love that. I absolutely love that. The family that races like that and sticks with it. And look, to have a step away from it for your kids says a lot about the parents. And I love that because it's like you do what you got to do for your kids. And sometimes you do things for your kids, you go, well, I don't necessarily like that they're doing netball or doing swimming or whatever, your soccer or AFL or whatever, but you do it for your kids, and that's a good story, I reckon, because you know, they've come back, they're successful, and they all race together,
and they come back to their roots.
Yeah, so, but Matthew McKnight, as I said, Matthew McKnight, full-time racer, part-time commentator. I should have told Matty he's not allowed to race today. He should have been up here in the commentary box, and I could have stayed home.
Yeah, I don't think that would have happened.
No. That is the thing, isn't it? It's like you got a choice. You can either commentate or race.
That's a hard choice.
It's not a hard choice. It's not. Lou, there's no choice. You know there's no choice. You know it, man.
I'm just being nice.
So
we've got a 308 and a 406.
Yes, that's right. Matthew with the little 308 powered altered. 937 to a 769. This is a bit of a chase. Phil will be bringing that car home pretty quick.
Supercharge Outlaws and Junior Bikes to the lanes, please.
This is another race, I think, with modified especially. A lot of the time it will be run on the, it'll be one on the tree, whoever cuts the better light. 0.39 and 0.52 for Phil. Matty got the better of the tree. Will he make the most of it, or will be the hard-charging rear-engine Dragster get him? Not this time. A 9.48 on a 9.37 for McKnight. 7.80 on a 7.69 for Phil. But the win will go to Matthew McKnight. See, that's better than commentating when you win, Luke.
Yes, especially. We've got Peter. Oh, the sun's getting me here.
Peter Ilsley.
Peter Ilsley and Andy Driver. Peter on an 8.54 and Andy on a 7.24. Oh, here we go. These old. We were talking about this, sitting on that.
Yeah. It's like, you know what? Pete's gone, I want an altered. You know what? I want a short wheelbase altered. And just to make it more exciting, I'm going to inject it. And I'm not going to just have it as a carburetted one.
Yeah, no.
Oh, how tough is it?
Oh,
it really looks tough and squat. It's a cool looking car. Whereas Andy, look at that thing. It's just like it comes out like a bullet out of the line. Does pick the front wheels up as well, that thing of Andy. And good to see him back racing again. So 400 cubes to 600 cubes. You can see Pete just trying to block the sun there. Whoa!
407 to a 112 reaction by Andy. Andrew takes the win at a 7.33 with a 7.24 dial in. And an 8.54 for Peter and an 8.84 at the end.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he had a look at the wall when he launched that little short wheelbase thing. A little bit hairy, but that's okay. So Lucas Holtz and Andrew Pinkstone. Pinkstone in the Dragster, the rear engine Dragster, 427 cubes on board, $755 in for Andrew, a 909 for Lucas in the little Mad Dog Motorsports altered. The little engine that can and does. He does very, very successful is Lucas. He moved from, used to race Super Street and moved over and very successful for a lot of years. I mean, we're talking track champion for a lot of years, and then moved over to modified and has just carried that over as well. So he, look, and Lucas is a very, I don't know if you've ever met Lucas, he's a very quiet sort of guy too, and yeah, very, very humble sort of guy. And it's just, he's a tough competitor, knows what he's doing so well, and it's, if you're going to go learn how to go racing, he's probably a good person to talk to. So Lucas, but Andrew Pinkstone, no stranger to success as well. He will do the chasing. Lucas, get out with a good light. What can he do? Oh, 011 for Lucas, a 253 light for Pinkstone. Andrew might have given too much away to Lucas, I think. And there it is, a 918 on a 909 for Lucas Holtz. Will get the win, and a 765 on a 755 for Andrew Pinkstone.
We've got the two rear end drag, Daniel and Stefan.
That's exactly it.
Stefan. SCG Racing Parts. It's got an 852 and Daniel has a 754 with Litzy's Fabrication and Maintenance. 565. Big enough?
Yeah, I think how many cubes do you need? That many in a rear engine dragster. So this will be, I think this is Stefan's first meeting in that dragster. I could be corrected. We've got Wade's in the next room, he'll probably know. And but Daniel List, look at that, that's a quick car, 754, a lot of cubes on board. So Stefan, look, good racer. He's been, he's had some very good successes, and his sister has been national champion in junior dragster, and Stefan's been national champion in modified. So there's a lot of very successful drag races here in Queensland. So if ever you come up for the Winter Nationals, it's you know, not an easy task. And
Daniel's in.
It's almost a tension there.
It is. And Stefan with a 013. Daniel with an 060 reaction. Over the line, Daniel takes the win at 7.647 with a 7.54. And Stefan 8.78 with an 8.52. Not bad.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you would have thought that 013 light would have won it, but it just wasn't enough. So Listy actually did exceptionally well, so well done to Dan. So Courtney Allen and Liesl Gowes. We just talked about Liesl, youngest ever junior dragster champion, 8.62 now in the big dragster, the big junior dragster. And an 8.35 for Courtney Allen. So not much of a chase there. So Courtney will have to do a little bit of a chase in that very, very tough looking T-bucket. We talked about the T-bucket. How good is that thing?
Oh, yeah.
Lou, that looks tough.
Looks tough.
Interesting, the wing. Yeah. Almost like a straight up rather than an angle back. Probably because of the style of the dragster.
Yep. Maybe to do with that. Well, it's got a lot to do with the front, the rear, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, there's a lot going on, but I suppose they know exactly what they need to do to keep it on track. And one of the men with the best mullet in the place as well. Look at that. That's a great mullet. I love it. It's good to see some good hairdos at the track. I do love it. I mean, you can't argue with it. He shortened it down a bit, but we're still, we call it the statement. He's making a statement. I love it. It is.
So Courtney Allen to do the chasing. Liesl Gowes to head off first. Oh, Gowes out with a 135 and 182 for Allen. Liesel's out in front. Will she hold Courtney out? She most certainly
She
will.
did.
An 8.69 and an 8.62 and an 8.63 and an 8.35 with a 182 light. Courtney Allen and Liesel Gow's. Liesel will get the win.
We've got Ash Carslake and Chris Reed. Ash with a 7.99 and Chris with an 8.49. Yeah, it looks a bit tough. That altered there, doesn't it?
It does. As I said, Ashley's been campaigning that car for a little bit now. Not very long though. We finally got the car finished, and look, it's always a slow process, as we all know. Trying to get a car out to the track, there's a lot of things have got to go right, and a lot of things have got to go right. So
yes, I know that.
But 7.99 for Carslake, 8.49 for Chris Reed.
.093 for Chris and a 3.16 for Ash. Chris takes the win.
What the hell?
Yeah.
An 8.49 on an 8.49, Lou.
Wow.
You can't do much better than that. Well done, Chris. But an 8.17 on a 7.99, not far off the dial
That's not bad.
But I'll tell you what, Chris Reed, there you go, 8.49, 8.49.
Right,
I
on.
just don't need to do much better than that. Thank
Yep.
you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will take the win.
Well done, Chris.
So that means we are moving into our QDRC comp bike. We saw some tough gear before, and we had the word. We had the word from Pete. 451 at 169 to half track. Let's see what he does when he comes up this time. But here we go. Chris Collin with off that 793. Dave Finlayson off that 891. As I said, folks, these are competition. This is the competition class where all the bikes are running off the same as what they were with the vehicles. They are running off a specific category that they have nominated. And Chris Collin will be on the ACB, and of course Dave Finlayson will be a street bike. So he'll be running off the 891. He has gone 1.78 underneath that already. Chris Collin on that 793, he's gone 0.079 under that. So theoretically, you could call it, it's not dial-in racing. No way in the world it is. It is actually their categories that they are racing, and it is tough, and it is complex. And these guys are just having a little breather because I know that the sunlight is actually over on the, it's reflecting off the track at about halfway. So we might go and pay a few bills. We might get the boys downstairs at Overtaking Lane to maybe put up a few little sponsors for us, and we'll have a quick breather, and we'll be back with you very shortly, ladies and gents. We are well underway. Here we go again. This is Craig Edwards. We watch Craig rattle off. He's off that 7:57. He rattled off a 7:33 with a 6 earlier. We know that Craig in the AA CB class is a gun. Let's see what he can do this time. All eyes on Craig. Right-hand lane.
052 reaction time.
Don't worry about the reaction time, Chris. It's all about the time.
774 at 168 mile an hour on that 775.
Yeah, he's gone soft. He's gone soft. I'm going to hold that in the back pocket, and that's a wise thing to do. So that means, oh, well, look what we're going to have. Mr. Pete Farnell.
How much boost is he going to run this one?
I don't know. Probably all the boosts. All the boosts. So 7:57 for Pete Farnell off that AA CB category. But he has gone today a 6.86 with a 9. 200 and, what was it, Chris? 200 and...
It was 206. I don't know.
204 mile an hour? 211. Oh, we're giving him some.
That was the second run.
We're selling Pete short. I'm so sorry, mate.
211 was the second run.
So sorry we're selling you short, but it's 700ths under that index. That is just wild. So we get to see what Pete can do this time. And look, it is the bike just launched beautifully. It was quick. It glided down the track for such a quick bike. It was very impressive. The bike is set up well. You can see Blaze there giving Pete a pat on the back.
Laughing at him going,
he's going, no, Blaze
giving you everything.
I reckon Blaze would like to be on that bike, to be honest. So let's have a little look what Pete Farnell can run this time.
Oh, that gripped up nice. 046 reaction. How soft did that look off the line?
Watch this. Look at it. Oh, he's a little bit off it though. He's probably saving it because he wants to win the event. But a 7, so he's gone soft under it. A 7:24 on that 7:57. Didn't give the and look, once again 4.6 at 159 at the 8th, but 163 mile an hour, well under. So Pete's gone. Yeah, look, I'll just taper off this thing because I don't need to. I've got a first round win, and his idea, I think, Pete. If I can get 3 wins in this competition and I can go through to the final, I can just throw it all in.
Well, you don't need to, and you can protect the index for the next round.
No, but what I mean is that if he makes a final, he'd be thinking, I can throw it all in then and it doesn't matter. But does he save something for the Winter Nationals? Because that's coming up. You've got the Winter Warm-Ups. You've got a few more events. He is running that bike as it is now, and it's impressive.
Yes, exactly right. 0.6 under the index is crazy. And heaps of room under the index to win races.
So still waiting for Chris to come back out, Chris Collin. So that's they're a great father-son competition. They've been very successful over the years. Has Chris and Colin. Always good to see them here at the track. Very big supporters of the bike scene, and yeah, look. And I love the fact that we've got all these bike riders. It's just, and they're pushing the envelope further and further open every single time. It's impressive. So we're not too sure. I think we're still waiting for for a couple of others because we have got some sunlight still just beaming down on that track. It looks like it's just about to dip a little bit lower into some clouds at the moment. But unbelievably, we have We are joined in the commentary box not only by Mr. Lou Rossi, we also have Mr. Wade Benson here now as well. So he's rocked up.
Yeah, finally.
We don't call him he's not necessarily the afternoon shift, we call him the...
graveyard shift.
Yeah. Let's be serious, we've only got him here to do the trophy presentation.
Yeah.
Oh, look, now he's adding up how many he's done.
Now he's trying to rattle some...
He's trying, yeah.
Some facts out. But can we get all supercharged Outlaws, junior bike, testing and performance bike to the lanes? All right. Testing, junior bike and supercharged Outlaws to the lanes, please.
And as you look down that track, Chris, it's looked like it might be... we might be very close to getting these other bikes down the track, which will be good. Always exciting.
It's been a great day for it too. Like the weather's, we've had a couple of bands come through, but
Yeah.
other than that, it's dried off very quickly and been
we
able to
need
keep under proceeding.
Yeah, and we need to kind of get I wouldn't say get a wriggle on, but we need to get going, because we know that we get later on, because it gets colder, we might get a bit of dew point, and then we can't, and that's not good for racing. But that's how it goes. But as I said, once again, a big thank you to Donnelly Blasting Services and Brisbane Industrial Supplies. Those guys are jumping on board, sponsoring the QDRC event, and we love them to death. They've been fantastic. Of course, Styromax, Webbies, Max ECU, and Priority Roadworthy Queensland. And those guys have really stepped up to the plate and have helped us very much by sponsoring the event, and of course being the main sponsors, of course, Donnelly Blasting and Brisbane Industrial Supplies. So, no, really good. It's good to have sponsors on board, and as I said, if you're out and about and you get to use any of those sponsors, make sure that you mention that you caught them at the QDRC, and I'm sure that they will, even if they don't do you a better price, I'm sure they'll want to tell you about. You can tell them all about the stories about how the QDRC, how cool it is. So a big shout. As you can see, you're looking down looking back towards the
Corporate
boxes, and you can see that sky looks quite pretty looking back towards the start line. That's what your vision is on the track and at home. Just to think, Chris, when we started this morning, people were probably sitting there having some sultana toast and coffee, and now it's...
Well, we could ask exactly the man who was at home.
Actually, yeah,
Wade Benson.
well, when we get him on the mic, I might actually, once we finish the bike category, and we've got top fuel testing, and we can't just let him go on and call top fuel. That's a bit that's a little bit.
That's too much.
He'll think he's well. Wade'll come on for just top fuel, like he's the celebrity. I'm here. Get out of my. Hang on,
Mr. Group 1.
I'm glad I didn't wear a hoodie, because he would have dragged me backwards out of the chair. That's my turn, mate. Get out of the chair. But anyway, so I digress. But yeah, but big thanks to everybody who's turned up today.
Old mate forgot his bike.
Yeah.
It's a running race.
Don't. I wouldn't be running racing in a helmet unless Well, I suppose you wouldn't want to fall over on the track. It would hurt. So maybe a helmet might be a good idea. But so big thanks to Overtaking Lane for their fantastic vision today. I hope everyone is enjoying it. As I said, it's getting close to dinner time, so I hope you're just going to have to go to the fridge, or maybe get your Uber Eats or whatever you're doing at home, and order yourself something.
The grassy hill, you'd just dip into the esky.
Yeah, look at that.
They got a little setup over there, and
everyone looks pretty cozy up there. Is it? And everyone's got jumpers on. Now, that's not something I've seen for quite some time here. I don't know whether is it really that cold out there?
might be
What
on
is
the
it?
on a shady spot of the grassy hill, but we're in the sun.
You might be getting a cold bum sitting on the grass, but I don't know. But let's have a little look. What is the weather here at Willowbank? It's saying it's 20 degrees at the moment. And in my book, that is not cold.
So take your jumpers off.
Yeah, so I'm just saying. Well, hang on, I'm not a mum. I'm not going, put your jumper on. It's getting cold at the Willowbank track. And Messy's you got a shawl on and everything over your knee over there. Look. Look's you've got your little blanket over your knee, sitting in your chair. How is life for you over there? Is it good? Give us a wave. It is a good life here at Willowbank Raceway. Good to see everybody over on the grassy area. Look at the boys all sitting in those chairs. They look like mischief, don't they reckon? And what about down here?
Oh, someone brought a beach towel down.
We've just got down here.
The sand's at the end of the track.
Yeah, it is too. Just need a bucket and spade. That's all you need. Or a Valiant Pro Stocker. Oh no, I'm not going to mention, because we like that young fella. I'm not going to mention who's gone into the sand more times than more times than Lane Beachley. But I'm not going to say who it is, but he'll know who it is, and he'll go, "I heard you, Terry. I heard you, boys. It's my track. Stop it." I'll give you a hint. One of the sponsors. But it's been a great day. How good has it been? I tell you what, it's just about to get quicker again. Not too sure, but is the can you see the top fuel car in the lane?
Ooh, good question.
Because that's theoretically.
We might have to send our on-site reporter, Wade Benson, down there.
We need to give him a microphone. We've got 2 microphones here that work. He can wander around and start chatting. Let's throwing him into a job. Yeah, we might have a little breather, folks. Give you a little bit of breath from us rabbiting on. So we'll be back in a moment. We thank you all for tuning into the Donnelly Blasting Services and Brisbane Industrial Supplies QDRC.
Start a cult with me. I'm not vibrating like I ought to be. I need a purpose, I can't keep surfing through this existential misery. Now we're gonna need some real estate, but if I choose my words carefully, think I could fool you that I'm the guru. Wait, how do you spell epiphany? Before the truth will set you free, piss you off before you find a place to be. You're gonna lose the plot. Too late to tell you now. One ear right out the other one. 'Cause all you ever do is chant the same old mantra.
Rightio. What we have a public service announcement on the. We had a green, a little princess jumper. It was what has it got? It's got a fluffy on the inside, princesses on the side. It's got a castle. It's a zip up pull jacket. It was hanging on the fence, and somebody's grabbed it. Probably thinking someone's left that there. We have a young lady who really is keen to get that back. It was a green, it was fluffy on the inside, it had princesses on the side, and it had a castle pull zip. So there you go. If you grab that jumper, could you please just bring it back to us in the tower, and we'll pass it on to the person who owns that, and that'd be awesome. Thank you. That'll do for public service announcements. Thank you. Stand down, go get a coffee.
Listening to the live feed and going, someone in their lounge room. Yeah, what do you want me to do?
Brad on the. Is it Brad? He said, mate, I always listen to your commentary because you're always funny. And he said it's always entertaining, and I don't like it when I miss it. What did he say? That's some bullshit. He goes, no, he said you guys are funny. He said it's really good.
Wasn't that last year? There was a missing child Sunday.
Yes.
We couldn't do a public service announcement.
Yeah, because you can't. So you've got a missing child. Yeah, but no one allowed to let anyone know. Who's had to hope they turned up? I don't know. Go. We are back into it. Bow Strike and Oveen Otter. 906 is what the B Street bike Oveen is off, and a 989 is what Bow Strike is off on that other bike.
Yeah, so BMW up against Harley. And an 0615 for Bow Strike on the Harley.
What? Oh, look at that. Front wheel up for Oveen.
A breakout win there for Bow Strike.
Well, it's not a breakout. We're on the index. So he's got the win. And mind you, though, look, we know Aveen can go under that. So maybe he's just, the bike just didn't do what it wanted to do at that run, but that's okay. Here's the race we were hoping for before, but we missed it. When the sun come onto the track, Chris Collin and Dave Finlayson. Now I'm excited. 793 is what Chris will be racing off, and 891 is what Dave's racing off. He's gone an 873 today, and Chris has gone a 785. So nothing in it. Will Chris push it hard?
That Suzuki got out very quickly. Runs it through for an 859 on that 891 index. That's well under.
He's well under. They both are well under. Look at that, a 788 on that 793 for Chris, an 859 on an 891 for Dave. That is impressive. That's the most impressive thing I've seen since Dave Finlayson, since he won the burnout comp at the All Bike Day about 4 years ago. I reckon Dave will go, yeah, I remember that. I've got it was a massive skid. He was just absolutely wild.
But that's 4/10 under. Crazy.
Yeah, there's no mucking around, is it? These bike riders, they've grabbed these categories. I wonder how many of them have been looking through all these categories going,
I know there's a couple
what do I reckon I could have a crack at?
I know there's a rider at home looking at at his bike going, yep, we're going to have a bit of power in this new build. So
yep, I like it.
There's going to be plenty more in up-and-coming rounds.
So I do believe we might be going into some, I don't think this is compite, this is some testing, I think. But Real Street, Supercharged Outlaws, Junior Dragster to the lanes, please. Testing, you should be there. So this is testing.
Looks like some wild bit of gear with H2 Racing.
It is. That's Is it Rachel? Let's have a look at the time. An 8:99 with an 8 at 142 mile an hour. And the H2O racing bike. That's who it might have been. Might have been Vanessa. We haven't got you got a jumper on now.
Sorry, I didn't ask for permission.
At least it doesn't have to cast a zip.
Here comes Ash, having another crack. He's run a 777 and a 783 before in testing. As I said, he'll be getting ready to have this car on the money for the Winter Nationals, I'm sure.
You're getting some mileage for the modified rounds at the Winters.
I have seen Ash has had that car on display at several different places, obviously talking about the have a chat and about the mental health. So don't be shy to speak up if you're going through some problems. Talk to your mates. Oh, with a bounce and a hop and over to the side.
Yeah, 278 reaction time and switches it off pretty quick.
So we just see on the screen there, you can just see the car is pulled up there.
Yeah, off the racing line, so it's hopefully a quick and easy push back.
Is that, I'm just going to ask the question, is that Steve Kidd at the front who's just about to push it back as well?
Yep. Or he put a thumbs up anyway.
So as we push the car of Ash's back. Mate, it looks heavy, doesn't it? I'm just saying it looks heavy.
I think it's the wide slicks and the very sticky track that's probably making it a bit hard.
I thought Ash might have had it in first still. So you can see, that is Steve Kidd, isn't it? That's right there. That's you, Steve, isn't it? Yep, mate. The only thing, he helps a lot of people out, but he's only allowed to run diesel assault. And now he's not allowed to run Diesel Assault anymore after the last episode because he done a little bit of damage doing a big skid. Can't hurt the tow car, mate. That's not allowed. So it looks like we've got another...
It wouldn't have been an Amarok.
No, mate, there's all sorts of things at that Diesel Assault. It's like you open the floodgates. You don't open the front gates, you open the floodgates. As I said, there's more King stuff than at a King's factory. Here we go.
Big skid.
The HB Tirana. Now, we talked about this car before. We talked about a short wheelbase cars.
So Michael Todd, the HB Tirana.
And that is the ultimate in short wheelbase Tiranas. Look at that thing. Supercharged, like as if that car needs a supercharger. It needs to have the 1200 or 1000 cube engine they used to come out with. But look at that thing. That is
That's
wild.
wild, yeah.
It is good, isn't it? Just so cool. Let's see how he goes on the launch. And you can see that little short wheelbase car shifting around a little bit. It'll go back to the pits and say, we need a bigger wing. It needs a bit more stability, because that little car is just... the amount of times that I've seen HB Tiranas with V8s, and they'll bring them out here, and they'll be the first cars to stand up on the rear bumper, because they just have that squat with that big the big wheels at the back.
Well, the way he shortened the boot,
Yeah,
it would go vertical.
I don't think it's a Brabham edition. I think it's a little bit more than that. So here we go, competitor 4620 for our test.
4620 is Kelly Kidd.
Ah, here we go, Kelly Kidd in, surprisingly,
A non-modified Dragster.
it is a rear engine dragster, but it is supercharged. Ah, there you go. Now we talk about it. Now Wade's just rocked up here, but we talk about the fact that Kelly racing modified. Kelly then racing modified with the twin turbo V8. Now Kelly racing with a supercharged rear engine car.
So an Outlaw.
Now Wade informed us, and are you absolutely positive about that? Sorry? It is confirmed. It is Stingy's old car. Fact check. We didn't have to look up Google. We looked up Wade Benson. Well done. Thank you, sir.
Name drop.
Yeah. But I'll be very interested to see when I chat to Kelly how she feels about this, because she said the twin turbocharged car was different how the power came on, obviously, but she said, look, it was really different and she loved it. And now she's got a supercharged car. Let's see how she goes. I'll be interested to see how she dissects what this car and how the power comes on differently for a blown car. That is great vision, looking straight down the track down that car.
Hopefully 4 light for Kelly.
All the way through for a 706 at 189 miles an hour. There you go. You always have a look and you can see Dad and brother and hubby out there. You can see, just trying to think what they're gauging. When you gauge on the emotions, whether they're like, yep, they were happy with that, or no, they were not happy with that, or, or she just did what she had to do.
But we also need Junior Dragster and Super Street to the lanes, please. Junior Dragster and Super Street. So all the kids will be having to zip down to go and grab their Junior Dragsters. All crossed up in the burnout.
Oh, every single time.
So Mark Klein.
Goes a fair way down the track too.
Oh, do they? Oh, it's not 769, it's
7633 is Mark's number, race number. So Mark trying to find a reverse in a box full of marbles. No, says no, just going to drive it through. Sometimes that's just what happens. And you know what? That's what testing is all about. So we're not too far off. I'm not too sure who else is out the back there with the test vehicles. As I said, all having a bit of a crack at it.
You can see a couple of dragsters in the lanes, but nothing big.
Because theoretically, once we get through the testing, we should be getting to this round 2 of the Outlaws. It is Jamboree, yes.
V-Dub Fest.
The little Beetle, I love the big spout out the back. That is so cool. It's right, just sits just above those beautiful wheelie bars.
So Mike Holman in the Beetle. Out for some testing. Through for an 11:33, 118 mile an hour. So slightly off his previous run of an 11:21.
So I just had the young girl's jacket that's missing. I just had Brian Elvizio. He's just messaged me and told me to give that girl's jacket back. It won't fit me. You know what? I like it when races are funnier than me. It's always good. So away we go. And yeah, and just to confirm, it was Rachel Wilkins before. So there you go. So here we go. Dean Ferris, of course, in the Escort panel van.
So is the jumper in the back of the red PV?
So here we go. The Golby's panel van.
Yeah, big 2J on board with the turbo through the bonnet. Reaction time.
Jumps it in, has a little look at the centre line and says, Dean says, no, I'll just get that back in and I'll just back out of it. And I'm fine with that. And just tail her off towards the end. So I'm actually, what have we got? We've still got another test vehicle. But I might take the opportunity to jump off and let one of these other boys jump on.
Do you go, geez, do you want a boat or a swap? Do you want a boat swap?
Do you have a preference to seat?
No, I'll go that one. I'll go.
It's only his first time.
You've got to say, sit on that seat, am I right?
I don't even have my desk anymore.
You know, which desk?
We're still in testing.
So we talked a little about throwing to throw, and when they get quick in the juniors, whatever, just call one race more or less, and that's call race because you know it's
Yeah, you'll be right.
I've called them before, mate.
Just a few times, a few different venues. Chris, do you want to help Terry downstairs?
All right, so we are back underway for our racing. It is round number 2 of QDRC Outlaws. Over in the Rocket Lane, we have Josh Fletcher. He is dialed in a 728. He's coming up against Michael Cameron, who's dialed in a 690. Also in the rear engine dragster, so it'll be Michael Cameron to chase down Josh Fletcher. And Lou, welcome back, mate. You've had a break. You've had a couple of donuts, and you're ready to rock and roll for some Outlaws.
Oh, I've had quite too many donuts there, Wade. Yeah.
Easily done here at Willowbank, that's for sure.
Yeah, and good donuts they were.
They sell themselves.
They do.
Oh, 069 for Josh Fletcher. He's been beaten on the tree by Michael Cameron, a 010. So he'll be charging hard. Won't be enough, though. Josh Fletcher takes the win, a 734 with a 3 on a 728. Michael Cameron gave himself every opportunity to win there, did the better of the reaction times, goes through a 708 on a 690, which isn't too bad, but against Josh Fletcher, you just need to be close.
You do. At a 010 reaction. Wow.
That's quick too, and in Outlaws, that's probably going to win you more races than not.
That is.
So unfortunately, this time it wasn't to be, and Josh Fletcher, very experienced campaigner as we know, gets a round 2 win in Outlaws.
Mm.
So as I've been thrown around all day, Lou, while I'm not here to defend myself, now I get the opportunity, the right of reply. But how's the day been so far?
Been fantastic. Great.
What have been a few of the highlights we've seen today?
We've seen a few a little bit. Benny Palmer with his little RX3 launched, nearly hit the wall over there. That was quite exciting.
He probably needed to change DAX.
Oh, well, yeah, I just had a chat to him, and he's got a few boxes of neutrals there, so...
Always disappointing when something like that happens.
Yeah. But other than that, junior drags, I was just saying to Terry and Chris, just the overall look of them now, they're amazing. Some of the work on them and beautiful. I was just saying, imagine having that as a kid.
Yeah. Beats the old Brooks and Stratton, doesn't it, of a go-kart or something from the 90s. But fantastic to see that all of the fields this weekend are really strong. Over 150 competitors for our local QDRC event. So it's been quite a while since we've seen the numbers that high, which is fantastic. The racers taking the opportunity to get the all-important track time before the Winter Nationals, which is not too far away.
Not too far.
But coming up, we've got the second of the Styro Max Dragsters, and it'll be Bill Fletcher up against Gary Cameron.
Bill with a 680 and Cameron with a 673, nearly a heads up.
Yeah, you won't be as much between them at all on the tree.
No.
What we like to see in drag racing, the closer their dial-ins, the closer the racing becomes. It all becomes more important on the reaction time of know where each other are. The Ultimate probably got more vision than the Dragster.
More of a handful, the old Ultimate.
Yeah, that's right. It's not often they go straight, but when they do, they look good. So
they do.
The Dragster's probably more predictable, but Gary's been getting a real good handle on the supercharged bright red Ultimate. We'll see how he goes this time. He's going to have to bring all these tricks, pull them out of the bag. So Bill Fletcher was in Sydney last weekend for the Nitro Champs. Here he is today, round 3 of the QDRC Outlaws.
Oh, Bell's red lit. Gary with a 282 reaction takes the win at a 7607.
Yeah, there was a bit happening there. It looked like Gary got the wheels up off the launch, and then, of course, probably saw the wind light down there. Bill probably saw the wind light in the other lane, knew he red lit, so it's better to switch them off, save them for the next rounds.
Yep, save them. Better to save them.
Yeah, but for Gary, he'll count himself lucky because a 282 light.
Yep.
He would have been hoping for something better than that against Bill Fletcher. And the times was a 760 on a 673 for Gary Cameron, but not representative when he was off it early. Same for Bill Fletcher, rolled through an 824 on that 680 dial-in.
Good mile an hour at the mid-track there, 158.
Yeah, they get up and boogie, don't they, in supercharged? In the races too, they'll always look at that, won't they? They'll look through their cards and they'll be going, what was I doing at the 8th mile? What was my 60-foot time?
It's important. We've had good weather today, Wade, too.
Yeah, certainly. We were talking about weather before, isn't it? It just feels like the last 6 months it's just been nothing but lousy.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
You get a day of sunshine and then you go, oh, it's raining again.
Yeah.
And you wake up and go, oh, it's sunshine, I'll go and do something good. And then you get out to where you're going and you go, oh, it's raining again. Doesn't want to make up its mind.
No, as I said to you, had 2 weeks on the Gold Coast, it's just rain.
And you get out and you go, I'll mow the lawn today. Oh, no, I won't. Still wet.
I'll go play with the car instead.
Yeah.
Michael Vaughan, the American direct pass with a 694, and a Shane Atkinson with a 747 in the LJ Tirana. Look at that, we've got 468. Same motors.
So same motors, bit of a couple of different ways of getting from A to B. Of course, the sedan and the funny car bodies. But that's what Outlaws brings. You can throw a big supercharger, you can throw a big power adder on it, whatever your body of choice, and just hang on.
Hang on, definitely.
It's good to see Shane Atkinson in that Tirana on track here at Willowbank, making the trek from just across the border in Willowbank. He will chase down Michael in the funny car.
Shane with a 182 reaction, Michael with a 111. Shane coming down. Red. Michael gets it with a 773 and a 694. And Shane, 7467 with a 747.
Oh, the funny car was just off song the whole way down, wasn't it? You can see that it's nearly a second off its dial in. And for Shane, a 746 with a 7, he was just under that dial in. But unfortunately, that's the way bracket racing goes, is that you're under that dial in, you hand the win to your competitor.
It's always a hard hand over that number.
And then it's a game of what ifs, isn't it? You'll get the time card and you go, oh, I should have lifted. I should have pulled the chutes a little bit earlier. I should have known.
Shoulda.
That's it. But, I mean, it's a lot easier said than done, isn't it? I'm sure if you're in the race seat, you got the foot flat to the floor.
Yep. And that's what you want to do.
You don't want to lift, do you? No lifting.
No lifting.
So we've got a bit of a change of pace. We're going from the sound and the noise and the speed of superchargers. We're going to bring in our youngsters on the junior drag bikes. They're still as cool as the supercharged Outlaw competitors. They rip big skids.
Yeah.
They change through the gears and they do it all in an 8th mile.
And it gives them the opportunity to get into racing with a good budget, you know.
100%.
We need these. We need these classes to get everyone in. As Terry was saying, you know, they've got gears to change. They've got a lot more to think about.
They do. There's a lot more for them to learn, but they do love a good skid down there. When they get into the burnout box, they know how to put on a show.
They do.
Some of them are even talented enough. Vance Pirano is one of those who can do double duties. We see him on the bike. We see him in the junior dragster.
Yeah, Vance with an 11.23 and Jaden with a 9.40. All right, Jaden's got a bit of a chase.
Yeah, he does indeed. So watch him as he chases down Vance. He'll rip through the gears, aggressive on the gear shift. Really knows how to ride the pro cycle dyno bike.
3.27 reaction by Jaden and a 1.18 by Vans. 11.422 takes the win, Vans, with a 11.23. And Jaden broke out.
Yeah, just left himself too much to do, didn't he? The 3.27 light was going to hurt him.
Yep.
He didn't get that opportunity to be able to see where he was at. Just went too quick. And Vans did what he needed to do. Turns on the win light. Well done, Vans. Another one of these decent chases that we'll see in junior drag bike. Similar to the juniors, they've got their two different categories between the A juniors and the B juniors. So Jonathan Fulton, a 10.65. For Nevaeh McDougall, another one of the juniors that races between the Dragster and two wheels. SVO Transport on board, dialed in a 920. So we'll be chasing down Jonathan. Can't miss the pink leathers.
Great reaction time. 0.088 for McDougall and 107 for Jonathan. McDougall takes the win at 9.25 with a 9.20. And Jonathan with a 11.02 to a 10.65.
Yeah, nice work from both there.
bad.
Yeah, good race, good race.
Good race.
In round number 2. So we will see all of our competitors back for a third round of racing a little bit later on. And now it's just lucky to get the bye. New second round, Kai Badcock gets the Willowbank 8th mile all to himself.
Great feeling that.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Don't have to worry about anyone else. Just cut a good light. 0.75.
0.75.
How easy is that? See how close he is to that 10.18. Give it a test.
10.27.
Nice work in the zone for Kai Badcock. See the magnificent lights that we've had here for over 12 months now taking effect.
Great lights.
Some of these cars just really pop under lights
They
as well
do.
as we get into the night time. Hopefully they look just as good wherever you're watching from. If you're on the live stream, thanks to Overtaking Lane.
Doing a great job too.
Yeah, might not have to be at home. They might be out and about. You're at a kid's recital or something and you're not interested in the violin. You just
Correct.
jump on YouTube.
Yep.
How good's drag racing? Oh, my daughter's playing the violin.
Yep. Great.
Oh, I don't want to miss round 2.
Super Sedan to the lane. Super Sedan. Yeah, it's great work from Overtaking Lane. I've used it lots too. So
Yeah, definitely. They do a lot of the streaming here. Jamboree, of course.
Yes.
We have an Overtaking Lane.
Yep.
That'll be one that coming up in August for Jamboree.
Yes. 23rd, 24th.
Will be indeed. Looking forward to that one. But what I'm looking forward to now on track is round 2 of Real Street. The cool cats of Real Street. They always pit together down there. They're a friendly bunch. But I'm sure once they put the helmets on, they're all wanting to get the win light. Tony Rogers has had a lot of success already in Real Streets. He is coming up against Cameron Gouldy. Couple of Falcons to do battle.
Not much in them.
No, not at all. So for Cameron Gouldy, he's coming up. He has dialed in an 11.66 in the sedan. The bright orange Falcon of Tony Rogers, an 11.41. So we'll chase down Cameron.
0.009 for Tony, reaction time. Cameron with a 0.47. Tony takes the win at 11.45 with an 11.41 dial in.
I'll tell you what, I'm feeling pretty stiff if I'm Cam Goldie. I mean, he has broken out, but I mean,
But
a
look.
0.47 light.
Oh.
That's good in a street car.
And a dial in of 11.6.
And that's what you got to remember. These guys are running street. They are real street. It's real street,
Yep.
and they are real street cars. Most of them will have driven to the track. 1280 for Nathan Minter. A 080 light in the Commodore. Look at the wagon. It gets up. Gary Green. A 1008 is his dial in. He's chasing down Nathan. Will it be enough? It will be indeed. A 1015 on a 1008, a 074 light to a 080 light. There was nothing in it on the tree for Nathan Minter. He goes to a 1296 on a 1280. But Gary Green, that wagon was flying.
That was going. That was going.
Just a quick call for Super Street, Junior Dragster, and Super Sedan. Super Street to the staging lanes, please.
Shane Grattan and Dale. Shane on a 13.05, Dale on a 12.40. .137. Fortunately, Dale broke. .091. Win goes to Shane. Took his 13.2 to a 13.05. Oh, look at that. 12.5 to a 12.4.
Whew.
Yeah.
These guys have come to play, that's for sure. We know it's close racing.
Craig back, 11.5 with a Paul Nielsen at 11.1. There's not much in this one. Reaction time could be the difference.
Yeah, that's it. We'll see what they can cut. Oh, look at that. you can't separate. I mean, you can, but a 168 to a 166. So it doesn't really matter who did what. All that matters now, cross the line, don't break out. And they have an 11.52 on an 11.50 for Craig back. Paul Nelson, he goes to an 11.35, just a little bit off the dial in of that 11.10. But there was not much between the light, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's so close racing, isn't it? Stacey Gouldy, Matt Coates. 12.04 for Matt. 12.2, 3 for Stacey.
Not really surprised to see a lot of smoke there. Of course, Matt sponsored, had a tyre sponsor for a while there. Albany Creek Bridgestone.
They're up. .021 for Matt. .245 for Stacey. Well, Matt takes a win at a 12.09. Wow. Yeah, 12.09 to a 12.04 dial in.
And that's where the reaction time can hurt you, in especially in real street. If you do cut a light and you're giving your competitor so much of advantage, you just can't afford to back off.
Nope.
And Stacey couldn't do that.
Not with this close racing.
Yeah, correct.
Cooper with a 10.8 and Ian with an 11.48. Ian in the VZ. Cooper in the Ford.
Look, is this the battle for Gold Coast supremacy? Hope Island up against Currumbin Valley. It's Ford versus Holden. It's real street. Ah, there it is.
Oh.
One for the Northern Gold Coast.
Look at that, .002 reaction. And Cooper, 10.9 at a 10.8 dial. 11.5 with an 11.48 break. Cooper takes the win.
Yeah, lucky there. So Ian was actually closer to his dial-in, but that 002 red hurt him.
Yep.
Cooper won't mind. He'll go, thank you very much.
Not too far off. 002. Not too far.
Nice work. So it is good to see our real street competitors. How many have we got here this weekend? We've got over 10. So it is a younger category in the IHRA ranks. So I think we've got, I just looked up onto the stream up on the big screen here from the tower. And I thought, geez, there's a few flies buzzing around, but Unfortunately, you look a bit higher up at the lights and gives us a good indication. And above us here on the top of the control tower, we've got a metal roof in front of us, which is usually the rain gauge that we use as commentators. Unfortunately, it tells us that there's a little bit of a sprinkle, just enough to be a bit of a nuisance.
Yep.
Unfortunately, fast race cars and slick surfaces don't mix with a bit of wet stuff.
No, they don't. You can see the lights over there mushrooming all that mist and rain.
I mean, look at all the hardcore drag racing fans. I mean, they haven't even popped an umbrella. They haven't even gone for the shade. They're going, we're sticking it out.
Yeah.
We're not moving, because then our seat might get a bit damp.
Good to see.
How are you folks? How are you folks doing in the grandstand? Are you well?
Doing well.
Excellent.
Yeah. Got his umbrella closed too.
Yeah. That was just for the sun, wasn't it? Yeah. It's more of just a fine mist. Just enough if you clean your car this morning, you're going, really? We've even got a torch on in the RC performance stand. I feel like I'm at a rock concert with 10 people. I'm just going to ask the crowd a quick question. I can see you guys on both sides. Who's bought their Winter Nationals tickets already? Who's booked in for the Winter Nationals? Throw your hands up.
Couple of hands there.
Oh, look at that. Excellent, excellent. Anyone on the grassy knoll over there? Who's bought their Winter Nationals tickets?
Oh, yep, got a couple.
Beautiful. If you didn't raise your hand, I give you the challenge to jump on the Willowbank website and purchase those as quickly as possible. Because it'll be a fantastic 4 days. Of course, the winter warm-ups the weekend before. Already looking forward to that. But we've nearly got 450 cars nominated, so it's going to be a big Winter Nationals. It's going to be big warm-ups, big couple of weeks.
So how 450?
I think it was 440 something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Be plenty of rubber on that track.
Yeah. Good to see. I think we had there were six top fuel.
Wow.
5 nitro funny cars. So some good healthy numbers in the pro categories. Of course, the sportsman categories are stacked. But that's 4 weeks away. So make sure you check the calendar. There's still a lot of events between now and then as well, as we're going to get back underway. We're going to head into Junior Dragster for their second round. First pairing coming up, Sophia Lode and Carl Schultz.
Half a second between these two. Close to.
Yeah, that's it. So you will see the different categories in the juniors, respective of age and of course the experience that they come to the racetrack with. Carl, one of those racers with experience, previous track champion in Junior Dragster. He's a man of many talents. He's also dabbling in commentary as well. He's been up here.
Has he?
He has. He was up here for the last Street Series.
Very good. We've got Sophia in an 8:02 and Carl on a 7:66.
Someone's blooping the throttle, and the win will go to Carl Schultz. He did a 0.50, light to a 2.92 of Sophia Lode, who went through an 8.16 on an 8.02. Carl Schultz a 7.74 on a 7.66. That was good enough for the win.
Super Sedan and Modified to the lane. Super Sedan and Modified, please.
The next pairing coming forward will be Jasmine Kidd. Over in the Rocket Lane from Highfields, an 8.17 the dial in to Mickey Carslake. Doesn't get much more local than your Banto just down the road. Scully Refrigeration Vehicles, an 8.89. Tamika left herself some work to do with the light, so Jasmine Kidd takes the win, an 8.24 with a 4 and an 8.17 is turning on the win for Tamika. She finished off an 8.98 with a 9 on an 8.89, but the reaction time just hurt a little bit.
Got Bronte and Cody. Bronte on a 12.15 dial and Cody on an 8.59. Got a C and a B. Cody's got a bit of chasing.
Yeah, that's it. So if all Bronte needs to do, she'll just need to cut a good light, focus on running her race. Doesn't have to worry about Cody. For Cody, he's got to pack a bag of patience. He's got to sit there for a while, basically for half the time that he's at full throttle.
And that's
he's
hard.
going to be sitting there. That's right.
That's the hardest
thing.
thing,
Gives you an itchy
Wade.
foot, doesn't it?
Oh, it's the hardest thing. Hardest thing. Gives you a bit of an itchy foot. Yes.
Yeah. Cody's in, ready to rock and roll.
We're away. Bronte with a 5.04. Cody with a 1.31. Oh. Cody takes the win at 8.7 with an 8.5 dial at 69. And Bronte with a 12.3 at a 12.1. That 0.5 reaction is going to make a little bit of hurt.
Yeah, that's right. You heard Cody there. He was on and off the throttle as well. So because he had that quicker reaction time, he would have caught Bronte quicker.
Yes.
And he knew, okay, I don't want to break out here, so I'm just going to play the safe game. Still needs to be first across the line.
Yes.
But doesn't want to break out. So that's the sign as well. As a junior, that's the sign of an experienced racer. These are the things they need to learn before they step into to the next step of their careers.
And it's good to get into that in their new car with all that experience. Understanding the tree, the times, the reactions, it does help.
It's all a learning curve, and they all do a fantastic job of it anyway.
They do.
So I've just shut them down here. So we did have coming forward was Charlie Usher and Ashley Pinkstone. So so timing, there was a timing system issue. Technology is great. Most of the time it's good anyway. So when they couldn't work out, best to shut them down. We can fire them back up again and get them ready to go. So not ideal, but again, it's a learning curve for the races, isn't it? Mm-hmm. They just need to go through that routine, take a breath, settle themselves, and get ready to go again.
Yep.
They've already gone through their warm-up procedure. They've come through the burnout box. So it really should just be a matter of firing them up and ready to go. So all the sevens are 777 for Ashley Pinkstone is the dial in. Team been doing a lot of travelling, been down to the Bend for the national event down there. Then they went to Sydney. Here they are this weekend at QDRC, and they'll be back for the winners as well. Charlie Usher, an 8.49 for MRE Electrical, will do the chasing. So Ashley finishes off a 7.86 with a 3 on that 7.77. Cut a 1.23 light, so it was the slower of the reaction times. And for the other competitor there, an 8.68 on an 8.49. The system's just having more gremlins, so it makes us sound really smart when we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And then when it throws that gremlins, it makes us sound like we know absolutely nothing about drag racing. So apologies there.
sleek looking junior dragster right there, Wade.
Yeah, they do. So as you said, when you saw the juniors and you were you're sort of surprised at just how much they've sort of similar chassis, but I suppose there's a lot more going into the engines these days, isn't there, with the clutches and
billet wheels.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Look, we'll throw some fancy LED lights on there as well. Make them pop at night time. They already look sharp.
They're already sharp.
Doesn't matter how sharp your car looks, are you a sharp racer? Amelia Wright, Nixon King, they both are indeed a 794 to an 806.
015 for Nixon, 067. Great the reaction time there, Amelia. Wow. Amelia takes the win at an 816 with an 806 dial in. And Nixon with a 79 dial in and an 811.
Sharp work. They were some good lights, weren't they, for the competitors in this round? I think that's two of the sharpest we've seen.
015. Very sharp. Anything with a 0, great.
Yeah, especially in a junior too, because like these guys, there's no fancy electronics, there's no trans brakes, there's no buttons that they've got to release. They're just doing it on the foot. Put your foot on the throttle, the car launches, and off they go. So if they do cut a light, as we just saw from Nixon, they've worked really hard to get that.
Yep. Jacob Schultz and Chase Carslake. 859 for Schultz and 808 for Chase. Chase will be chasing.
Yeah, will be indeed. I feel like I'm at a Fast and the Furious meet or something with all the lights that they've got down there.
They do.
It's a throwback.
031 reaction for Chase and a 102 reaction for Jacob. Chase takes the win at an 8-1 with an 808 dial in. Jacob with an 866 to an 859. Geez, they're nice and close, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it. It is tough racing in juniors, and we always see it, the big fields, and when we talk about trying to find a finalist as well. Yeah. And these bigger categories, I think, what have we got this weekend? 26 juniors in the field. So there's a lot of drivers that they're racing different competitors in the all-round format, but they end up to make the final, you need to be on 3 wins.
Yes.
And in juniors, you can have 5, 6, 7 competitors on 3 wins.
Yep.
The final round last year, it went to like the 4th way of doing a count back to find the finalists. So it's always close, and it always comes down to that last round when you need to be close to your dial in, have a good reaction time, have that whole package together to get your foot in the final.
Yep.
So we're only in round 2. That's still to come a bit later on. They're chasing win lights now, and Neil Paul and Paige King, one of those will do exactly that. So 155 to a 166, not much on the tree. Here comes Neil Paul. Will it be enough? It will be. She goes a 780 on a 775 dial in. Wow. Paige King an 881 on an 873. But we talk about junior dragster racing being close. That's another classic example.
Good numbers all round.
100%.
Mia, Grace and Tyler, alert. 770 for Tyler and an 860 for Mia. Tyler with a bit of a chase.
So I can see the crews there going through their routines. One thing we always notice about drag racing, each crew is very meticulous of how they do things.
They are.
So Tyler, he's ready to go. He was in pre-stage. Mia Grace goes, let's go, let's race. I'm in full stage. Tyler's in full stage.
092 reaction for Mia and Tyler with a 178. Oh, yeah. Mia gets the win at an 875 with an 86 dial in. And a 770 with a 78 for Tyler.
Yeah, neither of them that far off their reaction time. All the dial in.
Yep. They're all good numbers. Cody Robinson and Kenny Glasson with an 801 and Cody with a 12.3. Ken a bit of chasing.
So Cody Robertson. Probably got the easy job of getting to leave first. For Kenner, it's a wait.
1-2-8. Break out.
Oh, Cody breaks out as well. Yeah, he goes to 12.24 and a 12.30. But because Kenner red lit, already had the win light. So whether he saw that or he just ran it out the back door, gets the win light regardless. Even with the breakout, just gives the team a little bit of thinking to do before the next round.
I was going to say that sometimes helps and works.
It's the advantage you get sometimes if there's a miss from your competitor in the other lane, gives you that free pass to have a crack. Have a crack, he did. Well done. So a youngster that'll always have a crack. Nixon Cannuli, a 770 the dial in. Xavier Paul for JD Race Cars, an 897. So just over a second. See Nixon crawling closer to that pre-stage beam. So Xavier bumps in, waiting for Nixon now. Locked and loaded. Xavier versus Nixon. Red light for Xavier. Oh, red light for Nixon Cannuli. But guess what? Because he left second, he'll take the win. How close can he go to the 770, or does he go under it? A 776 with a 7. On that 770 for Xavier Paul goes a 900 on an 897. So it was actually closer to the dial-in, but just a red light. Was a little eager to get going.
A little.
Left the cherry on the tree.
Yes. Wade, I was saying earlier to Terry, there's a junior. See that colour right there? It's a lovely colour. My boat's that same colour.
Oh.
So you got Lexi and Neva. McDougall. 795 for McDougall and 8 for Lancaster. That's nearly a heads up.
It is, isn't it? How good will this be for the juniors? Give them a pro tree as well. Make them work for it.
Mate,
No, they'll be working hard anyway. They'll be having a chat down the 8th mile. Nevada's gone into deep stage.
Oh, yes. McDougall with a 068 and Lancaster with a 112 reaction. Looks like he's going... No. Lancaster takes the win at an 802 with an 800 dial.
Tell you what, did a good job to cut a 068 a lot of deep stage. Nice work.
Yeah, real good.
So Max Rowling and Vance Pirano. 770 for Max Rowling, Rowling Repairs. Vance Pirano, an 860 for Beck's Hair Lounge. Not much in the reaction time. 114 to Vance, 127 for Max Rowling. He's charging hard. And he will take the win, a 772 and a 770. Nice work, Vance Pirano, an 865 on an 860. So another one of those races where the racer with a slower reaction time actually takes the win.
Takes the win.
Yep.
Great work with the team to get the numbers.
So Dakota Bray here will have the solo to round out junior dragster for round number 2. Another one of the juniors done a lot of travelling of late. Been down south, been to Sydney, been down to Victoria, but back here locally. Oh, so 0.84 light there for Dakota. Finishes off an 8.02 with a 5 on an 8.00. That is a tidy package. It was a buy run, but that would have given anyone in the other lane a tough run for their money. So turns on the win light. We'll come back for round 3 a little bit later on. And that's when the story will continue to play out to see who makes the final. As Luke, nice work, mate. You're doing well on your first shift. Go and enjoy the donuts.
Get stuck in.
They're always popular in the commentary box.
It's the only thing that's warm in here.
Yeah. Did you not bring a jumper, Chris?
It's in the car, I think.
It is, yeah. Didn't get permission from Terry to put it on.
No. Can I have performance bike and modified to the lanes? Performance bike and modified. And looks like we've got Troy Hutton on track. So it's Prime Science Speed Elect Super Street.
Yeah, big shout out to Prime Science for always jumping on board and supporting the Super Street bracket. They're one of those sponsors. You don't need to look at it in the program or on the website to know who's sponsoring it.
Well, you see them as you're driving up the highway, the big jamboree signs and everything like that. That's Colin and Prime Science. So, yeah, Matt Francis in beside Troy Hutton, a dial in of 10.67. 0.54 reaction from Matt Francis gets the win as Troy Hutton red lights with an 0.79 red. We see Matty Francis go through for a 10.73, 126 mile an hour. Troy Hutton with a 10.84 on a 10.80.
Oh, Jesus, they're close, aren't they? It's just, it's tough.
That's what you need in Super Street. You need to be sharp on the tree and have a package that's super close.
And how cool is your panel van? 10 seconds cool.
Oh. Tanisha Marshall in the RCE Performance Holden, dialing in an 11.62, going up against Tim Barron in the SWC Automotive Red Tirana with a dial in of 11.59. So not much on the tree, and yeah, practically heads up racing. So two sharp reaction times there, an 0.77 reaction for Tanisha Marshall, 0.69 for Tim Barron. See, Marshall gets there first, an 11.70 on an 11.62, and Tim Barron with an 11.68 on an 11.59.
Not much in it at all between the performance of both of those competitors on reaction time, and then in the machines as well on the dial-in. Samantha Yultz an 11.42, Craig Leighton an 11.69 in the Statesman.
Got to be sharp on the tree, and if you're not sharp on the tree, you're not going to be doing many rounds in Prime Science Super Street.
Definitely leaves you with some work to do.
Low light for Samantha Hill, that's super sharp, 108 for Craig Leighton. So a fair bit of work for Craig Leighton to stay ahead in this one. Samantha Yulton gets the win on 11.51 and 11.42 with that 020 light.
Look at that, Craig Leighton 11.69 on an 11.69 with a 7. But Samantha Yulton goes, Chris, you want a good reaction time? I'll show you a good reaction time.
And that's how you get the whole shot win.
Yeah, that's it.
So William Keogh up next in the XE Falcon in the speed flow lane, taking on Barry Ashen in the rocket lane.
So Barry's got a bit of a chase here. You can see just under 2 seconds.
And he's done half the work. He's got the better of the reaction times. And Barry Ashen gets the win, 11.25 on a 10.98 with that 0.172 reaction time.
Look at the margin there, 0.002 of a second. The what's that, 2,000ths across the strut.
A win's a win.
That's it.
Murray Flay up next, dialing in a 12.80, going up against the Camaro of Mark Rosso with an 11.99. Not much in it with the reaction times here, so it's all down to who flinches first across the finish line. And we see Murray Flay get the win of 13.01 on a 12.80 for the win, and Mark Rosso with a 12.22 on an 11.99.
Pretty tidy looking Commodore there for Andrew McClellan. The roof racks ready to throw the surfboard or the bags on the top. John Riley, stout competitor as well. 0.92 light, 11.75 to dial in for John, and 11.90 for Andrew. So again, another race. There won't be much in it. They'll be side by side. They'll be eyeballing each other across the finish line. Who will it be? John Riley takes the win in 11.88 on an 11.75. For Andrew, a 12.06 on an 11.90. John Riley will take the win.
So you want muscle? Here we go. We got Chevelle, 11.1 reaction for the dial-in. Steve Cowan in beside in the HJ, dialing in a 10.40. And we usually see Daryl Angel pick up the fronts as we do again. 3.04 reaction time. Steve Cowan, red lights, gives the win to Daryl. So Daryl Angel go through with 11.16 on 11.10. Steve Cowan with a 10.49 on a 10.40.
The way that Daryl's cast it up there on the launch, it almost looks like an old gasser, doesn't it? The way it just sort of sits. Already seen the splash of nitrous there for Carl Grading. Over in the Rocket Lane, Divine Massage and Herbal Spa are on board. They're based in Ipswich. If you need a massage and a bit of relaxation, they're the place to head to. A 10.70 the dial in for Carl. He will chase down Travis Greaves. Well, no, he won't. Travis will chase down Carl. 10.56. So
much.
All the work to do for the Falcon, chasing down the Fairmont. Travis looks like he's close to the centre line. Gets the win though at 10.63 on a 10.56. Carl Grading finishes off at 10.93 on a 10.70, and had the better of the light, but just wasn't enough across the stripe.
So we got Jay Allen in the bright yellow Tirana dialing in an 11.01, going up against Nicole Goldie in the black XE Falcon with a dial in of 11.65.
Mate, you talk about bright, that is canary bright, isn't it? And then it's the stealth of Nicole on the other side.
And the wheel choice on the XE Falcon is super well rimmed. Jay Allen gets a win 11.09 on that 11.01. Nicole Goldie 11.79 on 11.65. Kevin Toy in the bright orange Commodore, the Ute, with a dial-in of 11.95, taking on John McKnight in the KPM Performance Tirana with a dial-in of 11.74. So John McKnight will do the chase. 2/10.
Well, cuts the better of the light as well, so it's 0.55 to a 1.05. So Ute will have its nose in front, but as we know, John in the Tirana, charging across the finish line, goes an 11.79 on 11.74 for Kevin. Does break out 11.84 on an 11.95, but John put the pressure on him by cutting a better light.
Had to force him to break out. Got John Massey in the Styromax Australia Hornet going up against Mike Cross. And not much in the dial-ins, 11.16 for Massey, 11.0 for Mike Cross. So 1.19 reaction for Massey, 0.33 for Mike Cross. And the win goes to Mike Cross in the Monaro. He's 11.06 on 11.00. And John Massey with an 11.20 on 11.16.
Nice work.
So Barry Loday up next in the TE Cortina, taking on Tom Ryan in the Holden Ute. Loday in that bright green TE Cortina.
Tom was keen to get out of the blocks, wasn't he? A 0.22. Looks like there's problems there for Barry in the beautifully presented Cortina. Doesn't want to play the game as Tom sails down the quarter mile. As long as he doesn't break out, only doesn't look at that. An 11.48 on 11.47. A 0.22 light. It was going to be tough for Barry to chase that down. I mean, he left a red light on the tree, and then unfortunately we saw
Big
problems there as well.
backfire in the TE Cortina as well as
Yep.
pulled up on the just off the racing line. We need top sportsman, modified and performance bike. Top sportsman, modified and performance bike. You need to be in the lanes. So it might take us a little bit just to clear the TE off the track.
Thankfully, he hasn't parked too far away from the finish line gate there.
Gate,
so
yeah.
he's probably done a good job. You can see the car parked up there on the overtaking lane stream, just before the downward stretch of the braking area. Yes, I did say downward stretch of the braking area, because believe it or not, if you haven't been to Willowbank before, the braking area is downhill.
Yeah. But that used to be where the junior dragsters used to peel off, but I think they do the full loop now down the hill.
Yeah. There's actually a gate
gate.
in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just near the scrutineering shed down there. So a big thank you again to Overtaking Lane for putting the stream on here today for the Donnelly Blasting Services QDRC round number 3. There's plenty of sponsors to thank for bringing it to us. Brisbane Industrial Supplies, Styromax, Webbies, Max ECU and Priority Roadworthy Queensland. So whether you're watching at home on the fantastic stream or you're here at the venue, make sure you've subscribed to the Willowbank Raceway YouTube channel. You can keep up to date with all the events that are streamed here. I'm sure there'll be plans to do some of the other events we have here, whether it's our wonderful street series, the All Bike Days coming up at the end of August.
Yeah, Jamboree in August.
Jamboree.
You've got the Winter Nationals coming up in early June. So plenty of big events coming up.
We've still got plenty to go as well. I did have the
Schedule?
schedule. I've been a bit lousy on crossing these off, so I'll catch up. We're at round 2 of Super Street, so we've still got a full round of racing to come for all of our brackets. Super Sedan, Modified and Top Sportsman not too far away.
You were saying the final was coming up as well for one of the...
Yeah, we do have our Super Comp final coming up, so if you're waiting around at home and you're wanting to catch that final, it won't be at the end of the night. It'll actually be coming up pretty soon, so we'll try and keep you guys updated if there is any changes.
I don't think it'll be too long before we have the TE Cortina off the track down the deep end of the raceway.
Yeah, you can see a lot of our races there on the start line. Just having a look at the start line track surface.
And this is crucial for the motorcyclists and the riders.
Yeah, that's it. We've got that cool crisp air which we've had for most of the day, but of course now that the sun's gone down, you're going to lose a bit of track heat. So,
and especially when you're throwing everything at it to run a 200-mile-an-hour pass on a bike, you want all the grip you can get.
yeah, that's it. And on a bike, you don't have a lot of tyre to do it with. They're not very wide.
So which lane is better, Blaze?
Keeping his cards
Yeah.
close to his chest.
So we need modified to the lanes, modified to the lanes.
It's about the third call for them, isn't it? Look, they're quick on the tree, but in the pits, maybe not so much.
Bit sluggish in the pits.
Big shout out to all of the Willowbank officials as well. You can see they're doing some work on the start line. Plenty of them down in the deep end, the third loop, on the gates.
Yeah, it's been a trying day with the different bands of precipitation coming through.
Yeah, that's it. But, of course, events don't happen without our wonderful officials and volunteers. If you're looking at getting involved as a volunteer, make sure you reach out to the Willowbank team. There's a role for everyone. If you want to get up close and personal with the racing or get involved, it's a great way to do it. See behind the scenes on how these events run and operate. But we're back underway with the on-track action, which is what we're here to see. Sean Tasker skipped the by 10.86, double 2.4 light. He's cut better than that before, but when you've got no one in the lane next to you, you can get away with it.
Yeah, you can have a snooze and still get away. 11.00 on a 10.86 for Sean Taskus in the Ford Capri.
Who gave our track champion a bye in Super Street? It's like, you know, they've already won. They've won something last year. Do they need a bye? Let's make them earn it.
We've got Damien Morris up next. So it'd be Super Sedan. He's taking on Jaden Plant. It's almost heads up racing in two totally different types of vehicle. So we've got Jaden Plant in the Dakota, dialing in at 992, taking on Damien Morris in the Morris Painting Solutions Holden Monaro, dialing in at 986.
Look, it's almost the master versus the apprentice, isn't it, Jaden? Getting accustomed to the Dakota, quite new in Super Sedan. Damien Morris been going around for a number of years. Serious competitor, has had a lot of success. But look at that, a 0.17 to a 0.21. Could be anyone's race. Damien, Jaden, who's going to take it out? First pairing in Super Sedan, round number 2. The win will go to Jaden Plant. A 9.95 on a 9.92 for Damien Morris. Goes a 9.96 on a 9.86. Who would have picked that after the reaction times they pulled there, Chris?
Yeah, it wasn't me for sure. But, how cool is this K55 Corolla of Darren McDonald? The 2J on board the Toyota Corolla up against Judy Pukas in the 572 powered Coyote Racing Valiant. You hear the whistle of the turbo on that Corolla. And he's got, Darren McDonald's got the win. Judy Pukas red lighting. So Darren McDonald a 9.38 on a 9.10 for the win. Judy Pukas with a 10.03. Rob Price in the Pine Mountain Performance LH Tirana, dialing in at 9.50, and Linda Kratt in the Chevelle, dialing in at 10.35.
I don't know what it means, but I just like the word skullduggery.
And Rat Pack on the bonnet.
Yeah. I'm going to have to look that up through the week. But, problems there for Rob Price. Didn't want to get up on the trans brake, so issues there. Linda will go past. Would have known there was problems with Rob, so as long as she doesn't break out, if she doesn't, goes a 10.97 on that 10.35, so played it nice and safe. Gets the win line, and unfortunately for Rob, hopefully he can fix those drums and be back for the next round.
Yeah, so another call out. Top Sportsman, modified bike and performance bike. To the lanes, please. Decided to give old mate a break.
You were busy with your autograph session. Is it cold out there?
So Rudy Wyatt going up against Jojo Nicholson in the Corona. So we got 9.35 for Rudy Wyatt, 9.95 dial in for Jojo Nicholson. Double 04 reaction of Rudy Wyatt, 126 for Jojo Nicholson. The little Corona is surprising. Not enough for the win there. Rudy Wyatt gets the win, a 9.43 on a 9.35. Jojo Nicholson with a 998 on a 995.
Oh, did all the hard work out there. Joe didn't the Corona. Did the right on the dial in, but unfortunately reaction time cost him there. But Rotary fans, get excited. Parry Georges, a 985 the dial in. Hamish Strachan, a 970 in the Commodore.
Good to see the little 13B powered Gemini on track. .301 reaction for Parry Georges, 849 for Strachan. Looks like Strachan's playing a little bit of a game with Parry and gets the win. 986, 129 mile an hour in the Commodore. Parry Georges a 997 on a 985.
Nice work. Nice work from both of them there.
Yeah, plenty of horsepower just to, once you're ahead, just to keep that margin. And
as I said, you can sort of toy around a bit then.
Yeah,
Once you got your nose in front, you know you're the chasing car. But Ashley Thompson won't be chasing. Will be chased down by Wayne Hyatt. A 914 the dial in for the Toyota. Boss hoses on board. Impact offer supplies for Ashley in the Falcon. Oh, 008 light. Nice work for Ashley. A 124 for Wayne has left himself some work and the Toyota to do. It'll charge, but looks like Ashley's in front. And it's too quick. A 918 on a 950 throws the 008 light out, and Wayne Hyatt goes, I'm going to go a 916 on a 914 and take a win light. Thank you very much.
the cooler conditions helping the turbo, I'm guessing.
Bloody oath.
Bloody hell, that's a huge breakout. So we need top sportsman, modified bike, and performance bike. You need to be in the lanes. Top sportsman, modified bike, and performance bike.
You're probably going, I should expect to see Wayne alongside me soon, but this feels real good.
I'm staying in this.
Too good.
So Adam White taking on Connor Webb. Battle of the VLs.
Adam's starting to have some success in Super Sedan. Connor looking to replicate that success.
Look at that reaction time. 017 for Adam White. 019 for Connor Webb. Who's going to get there first? It's a 966 for Adam White on a 943 for the win. Connor Webb a 945 on a 920.
They were sharp, Chris. They were sharp.
So we go from Battle of the VLs to Battle of the Fords.
Oh, that's it. I could talk about Fords all day, Chris, but I won't. But it is probably two of the most recognisable Fords on the line here at Willowbank.
It would have to be an XC in those colours, though.
So Sean Doblain over in the Rocket Lane. Mitch Bauer in the fair lane. Two Fords not separated by not much in the dial in. A 10-10 for Mitch, for Sean. A 10-22. Both know how to race. Both know how to cut a light. How good? A 0-22 for Sean. A 141 for Mitch Bauer. Fair lane's off the throttle. There's problems for Sean. No such problems across the finish line. Goes through a 10.36 with a 5 on a 10.22 for Mitch Bauer. A 10.68 on a 10.10. It was just when the car didn't want to play the game, that was all she wrote.
I don't think Benny Palmer was coming back around.
There we go. It's decided to fix itself.
Yeah. I'm like, pretty sure it's on the trailer.
Maybe he's coming around. I don't know. Is he doing a running race?
Brendan Shaw, a 940 dial in.
Going to dial in. Going to
index.
accept the tree with the Nike.
So we're into Super Sedan. see how fast Brendan Shaw can go in the Downs Automotive Services Tirana. It's moving around a little bit.
I was just thinking, is it my eyesight, or has that got a bit of a wiggle to it?
He runs a 9:47 on that 940 index at 140 mile an hour.
It's the Willowbank Waltz at 140 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So we were talking a short time ago, we do have a final coming up, and this is it. This is the final for Supercop for round 3 of the Donnelly Blasting Services QDRC. So these guys are playing for trophies. They're playing for a winner and a runner-up. It'll either be Rob Mannix and Dave Tucker, Chris.
Yeah, so Dave Tucker in the heavy-duty carpets and vinyl Camaro, going up against Rob Maddox in that 477 Garage Commodore. So Rob Maddox just trying to reverse on those freshly laid rubber strips. Dave Tucker racing in the B modified production automatic. Rob Maddox in the E MSA category. Camaro's breathing a little heavy.
It is. It looks like it's gone off song as well. Rob can drive around him here, and he will indeed. So Rob, in a bizarre Supercom final, will take the win at 10:34 on that 990. For Dave Tucker, he goes at 10:32. There's not much in the ETs there at all on that 898. So there's a bit of everything going on there.
Yeah, so you had the slower of the reaction for Rob Maddox, and then was able to drive around Dave Tucker with that heavy breathing Camaro.
Yeah, that's it.
And drove around for a 10:34 pass to claim the win. Andy Driver up next. 7:24 in Margie's modified, up against Lucas Holtz in the altered. Lucas Holtz just doing the short, sharp burnout. The Mad Dog Motorsport altered.
Yeah, what we're used to seeing there, knows that his competitors do longer burnouts. He's happy going through his routine. Quite often he's going to be the one that is chased down. But he has had a lot of success in that yellow altered. Current track champion in Margie's modified. Cut a sharp light in the first round. We know he'll cut a sharp light in this round as well, I'm sure. Any driver has to be on the game. Also a previous track champion here at Willowbank Raceway in modified.
Yeah, both have done it all in the past. Who's going to come out on top tonight? 068 light for Holtz. 048 for Andy Driver. Andy Driver gets the win. A 7:24 on a 7:24 with that 048 light. Lucas Holtz a 9:17 on a 9:12.
Oh, Andy knew when to deliver, didn't he? Because he had to deliver that against Lucas Holtz. He doesn't give you anything, and he didn't. And nice work there for Andy.
Yeah, great run there, Andy Driver. Up next, Chris Reed in the Roadster, dialing in an 8:47, taking on Phil Bellett in the TBRE Performance Dragster. So Phil Bellett has just seen Andy Driver do it in the Rocket Lane, hoping to replicate it for TBRE.
Yeah, that's it. And Chris Reed in this Roadster as well. He's always a serious competitor. Whenever we look at the points, whether it's to start the season or you get through into the rounds, he's always in the top 3. He's just always there. So he's always hanging around, and he's always making the most of his opportunities when they come around.
Yeah, super consistent in that Roadster.
Yep. So we saw Phil in the previous round took home the win in the final.
7-8 wide for Reed. Over 1-2 for Phil Bellett. So sharp on the tree.
Well, problems there for Chris Reed in the deep end
no.
across the finish line. So he's had a big moment. So car looked to get out of shape for Chris in the Roadster.
Yeah, we saw Phil Bellett go across the line for a 786 on his 772. But obviously there's been the issue down the deep end.
Yeah, for sure. So the recovery team, they'll be straight down there with Chris. Of course, they wear all the required safety equipment. Cars all get ticked off. So they do that for when something like this does happen. And of course, the recovery team get down there. They're in the best of hands once they're down there.
So while we have our ambulance and medical staff down there in the deep end, we might play some go to some advertising.
Yeah, that's it. As soon as we get a word from down in the deep end, we will give everyone an update. But as we said, he'll be in the best of hands. He's got all the best safety equipment for when something like that happens in across the finish line. We do hope Chris and the Roadster are okay. But yeah, we'll cut to a break.
So just a note, ladies and gentlemen, we just had word from our track control that Chris is actually out of the car and he's with the medics, and they're just checking him over and making sure that he is all okay. So we send all of our wishes down to Chris down the deep end there. So our medics are checking him over, as I said, out of the car safely. So we are just checking him over. There is a bit of a clean-up down there, so we will be probably back racing in probably around half an hour. So I'm sorry for that, but it is a bit of a little bit of damage down there. But most importantly, we hope that Chris is okay. As I said, he's with the medics at the moment, and we'll let you know as soon as we hear any more. So thank you for that. Probably a good time to go get yourself some donuts. I had some donuts earlier. They were absolutely delicious. Get yourself a burger. Get yourself something to eat. And please, be safe, and we'll see you all. We'll talk to you very shortly.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it's funny before the best if I back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it's funny before the best if I back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess of you. Oh, won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess of you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I
Yeah, so ladies and gents, we are probably not too far off, probably less than 10 minutes before we get the final, the tractors just do the final scrapes down there, down the deep end to make sure there's nothing on the track for the next racers who come down through there. We do apologise for the delay. We do hope that Chris is all okay, which is the most important thing. And as said, as soon as we hear a little bit more information, we'll let you know. But to all the racers, you've probably got 10 minutes and you'll need to be at your car or your bike if you are due to be in the lanes. So we've probably got about 10 minutes and we will be back on the track. Can we have supercharged Outlaws to the lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws. As I said, we are not far off getting underway, so if you're away from your vehicle or your bike, you'll need to get closer to it now, please, because we are probably not too far off heading into some racing again.
Looks like we're back underway with Margie's Modified. And just to let everyone know that Chris Reid is okay. He's been released from the medical centre. And yeah, he's really down in there packing the car up and getting ready to go home, I guess.
Yeah, another something we like to see, Chris, but of course, as I mentioned, they're wearing the best safety equipment, the safety gear, safety standards. Of course, IHRA, our sanctioning body, make sure that everything's in tip-top shape. Big shout out to all of our Willowbank safety crew and volunteers as well that were straight on the scene to make sure Chris was in the best of hands. But we're back underway. Courtney Allen and Daniel List.
So Daniel List is 7:56. Get close to. Courtney Allen, red lights, 023 red. This was an 030 light. Runs it through for a 7:54 on his 7:56.
Yeah, so get the dial in the test, and I suppose that can happen, can't it? First pass after a bit of a delay.
The index, yeah.
And conditions can change, and it can throw it out a little bit. But next pairing coming forward, one of our fellow commentators, Matthew McKnight, back in the hot seat, not in a supercharged Outlaw this time, in an altered, Chris.
Yes, and Matty McKnight in the KPM Performance Altered. Seeing how close he can get, if not under, the 937 index. I think it's definitely Gauss.
So it's interesting, this matchup here, both drivers done a lot of racing, very successful in their racing, but they're in different cars. So they're learning the ropes of their new vehicles, getting familiar with the tools at their disposal. So Matty McKnight, 937, so he'll leave first in the yellow altered. Stefan to do the chasing in the SEG Racing Parts rear engine Dragster. .038 for Matty McKnight, 0.65 for Stefan, so both sides of the tree were cutting good lights. Here comes the rear engine Dragster. Will there be enough? It won't. So Matty McKnight will take the win, a 940 with a 4 and a 937. Stefan goes a 930, so was well off the dial in there of an 870. Not sure what's going on, but the win will go to Matty McKnight.
So up next, Liesl Gauss dialing in an 865 in the SCG Racing Parts Dragster, up against Ash Castlake, dialing in a 798 in the Scully Refrigerated Vehicles Altered. Ash Castlake in the Rocket Lane, Liesl Gauss in the Speedflow lane.
So the problems there for Ash Castlake, you can see something coming out the top of the motor in the altered. So for Liesl, she'll be coming back and be told that she'll be on a bye. So did have a win in round number 1, so we'll go 2 wins from 2 rounds of racing. Has really hit the ground running since graduating from junior dragster into this rear engine Dragster in modified.
Can I get Supercharged Outlaws modified bike testing to the lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws mod bike and testing to the lanes.
So during the time we had a break, when I went to get something to eat from behind us, I ran into Liesl and her parents, and she was having a hot chocolate. I said, is this what racers do when there's no racing to happen? I said, there's no excuse to cut a good light now. Now she's got a solo, she's got no excuse.
It's the sugar hit.
Yeah. She'll be buzzing. Why wouldn't you be when you got the 8-second rear engine Dragster? 282. Put the mocker on it, not literally, but
needs another marshmallow.
Yeah.
Runs it through for an 863, 155 mile an hour on that 865 dial in. So she might go back for the next round and revise that dial in.
Have another hot chocolate, Liesl.
Andrew Pinkstone up next, 756 dial in the Pinky's Toy Dragster. Looks like he's got a solo run as well.
Always handy to get a solo pass in any round of competition.
Not wrong. As long as you don't stuff up.
There's not too many ways that you could probably lose a race in a solo. I don't think there's any way you could lose, unless you don't turn up.
Yeah, or do something really bad, cut across the track or something.
Even I was going to say, even if you hit the centre line, you still get a win, don't you? So what's Andrew got in store? Only has to worry about himself. Bang, 0.21 is the light. 7.56 is the dial in. Can he give it a bit of a nudge? Give it a tickle?
Yeah, nice and straight run here for Andrew Pinkstone. Runs it through 7.56 on a 7.56 at 175 mile an hour. So super sharp on that dial in for Andrew Pinkstone.
Yes, we're ready for round 3.
Yeah.
Whoever comes up alongside me, that's what you're going to have to beat.
Yeah. Make sure that you have a good reaction time.
You know what? I'm just going to go to you, Chris.
I was going to go to Terry for Simon Isherwood's run, but he's dialed in a 6.88 in the Evolution Water Olds Cutlass, going up against Neil Grayson in the Hilux.
I've only been talking for 30 years. Just forgot how to do it. So we're moving from some fast dragsters to some even faster sedans, top sportsmen.
So Neil Grayson's Hilux was surprising earlier, just with the injection hat and the injection stack sticking out of the bonnet. Pretty cool setup. But, going up against Simon Isherwood's probably not the easiest of drivers to go up against.
No, certainly not. And what we know with Simon is he's got a fast car, but he's got a consistent car. So, he's just missed the light as Neil. So it was slow. Simon will know that. Experienced racer. 6.88 the dial in. Goes through for a 6.99 at 179 miles per hour. Gets the win for Neil Grayson. Issues on the start. Issues through the run. Probably buttoned it off at 11.55 was the time.
Go, some supercharged XB hardtop going up against Kayleen Gawley's Little Tirana. Very cool pass for this one. So Stephen Sini in the XB hardtop with an 860 dial in. Kayleen Gawley in the LC Tirana dialing in an 815.
Certainly got a bit of attitude, doesn't it? The Steve Sini forward.
A mid-70s matchup.
That's it. Rolls it in.
Oh, Falcon all out of shape. Kayleen Gawley buttons it off wisely. She thought he was coming across. 12.31 at 97 mile an hour for Stephen Sini, and Kayleen Gawley is 16.83.
She would have just seen that that Falcon get bigger and bigger and get closer to the line, so backed it off.
Yeah.
But it was all sorts of ugly. Steve, though, he just didn't want to give up, did he? He was just wheel spin, bit of shake.
Yeah, luck played a big part in that run.
It was like an octopus fighting an octopus. There was just lots going on.
So, So final call, Supercharge Outlaws, modified bike and testing. Final call, Supercharge Outlaws, mod bike and testing.
Tirana in the rocket lane. Tirana jumps into the speed flow lane, and that'll be Noel Green. Locker Automotive on board.
Yeah, taking on Neil Maxwell in the Precise Automatics Pontiac. A dial in of 735. Two totally different race cars here for top sportsmen. Reaction time for Noel Green, 018 off the tree. Neil Maxwell with the 128. Noel Green gets a win, an 865 on an 863 with that 018 reaction. Neil Maxwell, 756 on a 735.
Yeah, it was a bit off the dial, and I'm wondering for Neil. Looked like he had a bit of a move in the first half of the racetrack, which would have cost him a bit of VT in the top end.
Yeah, and his reaction time at 0.128, not representative of what he usually is up to.
You're going to hurt you in any races against any competitor.
Here we go, Daniel Morris. Can he wrap out? Can he pull out another trip zip?
Oh, earlier on, did he? Perfect light. Oh, straight off the trailer.
There's only been... yeah, Samuelson also did a 000 as well earlier today.
Nice work.
Samuelson.
Always good to see Dan on track in the small block.
Yeah, and Tony White in beside him as well in the Pine Mountain Performance Calibra.
Dan's had the number 1 on the car previously. Both of them enjoyed a big smoky burnout. They go, hey, I know Power Cruise is on down the road today, but we want to get on the action here as well. The crowd a bit of a show. Show's over now though. Serious race face on. 770 to an 810. Donnelly first.
077 live for Wyatt. 015 for Daniel Morris. It's a cracking light there for Daniel Morris, and Tony White drives around him. A 773 on a 770. Daniel Morris an 820 on an 810.
Another big burnout there for Dennis Ryan in the Tirana. Who will get the finish of the solo run. Not mucking around. You almost think he's got a pack sticker on the side of the car. Just
Yeah, speedy in reverse, that's for sure. 858 dial in for Ryan.
He's in a hurry to get somewhere in a hurry. Probably from here to the finish line.
Oh, wheels up for Dennis Ryan. There you go, 864 and an 858. Not bad for Ryan.
Oh, pretty spectacular, wasn't it, when you can launch like that? Go fast, have fun. Just seals the deal for me and goes, you know what, if I was going to race something, Top Sportsman looks like a bit of fun.
Yeah. And especially when you can pick the front wheels up like that in a Tirana, it's always always a bit of a show-off. Dave Finlayson up against Pete Farnell. This is one of the matchups we want to see. Quick spike here today.
Yeah, by far. I mean, we saw it run in the 6-second zone at the New Year Nitro, but you were saying today earlier it also ran in the 6-second zone. So
Yeah, twice, 686 and a 695. Can we get another call for Super Sedan and testing? Super Sedan and testing, you need to be in the lanes.
it was running some pretty impressive half-track numbers as well, wasn't it? I can't remember what you guys were saying the speed and the times were. We'll keep an eye on it. It'll light them up. If you can get it off the start line, that's when you know that the rest of the track should be in good shape. Dave Finlayson, he's got the best seat in the house. He's going to see that bike go flying past at a rate of knots, but he'll want to get to the finish line first. That's all he cares about. Oh, 005 he's giving himself an opportunity, and he has, because Pete Farnell's pulled a red.
Yeah, and he's sat up as well. He's so an 886 with an 8 on that 891 with the 005 light. Finlayson gets the win. Pete Farnell sat up before half track after he realised he'd red lit. So we see some more extended swing arm action. We've got Craig Edwards getting ready on his AACB. Suzuki Hayabusa. Going up against Bo Strike on the final strike contracting Harley.
Oh, a bit of V-twin action. Should be more of it, Chris.
Two totally different ways to attack the comp bike category.
Yeah, that's it. And you look at the different riding styles of both riders of bike, isn't it? You got, Craig Edwards is sort of tucked in as narrow as he can be, making himself as aerodynamic as possible. Bo Strike on the Harley, still trying to be aerodynamic, but just the way that you have to sit up on those bikes to ride them. Sometimes it's just, you look like you're cool because you're going fast and you're comfy. Where the other blokes, they're tucked in as tight as possible.
Slung over the fuel tank so that he can
hanging on for dear life.
Keep the front wheel down.
Yeah. But huge respect to anyone that jumps on the bike. The speeds these guys are doing are phenomenal, isn't it? When you look at Pete Farnell, and then the extreme bike guys, they're stepping it up, and comp bike, and the mod bike riders as well. All of them on two wheels. They got bigger kahunas than I've got, Chris.
Yeah, 200 mile an hour on a bike is definitely hooking, and it takes a lot of skill and effort to do so. Yeah, so we just got some track walkers just making sure that the track is in tip-top condition down the deep end. And we'll get underway very soon. So here we go, Bo Strike on the Harley going up against Craig Edwards on the Suzuki Hayabusa. Two totally different style bikes for the QDRC comp bike category. Light for Bo Strike, 0.28 for Craig Edwards. Looks like Edwards has got some just cruising down the quarter with a 9.26 on his 7.57, but Bo Strike there, 9.83 for the win on that 9.89 index.
Yeah, he won't mind, will he? He goes, hey, I got a win light.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how you get them.
That's it.
A big field of bike riders here for round 3 of the QDRC. Don't forget, if you look in the calendar, all bike day is the end of August. So even if you've got a street registered vehicle, come in and support all bike day. It's a good opportunity to get involved in having a crack at the track. Don't forget, next weekend as well, street series here at the track, so you can get involved as well. If you've got a street registered bike, come and have a crack. Put the jeans on, put a jumper on, and the leathers and the helmet. Come to see what it's like to have a crack. a lot of the bike riders are willing to help help the newcomers. You've only got to look at someone like a Veen Ortar in comp bike that had a lot of success and become track champion in his first year of competition. So it can be done.
You can see a Veen Ortar just looking across to the other side of the track over at Chris Collins' bike.
But yeah, even if you don't have a bike, if you've got a car, everyone's got a car they drive to work, I'm sure. Come and have a crack next
bring
weekend.
the daily out.
Bring the Amarok out.
Yeah, it would have been good for diesel assault, but unfortunately I wasn't even in the state.
I know Mark's sitting at home in his man cave, in the comfort of his man cave, probably in his hoodie and his slippers on, with a hot chocolate, listening to us rabble on and watch the fantastic racing today. But mate, he should get the Everest out and come have a crack next weekend. He's got to get himself tuned up for Winter Nationals.
Yeah. You need to get that Christmas tree time.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you never know. I'm just salty because my first ever race was against Market Street Series and I lost. Maybe we could have a grudge run next weekend. We could get Terry and Mark lined up on the start line.
Yeah, Terry's no slouch on the track.
No, Mark's yet to beat him. I think he was even reaching to artificial intelligence to work out how he could beat Terry in a drag race.
Yeah, ChatGPT, it's the baddest rabbit hole you could go down. It's almost as bad as YouTube.
How's everyone doing in the grandstand? Are you folks? Are we well? Are we hanging in there? Look at you. You've all hung around. It's probably fresh.
Well, you got some kids on the grassy hill running the quarter.
Oh, isn't that? We'll wear them out before we take them home.
Yeah, there'll be definite nap time on the way home.
Just bought those jeans for you from Cotton On. What are you doing? One of the great pastimes, isn't it? When I think we've all got memories as a child when we used to roll on the grassy hill, or whether it was at Speedway or drag racing or a racetrack.
Speedway would be getting covered in mud, watching the caravan smash ups.
You always knew there was a first timer when they wore white. You rookie.
Or didn't bring the poncho.
Can see one of our track officials down there breaking out his best moves before he heads to the valley tonight. I don't know, I'm just assuming. Bit of left, bit of right. Shake it all about.
Willowbank two-step. There he is. Tony. Cutting some moves.
Bump it in for us, Tony.
Put the left foot in.
Yeah. You put your left foot in, you put your left foot out. So you've got to be young to do that, because the older you get, you lose your lower body. Yeah, that's it. It all becomes upper body. we're back underway with. Well, hopefully we're back underway. We got bikes that are fired up. We got bikes on the start line. Chris Collin, Avina Ortar. Let's get ready to do the super or the comp bike dance.
Where's the BMW? We need a Veen.
There he goes. He has arrived. We know he's arrived. He arrived last year when
I can see him on the screen. I just didn't see where he was. He was underneath the awning.
So current comp bike track champion will lead first.
Red light there for Aveen Ortar. 002 red. Chris Collin turned up the wick.
Oh, how good did that sound until he backed it off?
Yeah, he was on a march 5 seconds to the 8th, and then it runs down for an 881 at 97 mile an hour for Chris Collin. And we need Super Sedan. If you're not in the lane, Super Sedan, you need to be there. So big burnout there for Mitchell Woodford on the custom motorcycle addiction Hayabusa, taking on Mark Gordon this time on the Shoebox Books Suzuki.
Well, that's it. So we're now moving back into modified bikes. So back to dial-ins. So they can't go under the time that they prescribe. If they do, they'll break out.
And back to great reaction times. 0.28 for Mark Gordon, 0.68 for Mitchell Woodford. So not much in it. And Mitchell Woodford gets the win, and 9.86 on a 9.81. Mark Gordon just straying too far from his dial in a 9.72 on a 9.59.
Pretty much going to be a heads-up race this one. Mark Ashworth, Scott Much. There's not much between it. A 9.05 and a 9.10 are your dial-ins. All important with the reaction time. Here we go. 0.28 for Mark Ashworth, so it has a big advantage. There's problems for Scott March on the gear shift, so he's fallen a long way back as long as Mark doesn't break out, which he doesn't. He goes a 9.13 and a 9.10. He was close to that dial in, so gave it a good shake. Scott March goes to a 10.59 with those problems on a 9.05, but it was pretty much over once Mark cut a good light and Scott did the opposite.
Yeah, excellent run there for Mark Ashworth. Up next, Jeffrey Marshall in the on-site panel and paint Suzuki going up against Rochelle Strike on the Harley. So an 8.56 dial in for Marshall on the Suzuki, 9.89 for Rochelle Strike. Line for Rochelle Strike, a 166 for Jeffrey Marshall. Some problems there for the Harley. Gives the win there for Jeffrey Marshall, a 9.15 on an 8.56. Rochelle Strike an 11.0 on a 9.89.
Yeah, you can see there for Jeff, 126 mile to half track, 111 across the finish line. So he buttoned it off. He knew once he got past Rochelle that he could play it safe and didn't want to risk the breakout and handing the win back over. And he did not. So from one Marshall to another, Dale Marshall this time in the Rocket Lane, up against Jason White. So just waiting for Dale to go through his bound procedure, or wondering if maybe Jason's got a buy.
He must have a buy, because that's not a Suzuki up there.
No, that's it. And he's had problems there too, Jason, on the launch.
That's one way of not breaking out.
I was almost going to say he could just have a cruisy drive on a Saturday night down the strip and just wave to everyone in the crowd and on his way back to Bundeman. So unrepresentative time there. Had the buy, they had the win.
Great part of the world.
Yeah, that's it. Here's a couple of serious riders in leathers. Brian Alvizio, Jason Clarkin. What a matchup, Chris.
Yeah, Clarkin on the Hayabusa, Alvicio on the Quacker. So not much much in the dial-ins. One light. Alvicio, an 0.50 reaction time, 1.99 for Clarkin. Alvicio gets a win, an 8.99 on an 8.92, and a 9.26 on a 9.23 for Jason Clarkin. But that reaction time just let him down.
Yeah, got to cut a good light against Brian, don't you? If you're any chance, always a consistent rider. Very successful, as we know, current track champion, made a stack of finals last year, won the first event for 2025, and gets another win on the board here today. Next pairing, Johnny Lewis and Rebecca Marsden. Johnny an 8.15 to dial in, so we'll chase down the Honda of Rebecca Marsden, who's dialed in a 9.87.
Reaction for Rebecca Marsden, red light for Johnny Lewis. So Rebecca Marsden gets a win, a 9.95 on a 9.87. Johnny Lewis red lights his way out with an 8.17 on an 8.15.
So we'll see what we've got to come through. We've done our modified Top Sportsman, QDRC comp bike, our modified bike. Super Comp final is in the books.
QDRC Outlaws, we've got Gary Cameron on track taking on Bill Fletcher.
It's noisy, it's loud, it's fast, it's angry. It's everything drag racing should be. It's exciting. It's unpredictable.
There you go, Bill Fletcher in the Starmax composite panels Dragster through his burnout routine. He's dialed in at 681. Gary Cameron will try and chase him down with the 23 Alden. He's 673 dialed.
The Gary Cameron team, they had my favourite crew shirts, the old Hawaiian shirt. Simple but effective. It's like, where are you going on holidays? Are you going on a cruise? Yeah, I'm going on a cruise to Willowbank Raceway. How good's that holiday?
Gary Cameron straight into pre-stage. Big pedal for the ultimate, Gary Cameron.
Yeah, certainly. Got out of shape on the hit of the throttle, and it wasn't happy when it tried to get back in the groove.
And some unrepresentative passes there, an 11.99 at 68 mile an hour for Gary Cameron in the altered. Gets the win. Bill Fletcher with the red light, an 031 red. And a 12.76 on that 681.
Yeah, so certainly a bit going on there in the first pairing of round 3. So we're into our third round of all of our categories. Then we'll have our finals to follow. This is really where we start to see the story unfold from throughout the day, in who's looking for 3 wins from 3 rounds of racing. How many drivers do we have on 3 wins? Do we have any drivers on 3 wins? Is there some that are on 2 wins, and then we've got to work out who will make the final from there.
And if they're tied, it goes back on that count back, or, yeah, depending on class. Closest to dial-ins.
We let someone else make all those decisions.
That's it.
Usually we'd keep track, but we've just, we haven't today.
It was a bit of a...
Yeah.
Top sportsman to the lanes, please, and modified. Back to the lanes. So top sportsman and modified, you need to be back in the lanes for your next round. Up next in QDRC Outlaws, we've got Michael Vaughan up against Josh Fletcher.
Taking the pictures there on the overtaking lane live stream. To everyone watching on YouTube there of Josh Fletcher going through his burnout procedure. Turn the soundbar up a little bit. Tell your neighbours what you're watching. If you don't tell them, they'll hear it. I wish that neighbour would turn the volume down. It's very loud.
Yeah, make it sound like you're actually at the track.
Yeah, that's it. You want to be immersive and feel like you're at the track. And as good as the stream begins these days, there's nothing beats being trackside does it at a drag racing event. So here we are, Josh Fletcher, the Storymax Dragster, Michael Vaughan, the American Direct Parts Funny Car. Choose your weapon of choice.
Take the Pontiac Funny Car. Live for Josh Fletcher, 117 for Michael Vaughan in the funny car. Pops the shoots early in the funny car, 7:48 for the win. Josh Fletcher breaking out a 7:29 on a 7:31.
Yeah, it was close. He's got to the line too fast. Michael Vaughan had the shoots out early, but gets the win courtesy of that breakout.
Some super close racing in QDRC Outlaws.
And it is cooler conditions than probably anything we've experienced for quite a while. Of course, over the warmer months. Very different to the last event we had here.
It's something they're going to have to get used to leading up to the winter, Nats.
Yeah, that's right. That's it.
Shane Atkinson, all the way from the Willowbank, New South Wales, in the LJ Tirana, dialing in a 7:43. Getting the solo run here, so we'll have to see how close he can go to that dialing. Solo run here. Wade, we've got see how close he can get to that 7:43.
Mate, I swear there's those crew wearing pink shoes are starting to become a common thing. They're multiplying. Here we go, 0.66 for Shane Atkinson. Nice light on the tree. Had a bit of a look at the centre line, but kept in it. Goes through strong. 7:44 on a 7:43. That makes Supercharged Outlaw Racing look easy, Chris.
Yeah, certainly does. Nice clean run there in the little LJ Tirana.
So it looks like we'll be moving into some testing vehicles. So it looks like the funny car of Andrew Searle.
Yep.
Coming forward, campaigning pro alcohol, top alcohol, whatever they call it these days. Top sportsman and modified.
Yeah, you guys need to be in the lanes.
So had problems earlier today in one of their testing passes. Car come into stage, rolled through the beams. They brought it back. Had another crack and didn't want to play the game. So we'll see what they can do this time. The drag strip has a good crack at racing offshore powerboats. Something a bit different. Two complete different parts of motorsport.
Fun.
Yeah, why not? So they had a round recently. They were on the Gold Coast at the end of last year. Had a round in Adelaide. Visited some beautiful parts of the world. Why not? If you like going fast on in a straight line, why not go fast in out on the water? Certainly wouldn't be as smooth as this anyway. Well, I don't know if it's smooth in a funny car either, but sure the team getting some information and some data before, as we mentioned, the Winter Nationals. Only 4 weeks away. The countdown is well and truly on for the races, the spectators. Everyone's coming out. If you haven't booked your time in off work yet, do it now.
Yeah, 666, 192 mile an hour, but just did not sound right until it cleared its throat half track.
I'll tell you what, it was almost like it went into ludicrous speed there, wasn't it? Once it cleared the throat, it was full steam ahead. Shot out the back door. Wasn't happy though for the first sort of third of the racetrack.
Yeah, 192 mile an hour, not bad.
Yeah, the Winter Nationals, purchase your tickets online if you haven't already done so. You can pre-purchase those online, whether it's a multi-day pass or you're looking at coming out on one single day. If you purchase your tickets online, I think they're running a competition that you can win a Harley-Davidson that they're going to draw on the Sunday. So have a look at the details on online, on the Facebook page as well. But if you do pre-purchase your tickets, you can, just for pre-purchasing your tickets, you can win a Harley. Or makes me want to pre-purchase tickets.
Makes me want to go and get my motorcycle license.
Worry about that after I win.
Yeah.
Then you can come and do all the good events here, Chris. So we're going to move out of testing and move back into round 3 of racing. It will be Super Sedan.
So Damien Morris, 994 dial in up against Brendan Shaw with a 944. red light for Damien Morris, 021. Brendan Shaw with an 015 light. I know Damien Morris is early for everything, but that's a bit early. 10 flat for Damien Morris on that 994 dial-in. Brendan Shaw with the 954 on a 944.
This hasn't been Damien's day, has it? So
Rob Price and the Pine Mountain Performance LH Tirana dialing in a 940, taking on Parry Georges in the Jackson Transport Gemini with the 13B rotary on board.
let it sing, Chris. Let it sing.
On both sides of the track. Big 400 cubes can sing.
So Parry will bring it in on the boost. We'll leave first. Here we go. 106 light, a 115 for Rob Price. Nothing in the reaction times. So Rob using all those 400 cubes to chase down the 13B. Will it be Parry? Will it be Rob? Win light will go to Rob Price at 947 on a 940 dial in. Parry Georges goes at 1003 on a 985. But it was anyone's little race when they left, Chris.
Yeah, it certainly was. We need to have top sportsman and modified to the lanes. Top sportsman and modified. If you're not already in the lanes, you need to be. We've got Judy Pukas up next. 960 dial in to Adam White in the VL Commodore, dialing in a 950. Reaction for Pukas, 032 for Adam White. VL Commodore's in the box seat for the win and gets the win. A 951 on a 950. Supercharged Outlaws, we need Gary Cameron and Shane Atkinson to the lanes. Supercharged Outlaws, Gary Cameron and Shane Atkinson. That's the finalists.
Always exciting when we start getting the finals. We've still got our other categories to come. We'll let the finalists know who they are once we find out from our race directors. This pairing, Super Sedan, 935 for Rudy White over in the Rocket Lane in the Commodore. The Toyota of Wayne Hyatt has dialed it a 912. So we'll see who's going to be. 025, nice light for Rudy White, a 121 for Wayne. He's got some work to do. Can the Toyota get there? Will the Commodore have enough? No, he's broken out. Rudy White at 934 on a 935 for Wayne Hyde. He goes a 913 on a 912. Was pretty much on the dial in, and Wayne will take the win in that pairing, Chris.
Yeah, nice clean run there for Sean and Sean Doblin up next in the Total Cover Earthworks XY Falcon, dialing in a 1020, taking on Ashley Thompson in the Impact Office Supplies Ford Ute with a 910 dial in. .067 light for Sean Doblin in the XY, 363 for Ashley Thompson. And the win will go to Sean Doblin in the XY Falcon at 1026 at 122. Ashley Thompson there with an 1130 on a 910. Mitchell Bauer up next in the Fernwood Landscape Ford Fairlane, dialing in a 1010, going up against Connor Webb with a dial in of 920 in the VL Commodore. .126 reaction time for Mitchell Bauer, 441 for Connor Webb. Fernwood Landscape Ford Fairlane still got issues going down the track. Connor Webb gets the win at 10.08 on a 9.20. Mitchell Bauer rolls it through for a 17.05 on a 10.10. Jaden Plant dialing in a 992 in the Dakota, up against Hamish Strachan in the Complete Property Commodore, dialing in a 969.
So Jaden got the win in the last round. So really starting to come to terms, even though it's early stages of getting familiar with the Dakota. Cool name for a car, isn't it?
27 line for Jaden Plant, 022 for Hamish Strachan. Dakota's on the brakes early, 997 on a 992, and Hamish Strachan with a 1036 on a 969. So some extra performance in that Dakota.
Yeah, nice work. I said it's only had a handful of passes and starting to come to terms. So nice work. Sure, that'll round out the third round of Super Sedan. So we'll find out who our finalists are shortly. We're moving into a little bit more testing.
This is Kelly Kidd coming up for another round of testing. So you were saying earlier it was John Sting's old dragster?
That didn't sound happy. There's a lot of people that are looking there, isn't there? That
Yeah, it definitely didn't sound right.
no, not at all. It's a shame we don't see as many dragsters in the pro alcohol ranks. As I said, that car used to campaign in pro alcohol with John Sting.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully it's all good. Coming up to the Winter Nationals. So just watching on the live stream, the tow vehicle hooking up the dragster of Kelly Kidd.
Why not skip from one cool car to another? Big supercharged
2J?
5-second dragster straight into to a ridiculously quick panel van.
Yeah. I'm surprised they're able to shoehorn a 2JZ into that. But obviously they ran out of room for the turbo. Is it a Barra? Okay, I thought it was, being Golby's, it'd be a 2J, but...
Either way, it's just showing all the tools, isn't it?
Well, I guess if he's kept it with the Ford theme, then hats off to him.
Just going, what do you bring to the track? Oh, just just naturally aspirated. What are you bringing? Oh, have a look out the bonnet. Look at it. Look at it shine in all its turbo-y goodness.
Reaction time for a little escort. Buttons it off at eighth mile. Goes 5:42 at 128 mile an hour.
Does dabble a bit in the Canada radial scene, so they're running to 8th mile. Get the data you need.
So we need modified bike, junior dragster and super street. You need to be in the lanes. Modified bike, junior dragster and super street. Driver on screen at the moment.
So we'll be Andy Driver, as you said, Chris, in the rocket lane. From Peanut Country, from Kingaroy. Oh, 484, the dial in nuts. It's just changed. It did have 448 up on the dial in for Courtney Allen, who's coming forward in the T bucket. That's now been amended to the 848. Irrespective of what she has been running, that's what she thinks she's going to run this pass. Made the move up to the Sunshine State, which has been anything but sunshine recently. And now calls Willowbank her home track.
Super quick, modified T-bucket and dragster on track. Both up around that 200 mile an hour. Reaction for Courtney Allen, 001 red for Andy Driver. Runs it through 726 on a 724 at 186 mile an hour. Courtney Allen there, 880 on an 848 at 134 mile an hour. So it looks like he's rolled out of it early after seeing the light on.
Oh, 001 red, Chris. Missed a trip zip by a bee's whisker.
It's the games you play when you're trying to attack that tree.
Had a good crack at it anyway. Subscriber.
So once again, a big thank you to all our sponsors who have jumped on board, of course, and today was proudly brought to you by Donnelly Blasting Services and Brisbane Industrial Supplies. So our finalists for Super Sedan will be Wayne Hyatt and Sean Doblin. And as mentioned earlier, our finalists for Supercharged Outlaws would be Gary Cameron and and my meeting director is being comical. And Shane Atkinson in the Tirana, of course. So well done. That you guys will be in the finals. We'll call you guys up when we get all our round 3s out of the road. But yeah, big thanks to Brisbane Industrial Supplies, Styromax, Webby's Cabling Specialists, of course, Max ECU, and Priority Roadworthy Queensland. And they've all jumped on board, Wade. And mate, you and I haven't commentated for quite a bit together.
It has been a while, Terry. I tell you what, it's I always look forward to when we jump on the mic, and we've had to wait such a long time. I think
it was, just last week at Banarabi. So here we are doing the same thing at a different track. Well, this is our track at least. It's our local one. So Lucas Holtz and Phil Bellett. Now, did I see before that Lucas got done?
He did.
In the second round. How did that happen?
Yeah, so cut a good light, but just off the dial in.
So modified bike, junior dragster and super street. Can you please come round for your final round? Thank you. Modified bike, junior dragster, super street. So yes, I don't know how that went down. Lucas had I don't know, an off round.
How did he go in the first round? Did he get a win in the first round?
I'm pretty sure he did. So Phil Bellett in the TBRE Performance rear engine dragster, dialing in at a 772. Lucas Holtz, of course, will in the Mad Dog Motorsport Altered will be chased down, and Lucas dial in at a 915. This is all a bit official here. We've got screens to read. We've got sponsors to read.
It really is living the high life, isn't it? And tonight we know we can go back to a comfortable bed.
Actually, that is exactly amazing. Well, what else? Well, last week we were all in swags. They were pretty comfy, though.
The swag life is pretty good, isn't it?
And they did have a bar right at the on the track at the start line pretty well.
We really had to sell it to them that they're spoiled for that, don't they? They just think, every track's got this. No, you don't understand, guys.
You guys have got the cream here. So let's have a look. Phil Bellett, Lucas Holtz. Lucas to head off, Phil to chase. Oh, red light for Lucas. Phil cuts a 0.89. Nice work there, Phil. And he'll put the dragster through for a 7.77 on a 772. And a 915 with a 917, but a red light for Lucas. Very intriguing indeed, Wade.
Yeah, that's it. So next parent coming forward will be Andrew Pinkstone and Stefan Gowes. So many a race against each other over the years in modified.
So this is their other car that they have now, is that right?
Yeah, so you can see Hannes backing Stefan up there. So Stefan has taken Hannes' seat in the family dragster. So still getting familiar with the car, but of course we know he is an experienced racer, former national champion, former track champion as well.
Mate, he's pretty good, but he's no Liesl Gowes.
At the moment, Liesl's on a bit of a tear, isn't it? Stepped out of the junior and showing Big Brother how it's done.
I'm just going to be Team Liesl, mate.
Follow my lead. Who's the #1 driver in the team? It's like Formula One, they're fighting over it.
Stefan will go, look, I don't want to talk to Terry anymore because he always talks up Liesl now that she's in modified.
Shouldn't have sold the Calais and should have kept racing the street series, I reckon.
Actually, that's right. What happened to when they were cool, these kids? But Gales dials in at a 780, a 756 for Andrew. Oh, nice light from both competitors. A 054 for Gales, 020 for Pinkstone. Pinkstone is out of there. Is it too quick? No, not at all. A 759 and a 756. And of course, Stefan, the car just wasn't playing the game. A 1024 and a 780. But look, like you said, Wade, it's a learning experience. Got to get used to the car, and this is honestly the first meeting with it, so I'm sure Stefan will get used to it very quickly as he does.
Yeah, he is a competitor, so of course he wants to see the win light, but he knows as well, playing the long game, they're setting their eyes for the Winter Nationals. That he's won that event before, so they're just getting the data and
it's
making
not much seat time either before the Winter Nationals either. So, But Daniel List and Matty McKnight, a 938 for Matthew, a 754 for Dan. Dan, of course, will do the chasing, the KPM Performance car of McKnight, and his fabrication and maintenance for Dan List. So that's a bit of a stretch there. That's almost 2 seconds
Yeah, you're not wrong. So Matty will be chased down, and usually when he's in the Outlaw, in the Willies, he's usually doing the chasing. He's one of the quicker cars in the field.
200 odd mile an hour in the top end. This thing does not have 200 mile an hour in the 308.
No one will be able to feel the breeze and what hair he's got left.
Oh, that was a bit harsh. But anyway, I just want it known that Wade said that, Matty, not me. But anyway, but here we go. So Matt will head off. Let's see if he can cut a light. I'm sure he will. Oh, and he does. The 0.37, 0.29 for Daniel. That's good. They're both on a march. Here comes the big car, the long car. Oh, Matty will get him. A 9.39 on a 9.38. You don't get much better than that. And a 7.59 on a 7.54. The stretch there was pretty impressive. Dan got the better of the tree, but it didn't matter. Matty went closer to his dialing and got the win.
Yeah, that's it. Got a win in the round before as well. So two wins from those last 2 rounds. Not sure how he went in the first round. If you remember, if he got a win or
what happens if he makes the final and gets a plaque or whatever from the thing? I'll have to give it to him.
Is he able to do the trophy presentation and give himself the trophy?
That'd be awesome. How good would that be?
Throw him the mic.
So here we go. Talking of young legends, here is young Liesl Gowes. And, of course, in the second of the SCG Racing Parts modified cars, dialing in at an 8.61. Liesl's got a little bit of a golden ticket here. Final round, and she gets the awesome bye.
It has won her first 2 rounds as well. So with the bye, we'll get 3 wins from 3 rounds of racing.
Ooh.
So she's already made, I think it's 4 finals. She's only been in the category 12 months.
The blue car has been a good thing for her. She took a little bit, I reckon, first couple of meetings just to try and get used to it. But she's doing well. So junior bike, junior dragster, modified bike, and super street to the lanes, please. So this will be a good tester for her for going into, if she might possibly go into the final, to see how close she can go to that 8.61 and whether they need to change that dialing.
Yeah, that's right. But I suppose it's interesting too that it's almost tantalising with the bye in the 3rd round because if you have multiple drivers on 3 wins, you want to be closest to that dial, but you don't want to go under it.
No, that's right. Yes. So this will be err on the side of caution. Oh, cuts a good light at 0.25. Takes the car through and will an 8.62 and an 8.61. That is sharp.
Pretty tidy.
That's the A game right there from young Liesl Gowes. Good work there, young lady. So now we're moving into our next category. Well, it looks like it could quite possibly be, is that Super Street? Or is it Super Sedan? I just can't see from here. I know it will be Top Sportsman. Oh, it looked like the Tirana of Noel Green and Dennis Ryan. What a pairing. Dennis Ryan in the Tirana with an 8.57 dial in. Noel Green in the red Tirana with an 8.63 dial in. So there is a flies, whatever you call it, in between these dial ins out of the 2 powerhouse Tiranas here. We know that Dennis will pick up the front wheels. Noel used to be notorious for it. Now he's a little bit more sedate, and I like that because it's all about winning races. It's not about the show. Purge and nitrous.
It's not about the show, but there's the purge.
Yeah, oh, whoa. Dennis Ryan, a 003, a 005 for Green. The car went off for Knowles, but I'll tell you what. Oh, Dennis! Dennis has gone under the dial-in. Knowles' car has gone off, and he's running an 11.9, but he has won because Dennis Ryan, out in front with a 003 light, has gone under his dial-in.
Oh, it was almost WW.
Oh.
Thanks for coming, Terry, but he forgot to turn the wind light on. He's gone too quick.
You know that's something that I'm going to mention to Dennis for the next 10 years. And Dennis will go, oh, Terry, stop bringing that up, please. But when you race Noel Green and you didn't back out of it, you go, no. You'll go, Tam and Tommy tell me about it all the time as well. I don't want to hear it anymore.
That's the thing when you're a family of drag races, isn't it? They keep reminding you of those
they do.
small
I
things.
remember
They don't let you forget.
And they'll remember the date and the year. It's like they're brutal. So Tony Wyatt with a 772 in the Pine Mountain Performance Calibra. Simon Isherwood in the Evolution Water Cutlass, a 692. Yes, you heard that correct in this Top Sportsman. We saw earlier today, as I said, Morris rattled off a 000, And in the other lane, Simon Ishwood rattled off a 004.
Well,
so you'd have to feel hard done by if it was racing.
You would.
You'd go, what?
But we did see as well in that last pairing a 003 to a 005. So the top sportsmen, drivers and competitors, they always bring their A game, especially when it comes to racing. How does a 001 sound for Tony White? 018 for Simon Isherwood. You're going, that's not too bad. Here comes the Cutlass.
Looks too quick, and it is too quick. You could see it. I think Simon knew he had to reel him in, and he's gone way too quick. A 691 on a 692 with a 018, but check it out. A 773 on a 772 with a 001 light for Tony White. That is how you do it.
Straight to the pool room for that time card, Terry.
Oh, that is impressive. Well done, Tony. That was good. Simon Ishwood's got to feel hard done by there. He come with a big top-end charge at 194 mile an hour, but he still went too quick.
Bit of the thing when you're going that fast, isn't it, Terry? And you're chasing down by nearly a second, that you do catch that other competitor quite quickly. So you do have to...
Don't get me wrong. 180 odd mile an hour for Tony White too. It's not as if it's like it's a slow car either. So you're doing 182 mile an hour and you've got this nearly 200 mile an hour car coming at you.
Straight into prime sign, speed like Super Street. These two not marking around. Straight into full stage. A 378 for Andrew McClellan. Sean Taskus, current track champion, a 082 in the Capri. So Sean chasing down, and we'll get the win on 11.25 on a 10.97. Andrew McClellan a 12.12 on a 12.00 dial in. But Sean will go through with a win. We don't know if he'll make the final, but we'll find out.
We're going to find out in some point in time very shortly too. So Mike Cross and Mark Rosso. Mark dialing in at 11.32 and 11.04 for Crossy. In that Holtz Group, Monaro, big 6-litre on board. The Camaro with 502 cubes for Mr. Rosso. Mark, he's had that car for quite a number of years. I love a left-hand drive, so it always kind of does your head in. So 11.32. So Mike will do the chasing. Not by much. Oh, Mark, good light. A 0.52, a 1.63 for Mike. Mark Rosso's just got to hold on and just go close to that dial in. And he does. 11.36 on 11.32 for the win. And an 11.10 on 11.04 is a little bit off the dial in, but still good, but not enough. And Mark Rosso in that Camaro will get the win.
So here's one for the Red Lions. It's Barry Ashen and Murray Flay. A couple of Commodores coming to the line. I'm sure many in the crowd would have been taken to school or soccer or down the road in one of these back in the day. That is a 10.98 for Barry Ashen sound. A 12.80 for Murray Flay. 12-second
Commodore that looks like it's just Johnny Citizen. I love it. Good on you, Murray. Cuts a red, though. Barry Ashen will love that. Barry says, I'll take a win like that any time of the week. Thank you. He's not even going to test his dialing. 11.28, Nup says, nah, just take it easy.
Give me the win.
Yeah. And a 12.96 on a 12.80 with a 0.59 red for Murray. So our modified finalists will be Liesl Gowes and Matthew McKnight. There you go. Matthew McKnight might have to do the comment. We might throw him into the trophy presentation, throw him under the bus. There we go. William Keogh, Troy Hutton. A 003 for Troy. Oh, he's been on the money all day. Look, he's out in front. And he will get the win at 10.92 and a 10.82 with a 003 for Troy Hutton. Well done. 13.04 on a 12.70 and a 3.57 light for Will. Just not enough this time, but Troy Hutton will definitely get the win.
You always hold your breath when they get out in front that far or that early in the race, don't you? Going, don't break out. You've done the hard work.
Let's talk about Dennis Ryan.
You're reminding him already. It hasn't even been 10 minutes.
No.
So pretty close here. 11.79 for Craig Layton and 11.72 to Nicole Goldie. So they'll be throwing shade down the track. There'll be more shade than a Titan Garage's showroom.
0.72 for Layton and 1.45 for Goldie. Nicole's got some work to do up against Craig and the big statesman. Unless Craig goes too quick. Doesn't usually. Oh, and he does. Oh, just look too far out in front. Look, we're sitting 400 metres back and we can see it. So 11.80 on 11.72 for Nicole is safe for the win. Craig Layton, 11.76 on 11.79 is Too quick.
Definitely when you start saying there should be brake lights. There should be brake. There's no brake lights.
Oh, yeah.
They're not throwing the anchors out.
Craig and Nicole are regulars to the
Full
street
steam
meet
ahead.
over the years. You'd think that, you're right. We're waiting for the brake light. Nothing happened. So Matt Francis and John Massey. John in the mighty Styromax Hornet, 11.18 to a 10.69 dial in of the Tuna Racing panel van of Matt Francis. This thing is quick. I like this panel van. Let's see. Oh, John! A red light for John, Mr. Styromax. What are you thinking? But Matt Francis, red light as well. He probably got the itchy trigger after seeing John leave. But he will get the win because he was the lesser of the two evils, and he got a 10.71 on a 10.69. An 11.21 and an 11.18 with a red for John Massey for Mr. Styromax. Well, here we go. We got an two-time track champion at in the street meet in the powder puff. Sam Yulton with an 11.46 dial in. Carl Grading with a 10.70 dial in, and Carl Purger Nitrous. Got it all happening. We were talking about it earlier, Wade. Got the shaker scoop, got the nitrous, got the louvers. The Fairmont has everything.
It's the full package, isn't it? If you want to show off and flex your muscle, and that's exactly what Carl's doing down there. But it doesn't matter how much you flex your muscle before the race. Can he flex his muscle in the race? Looking to do that against Samantha Hilton, of course, very experienced.
Yep, good.
Has a lot of runs on the board.
Good racer.
0.83 for Samantha Hilton, and Carl does flex with a 0.36 light, so he gets the better of the tree, but still has to do the work down the track.
He's gone on pass. Is it too quick? No, not again. No. Sam New to break. 11.48 on 11.46. She'll get the win. A 10.96 on a 10.70 for Carl Grading. But yes, Sam Yulton will get the win. Real Street and Junior Bike to the lanes, please. Real Street and Junior Bike. So a couple of different model Tiranas on the line there, Wade. Jay Allen and John McKnight. 11.76 for John. 11.05 dial in for Jay.
Oh, red light for John McKnight. So the win will go to Jay Allen, who can flex the muscle of the bright yellow Tirana. Contest that dial in. Goes an 11.10 on an 11.05 for John McKnight, an 11.87 on an 11.76. But was all over on the stripe. John was too keen to get going. The foot went down early, and it was red, red, red.
So Steve Cowan and Travis Greaves. Greaves with a 10.56 in the Tuna Racing XD. The HJ with a 10.40 dial in. So both of these cars are pretty quick. So our finalists in Top Sportsman will be Tony Wyatt and Noel Green. Oh, gee, they get out of right though, don't they? 0.62 for Greaves, 0.22 for Cowan. Will the HJ have enough? No. The Ford will just sail on past. Get this, a 10.56 on a 10.56 with a 0.62 light. Well done, Travis Greaves. A 10.63 on a 10.40. But Steve, cut a good light, 0.22, but it wasn't enough because Travis went right smack on the dial in.
Gave himself every opportunity in that one. So next pairing coming forward, Daryl Angel in the vinyl top Chevelle, an 11.10 the dial in. The Ute of John Riley, an 11.75. Will leave first. 102, a pretty handy light. Red light for Daryl, races over. John Riley gets a win light. Says thank you very much.
I've got to be honest, John would be heading off there and he would not be seeing Daryl in his right-hand lane as yet after the launch, but he would see that win light come on. And it would be like, where is he? Oh, there's a win light.
How sweet it is.
That is the taste of success. So Real Street and Junior Bike, please. Final call. Real Street and Junior Bike to the lanes immediately, please. So Tommy Ryan and Tim Barron, 11.60 for Tim, 11.47 for Tom. So Tim and Tom, it's a Tim and Tom battle. Oh, 180 for Tim at 127 for Tom. Tommy's got the better of the tree. Will he make the most of it? He's up against a hard competitor in Tim Barron. Oh, Tim was on the brakes as well. Oh, Tom's gone too quick. That's experience. 11.44 and 11.47 is too quick. And get this, an 11.70 on the brakes for an 11.60 is safe for Tim Barron in the SWC Automotive Red Tirana.
As you said, Tim's a tough competitor, and it took a lot to beat him.
He's very clever, very clever. So no, that was pretty tidy. That was some good racing there. So that means, are we going into our final round of JD? Is that right?
Looks to be it, Terry. They look like they're coming forward in the staging lanes. So good, healthy field. I think we had over 20 competitors here today.
Well, how many was, I think, started was 26, which is pretty good. So this will be the sorter. This will sort out who's going through.
Yeah, as we've mentioned earlier as well, that big fields mean that you can have multiple runners on 3 wins from 3 rounds of racing. And you get the advocacy out to start doing the count back and work out who's going to be in the final. But you need to give everything in your 3rd round, don't you? Because if you want to get the win to be on 3 wins, but then because of that count back, you want to be as close to your dial-in as possible.
Yeah, on that last
So
run.
even if you see a red light in the other lane and you've got a win light, you still need to run it through to be as close to that as possible.
You don't just treat it as a casual Saturday night drive because you've won, because you need to go as close as you possibly can and give yourself the best opportunity to be in that final. So Nevaeh McDougall here in the A Junior up against Jacob Schultz. An 8.65 dial in for Schultz, an 8.00 for McDougall. As I said, big field of juniors. If you get through to that final, worked pretty hard. I might get some of those lights for my car.
Which one are they?
The blue neons.
Which one are they? They're going on the RX-7, or are they going on the BT50?
They're going on the BT50.
They look good over at Morton.
No, they're going on Anita's PT Cruiser.
Oh, they would look even better. There's an idea.
It'd probably suit it.
It would. 120 for Jacob Schultz, 0.73. Better with the light for Nevaeh McDougall. Should be coming quickly, and it'll be the win. An 8.09 with a 7 on an 8.00 dial in. Nevaeh McDougall takes the win. Jacob Schultz goes too quick, an 8.64 or an 8.65, Terry.
Look at that, an 8.64.5 on an 8.65. That's...
Oh. Trying to just go, what did I do wrong?
Yeah, you just go, that was so close. Look, really, can you just give it to me? So Van Sperano and Lexi Lancaster. Lexi with an 8.01 in the A and an 8.60 in the B for Vans. So the Kitson Freighters Junior all the way from the beautiful Jimboomba. See how Lexi goes up against Vans. We talked about these two vehicles and how well presented, how their livery absolutely pops.
So Vans will lead first. Too early though, red light. 123 red, 259 light for Lexi Lancaster. So left a bit on the tree, but we'll get the win light. Vans runs it through for an 8.70 with an 8 on an 8.60 dial in. The win light already on for Lexi goes an 8.05 with a 9 on an 8.01. So it was pretty tidy on the dial in. Just needs to be a bit sharper on that reaction time in the next round.
There won't be a next round.
Whenever that next round may be. There's always a next round, whether it's today, tomorrow, or in a week's time.
Well, that is true. So Tamika Carslake, Amelia Wright. Amelia with an 8.11. And the Mighty Mouse Tools, A Junior. Scully Refrigerated Vehicles, 8.94 dial in for Tamika Carslake. That's some pretty flash LEDs on Amelia's car, though.
Yeah, that's it.
That's some...
They really... The juniors are starting to show off a bit, aren't they? They got good-looking race cars. And
they'll be at the next Performance Pulse Expo.
We already had about 5 of them.
We did too. They all got They all got a prize. Is that what it is? So it's double 2.9 for Carslake, a 130 for Amelia Wright. And the win will go to Amelia with an 8.13 on an 8.11 at 77 mile an hour. And an 8.97 and an 8.94 for Tamika, but Amelia will get the win.
Yeah, it was good to have all the juniors at the Performance Pulse Expo showing off their vehicles.
I'm sure a lot of kids, there was a lot of kids going through that display over on the weekend, and we had the Willowbank stall as well. But it was interesting. It would have been interesting to see how many young kids who would never have seen a junior dragster, what their thoughts were. I'd love to have heard what what some of the kids might have thought about. Whoa, look at those things! But yeah, and kids drive them. Like, wait, what? You know.
Two of them on display now, Xavier Paul, Jasmine Kidd, both behind the wheel of their juniors, respectively, an 8.18 for Jasmine, an 8.00 for Xavier, who goes red. It's red by 004. Jasmine goes a 168 light. Can she finish it off? Breaks out, an 8.17 with a 1 on an 8.18 dial-in. We'll get the wing light courtesy of the red light from Xavier Paul, who finished off a 9.34, so was well off the boil on the 8-second dial-in.
I hope Jasmine wasn't 3 from 3, because I'll tell you what, that 8.17 might come back to haunt her.
That's it.
So Cody Sedmak, Mia Grace Hopkins, 8.68 for Hopkins and 8.58 for Sedmak.
We talk about juniors with having a name on your junior and your nickname used to be the thing for juniors. Now it seems to be who can have the better light display at night time.
It's the changing face of junior dragsters in Australia. You could probably do a thesis at uni on it. Or not. So the DK detailing car of Hopkins, the JDS racing car of Sedmak.
Very cool though. Good way to show off your personality, bit of flair. Who knows, maybe it makes the car go faster.
Might be like an engine polarizer. I just threw that one in there, mate. Oh, Cody, there's a red. But a 103 for Mia Grace. Without a doubt, that'll be the win to Mia. And an 8.67. Tessa Dolan, another one who maybe should have backed out a little bit in case they had a couple of wins, but never mind. Got the win anyway, did Mia Grace.
Needed more lights, Terry, more weight. Would have gone bang on the dial in.
Yeah. So Nixon Canuli and Neela Paul. Neela with a 7.78, Nixon with a 7.75. That's getting down there between these two. That'll be almost a heads-up race. Let's see if we can see the 300 from the tree. How good are you, Wade?
You think they'll be giving each other hand signals? Thumbs up, of course, as they head down the 8th mile, side by side. We talk about when the dial-ins are close like that. All important, the reaction time to know where you are against your competitor.
Seems a little bit tense out there. They're taking a little bit of time.
Oh, 0.94 for Nixon. Red light for Neela Paul. So Nixon will get the win. How close can he go to the 7.75? I'll tell you how close he goes. He goes under a 7.74 with a 4. We're seeing a lot of breakouts in the final round of Junior Dragster tonight, but they're not by much.
No, and they're by the person winning.
Yes.
Which is probably a sin, to be honest, because if you want to... If you're on a few wins, you want to be closer to that dial-in, not under that dial-in. That is almost like it's a bad thing to do. So Chase Carslake with an 8.01 and Charlie Usher with an 8.47.
Chase Carslake in full stage now. Charlie will lead first. 0.76 light. It's red for Chase.
Wow. Well, now listen, by the rule of thumb, Charlie Usher should go under the dial-in. Oh, good work, Charlie. Thank you for breaking the chain. An 8.59 and an 8.47. Well done. Kept it safe.
A lot of sevens to come in this pairing. It's a 7.70 for Max Rowling over in the Rocket Lane. All the sevens, a 7.77 for Tyler Bellett. QDRC Performance on board. Again, you won't see much as these two head down the 8th mile. They'll be neck and neck. .151 for Tyler, 0.98 for Max Rowling, so has a slight advantage off the reaction time. You can see he's already in front. You'll probably hear him whomp on the throttle, and he does. Goes through a 7.77 with a 3 on a 7.7 dial-in. Takes the win. Tyler Bellett will finish off a 7.85 on a 7.77. So I knew he had the advantage on the reaction time. Did Max. Made the most of it. Got off the throttle. Put himself in a position to get that win light. So next pairing coming forward, the all-girl race will be Ashley Pinkstone and Dakota Bray. 7.77, all the sevens again in the Rocket Lane this time for Ashley. An 8.03 for Dakota Bray. Had the solo in the last round, dialed in an 8.00, so they've tweaked the dial into an 8.03. Both have been doing, both junior races have been doing a lot of travelling across the eastern seaboard. Of course, Dakota, local track here is Willowbank for Ashley. They're located in central Queensland. Ashley's had success here at big meetings such as the Winter Nationals. But who's it going to be in this pairing? Will it be Ashley? Will it be Dakota? 1.04 for Dakota, 0.52 light for Ashley. Advantage to Pinkstone over in the Rocket Lane. And the win will go to Ashley Pinkstone, a 7.81 with a 4 on a 7.77 dial-in. Dakota Bray breaks out, goes an 8.00 with a 2 on an 8.03. So they had an 8.00 in the dial-in the last round. They've tweaked it and they've gone bang on that 8.00. So the win goes to Ashley Pinkstone in the 3rd round of Junior Dragster here at the QDRC, thanks to Donnelly Blasting Services. Coming forward, Bronte Janusz has dialed in at 12.23 in the C Junior, thanks to Unreal Plates. Over in the Rocket Lane will be Carl Schultz for SCG Racing Parts, dialed in at 7.68. So I think it's 4.5 seconds. So Carl, be patient, my man. He's decided to. Oh, and Bronte's gone into deep stage, so we're waiting for Carl now. Was patient, still cut a 0.15 light. That's pretty tidy, that's sharp. Can he do the chase? He does indeed. He goes a 7.72 and a 7.68, so is safe for the win. And Bronte Janusz finishes off at 12.50 with a 9 on a 12.23 dial-in.
He even gave a whomp there.
Did.
So just for good
measure.
Make
sure he didn't break
just
out.
For good measure.
Yep. Of course.
That's for my fans.
Carl is a previous track champion in Junior Dragster. Anything he can't do, Terry. Now you've got him up in the commentary box.
I haven't had him in the commentary box here with me yet. So Cody Robertson and Nixon King. 7.94 for Nixon, 12.30 for Cody. This might be our last pairing of juniors, maybe.
So we did just see Carl cut a 0.15 light with a big chase. What can Nixon King do here? He's got something similar. Nick King Transport on the side. CJ Racing for Cody Robertson. 122 light for Cody, so that's pretty sharp. Nixon's going to have to be good.
Oh. Not good. A 005 red. Had a red-hot crack at it, though, Wade. But, yeah, but Cody will get the win in the C. A 12.41 on a 12.30. Safe for the win. You bring the pressure.
Yeah, that's it. And it's even more pressure, isn't it, when you do have to wait there and all you want to do is go. You want to go and you want to go now.
And you just got to be patient. But sometimes...
It's like rattling the lure in front of the greyhounds. They just don't want to stay where they're told to.
That's right.
They still run.
And even when they're finished, they keep chasing it. So Sophia Lode, Kenna Glasson. So the Royal Precision Lubricants car of Kenna with an A Junior 817 for Kenna, and 814 for Sophia.
A couple of big chases into a couple of tighter dial-ins. Won't see much in the light.
Little bit tense down there with Kenna and Sophia.
It's like a bit
a bit of a burn down.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to stage.
Very polite, aren't they? You go. No, you go.
I reckon.
I insist.
No, it's.
Oh, here comes the starter.
The
He's walking in.
Mate, you didn't give him long enough. Should have pretended we're at Jamboree and waited 10 minutes, Rick. You're being mean. Now, I want to know what Rick's saying. He's saying, come on, you two, enough of this. Mate, I'm a dad now. I know how to tell these kids what to do. Well done, Rick.
This isn't my first rodeo. Look, they even listened to him. 0.23 for Kenna Glasson and 1.83 for Sophia Lode.
Oh, Kenna's gone under the dial in. Got the light, but went under. But an 814 and an 814 is absolutely spot on for Sophia Lode. Well done.
Isn't it good when you bang on the dial in and you go, oh, I didn't cut the best light, but hey, look at that.
But I was right on the dial in. I'll be happy with that. I just love the way Rick was like a school teacher. Yeah, I thought he was going to throw the feather duster or the duster or a piece of chalk at the kids. Come on, come in the stage. I've had enough of this. It's been a long day. So Paige King in the AEB Services B Junior, an 883 dial in that really tidy little junior drag, so there are Pages. It looks good. Got the semi-trailer on the side. Looks the biz. See how close now. This Paige needs to treat this like a race. Needs to go as close as she possibly can to that 883. Not a bad light. 107. Let's see how does King go. Close to the dial in. Actually, very close.
Yeah,
that
nice.
is good
That
work.
is nice work.
885 on an 883. That is impressive, Paige. Take a bow.
That's in the window.
I'm impressed. It was like we asked and we received, Wade. We thought, yep, please. All the others were going under their dial in and they didn't need to. So that means we've got, it looks like we might have, what have we got?
Bit of modified bikes. We'll swap to the two wheels.
So it will be modified mod bike. We had a total of 14 in the field today. So Mitchell Woodford and Johnny Lewis. An 815 for Johnny, a 981 for Mitchell. So the biker Lewises will have to do the chasing. Not too far off. It's a big chase. It's probably getting closer to 2 seconds than it is further away from it.
Yeah, definitely so.
So Mitchell will have the opportunity to cut a light and give Johnny something to chase.
Yeah, Johnny went red in the last round, so get away cleanly.
Oh, gone red again. He knew he had to cut a light. But Mitchell does not mind a 0.91 light, and he will get the win with a 9. He's gone under his dial in though as well. A 9. You don't want to do that on that last round. And 980 on a 981 with a 0.91. And Johnny Lewis, 823 on an 815 with a, sadly, he's popped up the red. Now, I didn't see before. Now, Jason Clarkin ran against Brian Alvizio, who won. Brian did.
The jockeys.
Yeah, Brian did. Okay. So Jason Clarkin, Mr. Rolls, Mr. Roll Racing, the champion, 3-time champ.
It doesn't matter if it's a rolling start or a standing start. Good. He's just quick, isn't he?
So Rochelle Strike with a 989, and Rochelle puts up the red. Jason will not mind at all. He'll see that nice, beautiful, bright yellow, or maybe it's gold win light. And even Jason has gone under his dial in on that 925 on his final run.
Yeah, pretty decent breakout there as well for Jace.
I wonder if that's, I wonder how he went with that run. That's pretty impressive. Be interesting to hear. So Jeff Marshall and Rebecca Marsden. So Jeff with an 856 to Rebecca's 987. So a little bit of a chase again. Oh, have we missed? Are we missing Jeff? I'm waiting for you to say, "Wake up, Jeff." I'm sitting here waiting for one of you idiots to say
the purple skivvies pulling out. I think Jeff's been replaced in the Wiggles. I don't know how many times he has to wake up, but I wish he'd hurry up and do it.
That sleep apnea really is costing his career a lot of money. So Rebecca Marsden will go through for the win, obviously, because she's on a solo run. 11.06 on a 987, and yeah, we did not get to see Mr. Jeff Marshall.
We will, though, get to see the pink and black leathers of Mark Gordon on the Suzuki. You can't miss that, can you? He almost shows the juniors how it's done, and he goes, "Nah, I've had the lights on the bike for a while. You guys are only just catching up."
That's it. He's a trendsetter. So Mark Ashworth with a 902, Lucky Gordon with a 965 in the shoebox books. Suzuki. Oh, Lucky. That's not Lucky. That's a red. Mark Ashworth goes 179. Let's hope now Mark needs to stay above that dial in, and he does. Look at that, a 903 and a 902. Well done, Mark. The Pedro's secure parking. That was good from that bike. 150 mile an hour in the back end as well.
Yeah, made his mark on that race, didn't he, Terry?
All the puns are coming out now. Must be getting tired.
Must be past our bedtime.
Must be close to the end of the night.
Here we go. We've got, well, this will be a chase. 11 seconds, 11 flat for Jason White on the Hayabusa. Brian Alvizio, he's dialed in tonight, 892.
2 odd second chase. Anybody can do it, Brian Alvizio, but Jason White's 269 to a 035. Alvizio got the light. Brian sails on past. He'll get off at about now. And 904 on an 892. You can just hear him get off that throttle. Nice work.
Yeah.
And, look, 1114 and 1100, but the 269 light for Jason White, that'll hurt.
And you can see 122 miles at half track for Brian, only 124 across the finish line. So he knew that
you can't give Brian
give a bit of a lift here.
You can't give Brian that. You can't give him 269 to a 035. He'll hurt you every day of the week. Here we go. The junior bikes. We should have just run them at the tail end of modified and pretend they were modified bikes. So Kai Badcock and Jonathan Fulton. 1065 for Jonathan and a 1018 for Kai. I agree. Chris was just saying, I'm sure if you let them run over the full quarter, they most certainly would. They just keep riding and just go, hang on.
I'm sure if you gave any kid the opportunity, they'd race longer than the quarter mile.
Of course, they just keep going all the way to the sand.
They'd end up in Toowoomba and no one would stop them.
Yeah.
Guys, the race is over. I'm having a good time. Let's keep going. Well, they do have a good time in the junior drag bike. They rip skids. They pluck through the gears.
They wheel stand. Do it all.
10.65 for Jonathan Fulton, a 10.18 for Kai Badcock. They red light as well, unfortunately, there for Jonathan. 2.08 for Kai Badcock, but you can see him shifting through the gears, banging them through. See how close he is at 10.18. Goes a 10.27 on a 10.18 dial in. For Jonathan, finishes up in 11.29, which was a bit off the 10.65 dial in, but the wind light was already on in the other lane.
That red light will hurt. There's no coming back from that. So Nevaeh McDougall up against Vans Pirano, 11.28 for Vans. McDougall a 9.20 in the SVO Transport A Junior. Oh, look, they don't mind a skid. Look.
They're just showing off on the overtaking lane stream now.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, look, here we are. Junior drag bike skids. What can't we do? We can do whatever we want.
Oh, we thought the Terry fan club was big. The junior drag bike fan club at home is bigger. Vance Pirano. Both competitors are actually dabbling double duty, so both are racing in junior dragster, and now they've swapped the race suit for the leathers in junior drag bike. They had the junior and the drag bike at the Performance Expo, showing them off last weekend. Red light for Vance Pirano, 0.30, that is sharp for Nevaeh. What's the 9.20 dialing look like? A 9.37 across the finish line at the 8th mile for Nevaeh McDougall for SVO Transport. Vance Pirano goes an 11.34 with a 7 on 11.28, but a 001 red, that will hurt. And you'll be left to go, what could have been in the final round?
That is such a tight red light too. You just, that's one that you'll be thinking about for weeks until the next meeting.
It burns, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. It does. So that means we've got Jaden Badcock coming through. Gets a solo with a 9.30 dial-in. So just to let you know, of course, the Outlaws finals will be Gary, Cameron and Shane Atkinson. Super Sedan will be Wayne Hyatt and Sean Doblin. Modified will be Liesl Gowes and Matty McKnight. Top Sportsman will be Tony White and Noel Green. Super Street will be Sam Yulton and Matt Francis. And Junior Dragster will be Carl Schultz and Lexi Lancaster.
So Jaden Padcock out with a 186 light, gets the courtesy of the bye. Goes a 10.31, so about a second off the dial in there, so not sure what's happened. Didn't look like anything untoward on the track.
Casual ride.
That's it.
Saturday night ride. Maybe they're governed past 9 o'clock. They might be not allowed to go any faster than whatever.
On the limiter.
So that means we're going into Real Street. So Cameron Goldie, Nathan Minter. This will bring us our finalists. Cam with an 11.60 to a 12.90 dial in a Minter. So Cam to do the chasing. And we welcome Chris back to the commentary seat. How are you, Chris?
Yeah, not bad. Glad to be back. Well, glad to be back. I haven't. I've even forgotten how to turn the mic on.
It's been a long day.
It has.
It's been a long day for you and I. Starting at was it 8:30?
Yeah. Definitely out here before then.
The races only come out for a short stint, then go back, and then we just got to keep commentating and keep talking.
That's it. Cameron Goldie on track in the BA Falcon, dialing in an 11.60, taking on Nathan Minter with the Commodore, and a 12.90 dial in. 1.16 reaction time for Minter, 1.31 for Goldie. So has the BA Falcon got the legs? No, it doesn't. Nathan Minter gets the win, a 12.90 on that 12.90. So up next we see Matt Coates in the Coates Racing Commodore, dialing in a 12.06, taking on Ian Nielsen in the VZ Commodore with a dial in of 11.49. Yeah, no shortage of burnouts here. So Matt Coates definitely making good use of the tyres.
He didn't really care too much about those tyres, did he? But he hasn't most time Matt's run. He's just like been pretty brutal with the tyres. So a 12.06 and he'll be chased down by Ian Nielsen with an 11.49 in the VZ. You are in real street. Good category, get involved. They're a good little crew.
Good reaction time for Ian Nielsen at 002. Matt Coates with an 049 reaction.
You'd think Matt's light was good. He got out quick with a 0.49, but Ian Nielsen a 002, and he's on the brakes well and truly. And he will get the win with 11.57 on 11.49 with a 0.02 light for Ian Nielsen. That was sharp.
So Paul Nielsen in the black Ford on the start line, 11.25 dial in, going up against Gary Green in the Lockyer Automotive Commodore with a 10.08 dial.
That's a quick wagon, isn't it? Seriously. A 10.08 dial in for that.
Just
for
looks
that
so
Commodore
unassuming
wagon.
as well.
It does. Look at it. It just gets out like a rock out of a slingshot. Look at it go. So Gary Green, will he have enough? He most certainly will, because Paul Nielsen has gone under his dial in with a 11.20 on 11.25, and Gary Green will take the win with a 10.09 on a 10.08. Well done, Gary. The hard charging Commodore, eh?
Yeah, certainly, and yeah, helped a little bit with the red light, or the breakout. But Cooper Lay up next. Peter Lay Custom Imports supporting the Ford Ute with a dial in of 10.88, taking on Shane Grattan with that 12.75 dial in. Oh, 0.86 light for Shane Grattan, 1.43 for Cooper Lay. It's going to be a hard charger for Cooper Lay if he can pull this one off. And he does, an 11.16 on a 10.88. Shane Grattan, a 13.35 on a 12.75.
He came in fast at the top end, didn't he? And he got him. Well done there to Cooper. That was impressive, Chris.
He needed to drive all the way around him, and he did. Dale Samuelson up next in the Holden Caprice. Up against Tony Rogers in the WHP Ultra Street Cars Ford Ute. So Dale Samuelson, another one of our competitors today with the perfect reaction time earlier on today. Goes an 0.62 reaction time this time. Tony Rogers with an 0.99.
Well, here comes Rogers. Coming in fast, coming in hot. And Tony's got him. 11.49 and 11.40. Dale, as much as the 0.62 light was better, the 12.68 on a 12.55 was not enough. And Tony Rogers will get the win.
Craig Back in the Asnew Maintenance Service Blue BA Falcon Ute on the start line, taking on Stacey Goldie, the quick 60 badass race cars GTO, dialing in at 12.0.
Got the better of the tree.
Craig Back with that 11.44 dial in, and 1.04 reaction for Stacey Goldie, 2.04 for Craig Back. Craig Back gets there first on 11.604 on 11.44. Stacey Goldie a 12.36 on a 12 flat.
Just a bit off that dial in, eh? And Craig made her pay. And Craig Back got the win. Oh, so that's theoretically, we could be done. We just need our finalists.
You've been calling them out, so they should be there.
So mod bike, our finalists will be Mitchell Woodford up against Brian Alvizio. Outlaws, as mentioned, will be Gary Cameron and Shane Atkinson. Super Sedan will be Wayne Hyatt and Sean Doblin. Modified will be Liesl Gowes and Matthew McKnight. Top Sportsman will be Tony Wyatt and Noel Green. Super Street will be Sam Yulton and Matt Francis. Junior Dragster will be Carl Schultz and Lexi Lancaster. We're just waiting for our junior drag bike and real street finalists. And then we'll go all right there. That's impressive. I think there's some really good pairings there. I'm very intrigued. There's top sportsman and modified. I'm pretty keen to see who's going to win. Okay.
It's Dave Finlayson and Bo Strike. So we saw Dave Finlayson earlier beat the fastest pass by Pete Everett back 15 years ago in round 1 with an 8:59 to make him the fastest ASB bike in history. It looks like he's buttoned it off early.
Crack. Well, there you go. What was the Bow Strike has gone 981 off that 989. So he's gone under that. So nice work on that B Street bike. Dave Finlayson went red. Knew, and he thought, never mind.
And rain's coming down, by the look.
Oh, no, really? That is hard to believe. I can't believe that. All of a sudden, we're just about to run straight into our finals. We only had a couple of runs.
Doesn't it?
Oh no, don't Wade's just giving us some.
Considering you only got finals to run. That's it, put the running boots on.
Wow, then all of a sudden, just like came like a little bolt, and like a little bolt out of nowhere. All of a sudden, we've got some.
You can see it in the down the staging lanes as well. It's pretty heavy down there.
We've had a crazy mixed up kind of day. We've had the light sprinkles. We've had some incidents. We've had but
it's thrown it all at us today.
So, what Wade's suggestion was to run the finalists at the beginning of the Winter
The
Nationals.
warm-ups.
I think we could run it next week at the street meet. Let's get all the QDRC guys just to come along and just do the finals at the street meet and see how they go. No, I think what they will do is they will generally do a count back, don't they? And
I don't know.
what they do is they get the
not
races
above my
out.
pay grade.
They get the races out here and they have a coin and they flip to see who wins.
Yeah,
Or
it's
they
a-
do
it's a
scissor
game of
paper.
two up.
Yes, or scissor paper rock and the best of 3. Oh, we're thinking of all these good ideas. Look, I'm sure the track is writing these ideas down, saying that's a great idea. So yes, look, it's looking a little bit bleak here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to say. So we're not too sure how we're going to go with this. So and it is, and when you look at it on the radar, yeah. Yeah, and then and then we got a little bit more coming again after that. So look, who knows? I don't know what they're going to do. We've only, as I said, we have got all of our finalists pretty well parked up there, or maybe not. Yeah.
You called them out. Hopefully they're there.
Well, I'm thinking it's just really sad. It's just like I can't believe we get to got a couple of runs to go and then we're into all finals. Let's go bang, bang, bang. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 finals, and we were just going bang, bang. We got through them within 15 minutes, and the drag racing gods decide that look, we might just spray the track, but with precipitation, which is really sad. So we might have a little break for a minute, folks, while we see how long this little bit of a downpour is happening. But as I said, once again, thank you to all our sponsors who've jumped on board, and we'll be back very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Righto, and as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, you know what I'm going to say, and I'm sad to say it. Sometimes life gives us lemons and we can make lemonade. Sometimes life gives us lemons and we just have to eat the pips. Well, tonight is we're eating the pips from the lemon. The rain has come down and the track will no way dry in time. So sadly, we will not get to see our finalists, which is unbelievable. But I want to say a big thank you, of course, to our finalists anyway, which will be modified bike. Congrats to Mitch Woodford and Brian Alvizio, to Outlaws, Gary Cameron and Shane Atkinson, Junior Drag Bike, Nevea McDougall and Vance Pirano, Super Sedan, Wayne Hyatt and Sean Doblin, Modified, Liesl Gowes and Matty McKnight. I would have paid to see that race. And Tony White and Noel Green, and Super Street, Sam Yulton and Matt Francis, and of course Junior Dragster, Carl Schultz and Lexi Lancaster. I didn't get the finalists of Real Street, but I can tell you now, really sad to see that we have to finish the night like this. We won't be doing a trophy presentation. If we were, it would have gone to Wade Benson. We would have thrown him under the bus and he would have had to have done it. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming along. We hope you've had a good night. We hope you've enjoyed it. We will see you all here next Saturday for the Street Series. You've still got time to enter. Get onto it. No. So we will see you all next Saturday for the Street Meet. We'll see you the weekend after that for the Winter Nationals warm-ups, and then the Winter Nationals the weekend after that. Thank you for attending. It's been a great evening, really, until the rain decided to spoil our parade. Otherwise, there's been some phenomenal racing. We've seen some absolutely cracker runs. So please drive safely home, everyone. We'll see you all very shortly. Thank you.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like